Welcome to I-24 News. David Matlin coming to you live from Tel Aviv this hour. Special ongoing coverage beginning now and for the rest of the evening here at I-24 News as we cover the events of the moment. And it is this hour, the long-awaited, tensely anticipated first batch of Israeli hostages. But they're being handed over, according to reports from their Gazan captors, to the International Red Cross. Now, these three young women, Emily Damari, Romi Gonen, and Doron Steinbrecher, they've been held in complete blackout. That means nothing has been known about their condition all this time, since October 7th, 2023. In fact, we didn't even know which three captives would be released today until this morning. Now, again, according to reports this hour, there's indications that they are in stable condition. Of course, we'll follow up on that in much greater detail when we have the facts. They're being brought to the border where Israeli teams are set to provide care immediately here. There's so much to discuss. Again, we'll have ongoing live coverage. And these are the images that you're seeing right here out of the Gaza Strip, where crowds are gathering, masses of crowds gathering at this location where the Red Cross is, from what we can tell, shown up there to take charge of these three Israeli captives. So you see the masses here, and of course, they're being supported by what appear to be Hamas gunmen in combat fatigues and uniforms, something that hasn't been seen outside of these types of ceremonial handovers at all during the fighting here. Again, no uniformed personnel fighting the IDF in Gaza throughout this war, but here they are, part of the handoff. And again, live images coming out of the Gaza Strip. We'll keep you focused on the live events. I do have with me in studio, though, Lieutenant Colonel of the IDF Reserves, Doron Steinbrecher, the former commander of the IDF's top special forces, and Ariel Osaren, our I-24 News Middle East correspondent as well. Ariel, I'm going to come to you first. Give us just the brief timeline, in a way, sort of what's supposed to happen, when, what are we expecting here today?
Right. So right now, just to bring our viewers onto the scene, the Red Cross convoy is in Saraya Square in Gaza City, waiting to receive the three hostages from Hamas fighters. The Hamas is coming in its convoys, a display of force, as you mentioned. After 15 months of fighting, they finally managed to find their uniforms, not something that was the case.
Some of those stashed away still, we see, yeah.
Yeah, no dust either. But once the Red Cross ascertains their health condition, their identity, then there will be the handover. Now, we remember from over a year ago, the November 23 handover, that as you can see, this is happening with a surrounding mob. There's cheering, there's whistling. This is not going to be an easy time for these hostages, not that these past 15 months has been in the hell of Gaza, but this is the last kind of a Gazan send-off. Yeah. That is what they're receiving.
During the harassment, yeah, we see a lot of that.
And so once that takes place, and hopefully we'll be able to show that on our screens live, they will be handed over to the Red Cross. Then the Red Cross will take them to Israeli forces. Israeli forces in Gaza will then give them an initial medical assessment, obviously verify their identity. It looks like something is happening right now. You see just the hundreds of Gazans making a spectacle of this event, and obviously Hamas will be publishing an edited high-definition version of this event, as they do in every handover. Once they're in the hands of Israeli forces, they'll be brought to the border, back into Israel, back home to one of three reception points near the border. It will either be Zikim or Be'eri. There's a medical complex with physicians, psychologists, and also, to my understanding, the families, or at least the mothers of the three were of Emily, Doron, and Romi, were given permission to receive them at this point along the border. After they follow their initial medical assessment, they will then be transferred to, I think it's Sheba Hospital in central Israel for further medical examination. We have to remember, again, we try to compare this to the November 23 release deal. That was after 55 days. Here, they're more than 15 months, so their medical condition, their psychological condition is going to be
much more dire.
More dire, and we know that Israeli health officials have been preparing for this scenario.
Doron, drawing on your, let's say, that may have been the easy question that I have for you so far. The sort of factual what's taking place, some tough questions around this event, Doron. I want to come to you with your decades of experience in the service, seeing other, obviously this is unprecedented in many ways, but you've seen other types of resolutions to moments, tense moments for Israel, be resolved in types of deals, whether it be hostages moving, enemies, being expelled. We see what really looks like victory parade going on in the Gaza Strip. Doron, how are we supposed to feel as Israelis, I guess, looking at a moment like this in the context of your experience? How do you describe that?
As disturbing it is for us to see those Hamas with their outfit parading in the streets of Gaza. We shouldn't lose sight at the objective at hand, and the objective is very clear. We need to bring back our hostages. And I think the first step is going well from this perspective. And this is the mission perspective. So if these steps go forward well, maybe the whole outline that was the two administration really outlined for us for the ceasefire, maybe it will work out, we'll get our last hostages. As to Gaza, the day after, this is a difficult issue. Who rules Gaza? Who rules the civil life on Gaza? It depends on our coalition members. And the question whether some of the objective that we wanted to achieve, demilitarizing Gaza, can be achieved maybe in other means than war. I don't know. I'm suspicious about that, but we have to think that we did it in Lebanon.
Right.
In Lebanon, we didn't conquer the whole territory until the Litani, but then by some other means, it's really the reverse of Clausewitz. I mean, the policy is the extension of war in this fashion. So I'm saying, as hard as it is for us, those disturbing pictures, I would like to say to our audience and to the Israeli public, what's important is bringing the hostages back. There's an outline. It's coming well in the meantime. Let's have the kind of coolness about how to look at those pictures and not be too disturbed. We have to do what we have to do.
Yeah, a lot of people are making that case that, look, Israel's coming from a position of strength in this moment. This is a deal that was made possible by the achievements that the country
there's no
made.
question about that. I mean, there was no other way. I mean, if not for the fear that will continue the war, there would be no way to get to this deal. And I think it's clear for me. It's clear. And I think once Sinwar was eliminated, this was the point in which
sort of became possible to consider this.
Yeah, we have to shift.
Yes, I think they're coming out right now. If we can
update here again, this is live.
Feed.
We're covering all this live as it's happening here. If we have this feeds, we'll jump back to the many developments live. So there are developments taking place. Look, Ariel, a piece of this deal that was excruciatingly clear to Israel today was that it feels like so much of the initiative in this deal sits with the Gazan kidnappers. Okay, Israel, for example, doesn't even know which prisoners will be released when. They're getting these names, maybe 24 hours in advance of who's to be released. It's really set to be a nail-biting, kind of excruciating 42 days. This is how it'll play out?
Yeah, so I will just note, we're not seeing the feed, but they are being handed over right now to the Red Cross in Gaza. And hopefully these are their final moments. These are their final moments of terror under the claws of Hamas. Now, all Israel knows at this point, or in advance, are the list of 33 names who is going to be released in this first phase.
The total names
of 42.
Did come out
we know that
just
there's going to. So today, 3. This is happening right now. There's on the 7th day, another 4 living female hostages are supposed to be released. Israel will only receive their identities a day before. And
this morning, I want to mention, there was a bit of a holdup. There was some drama saying, hey, the ceasefire is not coming into effect from the Israeli side because we hadn't received those 3 names.
And it took 3 hours, an extension. In those 3 hours, Israel continued its bombardment on Gaza, also eliminated a Hamas terror cell, so that's for them to absorb. But looking forward from day 14, once a week, 3 hostages will be released. But again, Israel knows the large list of 33, not the individual identity until the day before who is expected to be released.
Do we know, does Israel know who's alive and who's dead on that list?
No, only on the 7th day, meaning 6 days from now, will Israel receive the list.
Staggering concept.
From Hamas, who is alive, who is dead. Here, they're coming out of the cars right now. Yeah. If it's possible to hear the
I don't know if we have any sound
craziness that they're
clearly a chaotic
witnessing.
Scene.
But Doron, I know we're facing
Are they supposed to be in this vehicle? We're left wondering.
That's,
we see it.
Wow. Yeah, so they're exiting the cars right now. These are truly dramatic moments, and especially for these three young women to finally end their time in the Gaza hell. Look, as we're keeping our eyes focused on what's happening now, I just want to touch on what Doron talked about earlier about the day after, because the deal currently does not have any details regarding the day after, who is going to administer post-war Gaza. Day 16 of the first phase, only then negotiations over the second phase of the deal, and the day after are expected to take place. But an encouraging statement earlier today, Trump's incoming National Security Advisor Mike Waltz told CBS News that if Hamas reneges on his deal, the U.S. will support Israel, adding Hamas will never govern the Gaza Strip. And this is coming from the incoming National Security Advisor. Tomorrow, President Trump will be inaugurated. This is even before stepping into office. So this is an important statement for Israel and also for Israelis who have significant and valid concerns that in the absence of an alternative for Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and this could also be criticism some are raising towards the Israeli government that didn't prop up alternative to Hamas. And in the absence of this alternative, Hamas is the de facto ruler on the day after. So a statement like this
on the screen here.
is important.
This is Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. We're seeing, look, obviously not the jubilant scenes of Gaza City, but some celebrations, if you could call it that, of relief. I would argue this is, the bare minimum I think that people are getting to here. A bit of relief. This is crowds have gathered here in Tel Aviv. You could feel a different vibe. But that split screen here, what's happening in Gaza City to what's happening in Tel Aviv now as this exchange is taking place. It's a solemn crowd in Tel Aviv. You see some clapping and certainly some smiles because there are, again, people being released alive. This is in stark contrast to, again, what you're seeing on the left side of the screen, this sort of jubilant masses descending on this exchange taking place there. And on that note, we want to go to our correspondent, Balir Saladin here. Again, let our viewers take in these images here. But Balir is down near the Israel-Gaza border. Balir, tell us about just how this morning has played out. The ceasefire went into effect sometime this morning, we know. What's the status at the border right now, anticipating the exit of these captives?
Yes, exactly. I would say that hundreds of police officers and, of course, Israeli soldiers are here in Re'im or beside Re'im, right next to the exit of the Netzarim corridor. When we are here waiting for the three hostages that would be released at any minute, from what we understand, and now they are in the cars of the Red Cross and they are making their way toward this area that there will be handed to the Israeli soldiers, to the IDF, and then they will be delivered to here, to the center, to the place where they will be, of course, examined and checked if their health is, if they are in a good health. From what we understand, they are in a good health, and then they will be transferred to the helicopters here behind me that will transfer them then to the medical centers in Israel. Apparently, they will be flown to Sheba Hospital in Ramat Gan. The IDF is telling me here that this procedure is supposed to be this way unless they know or they think that their situation is not well and they should be flown to a closer medical center, maybe to Soroka. But until now, from what we understand, they will be on their way to Sheba Hospital. We cannot actually take any pictures or videotype the hostages there. First, that should see them is, of course, their families there at the medical centers, and of course we don't know how what exactly their situation that is for the modesty of them, so we will not actually take pictures of them. But anyway, we will see the helicopters taking them after 471 days in captivity inside the Gaza Strip, and then they will be back to their loved ones in Israel. Of course, very dramatic day that started with some suspicion about the Hamas's intentions, that because they did not deliver the list that they should have delivered with the 3 names of the hostages, and only at around 11 a.m. they delivered that list, and only then the ceasefire came into effect. And this there's a question as well: what will happen if again they do that next week, when the other 3 hostages should, or the list of the 3 hostages in next week should be given to Israel or to the mediators? Will that actually violate the ceasefire, and we will see the military striking again in Gaza? That's a question that we should ask. But for now, the ceasefire is in place, and the hostages are on their way by the Red Cross to the IDF, to the Netzarim border, to the border, with Israel from the Netzarim exit. And as I said, the helicopters are waiting for them to take them home to Israel.
Well, Leo, thanks for the update again from the border area, the center of action there. And from what we know right now, the IDF confirmed that the Red Cross has taken charge of these 3 women. Again, according to the reports, according to what the IDF is telling us now, ostensibly from the Red Cross. So you see the images again, split screen here of Tel Aviv on your right. This is Hostage Square, where people have gathered to be in attendance, to lend their support, to simply be part of this moment here. On the left side, this is Gaza. These are the scenes in Gaza City at the location where the Red Cross showed up to take charge of these 3 women captives. It's taking place just now at this hour. And the stark difference of mood and feeling, and certainly the atmosphere, can be felt, I think, just looking at these screens here. And as well,
yeah,
again, so much to take in looking at this. Look at the 2 different reactions to this, obviously. One sort of displaying a sense of victory, the other quiet resignation and perhaps some sense of relief. You see the crowds turning out, perhaps an equal number in size. Very different atmosphere again taking place there.
They were the 3 hostages. Doron, Emily, and Roni were seen walking on their own.
So they're actually seen walking
in good health and reasonably good, ostensibly good health. And I think the fact that they're exiting this Saraya Square, surrounded by the jeering mob, I think this is the first positive development they've had in 15 months, and they're on their way to Israeli forces, as the IDF has confirmed.
Yeah, we should recall that the Israeli public actually lost confidence that this is possible. This is a great moment.
Right.
This is a moment in which the first 3 were freed, finally, and I think this is an optimistic indication that the whole outline might in the end work it out. Of course, the day after it's a different discussion. We don't want to see Hamas ruling Gaza. The fact that they are parading, I'm not that impressed. The fact that you can put fatigues and wear their Kalashnikov, they were hitted. They
Put the costume on anybody.
Exactly. So the question is,
cameras.
yeah, when there will be a discussion the day after, I'm sure the coalition members or the Saudis or the Emirates would demand a different ruling in Gaza. They wouldn't put a cent in the hands of those people. Yeah. That's my feeling. So let's see how we work it out. But now let's focus on one single mission. We have to bring everybody back. The Israeli public wants it. The government decided upon it. And now if there will be no violation, we can move forward with this mission.
That's what we're seeing on our screen. Again, for our viewers, a split screen of Gaza City and Tel Aviv here, as these 3 women captives have been, by reports, handed over to the Red Cross now, who have not seen them all these 471 days. I want to remind our viewers of that. There has been no international oversight, no real reports on their condition, and we didn't even know if they were alive or dead until around 11 a.m. this morning. But here they are, handed to the Red Cross. We want to bring in more angles of this discussion here. We're honored to be joined right now by Dr. Michael Loren, former Israeli ambassador to the United States, coming to us from Washington. I have to bring up, I think, Dr. Loren, what I refer to here as the Trump factor. Okay, President Trump versus President Biden on this deal, really both taking credit in some ways, both likely deserving some credit. But is this a display, the fact that this is happening already, of the real world power of the incoming President Trump?
Well, first, let me say good to be with you, and that I share in the joy of the families of Doron, Emily, and Romi, and the reuniting with those families, and we hope for their health, their recovery, et cetera. It's a a very profound moment for the people of Israel. There's no way we can say this, and for the families of those who are not being repatriated with their loved ones who remain in captivity in Gaza, our hearts are with them, and our hearts are with the many dozens and dozens of Israelis' families whose loved ones were killed by terrorists who are getting out of prison today. We forget about that.
Right.
That is, many of them are devastated. I know some of them personally, and they don't know how they can get past this. They feel they've been betrayed by the state. And yes, there's much credit to both the Biden administration and the incoming Trump administration. I'm here at the inauguration ceremonies today. I'm part of the presidential delegation here, and we're participating in all the festivities. What a contrast. You talk about the contrast between Gaza and Israel at this moment, but what a contrast with Washington. Certainly both presidents are owed a tremendous amount of thanks for this moment. But let's put this in perspective. A couple of weeks ago, it was President Trump who said that all hell would break loose unless the hostages were released. And many people in Israel felt that that was directed at Hamas, but it turned out it was directed at least as much as Israel itself. And the president's special emissary, Steve Witkoff, cooperated very closely with his Democratic counterpart, Brett McGurk. They developed a personal friendship, and they put tremendous pressure on both sides to agree to a position that was very similar to that which had been agreed out between the Biden administration and the Netanyahu government last May, but which Hamas had refused very central components of that deal. And so Israel has been moved to this moment. Big question is, what happens from this point on? Phase one, and then I have good reason to believe that phase one will proceed. Hamas has never kept a ceasefire. Didn't keep the ceasefire of October 7th, 2023. Didn't keep the ceasefire of November 2023. What happens when Hamas doesn't keep the ceasefire? Or say more problematically, what if several rockets fall on Sderot, or there's an ambush of an Israeli patrol, Israeli soldiers are killed, and Hamas says, well, it's not our people. We had nothing to do with it. Will Israel then get the green light to go and resume hostilities? And what will happen internally to the state of Israel if hostages remain in captivity when this ceasefire breaks down? So many, many questions. And the assumption, certainly on the Israeli side, has been, according to press reports, that there's an understanding with the Trump administration that there's full support for Israel to resume hostilities against Hamas. Should the ceasefire break down. There may be even a broader deal that relates to Lebanon and hopefully also Iran. We don't know. I certainly don't know. It all comes under the rubric of hope. But looking at these pictures, I can just say, as a citizen of Israel, of someone who represents Israel abroad, I'm looking at the great solemnity on our side and the celebration on the Hamas side, and I'm reminded that this is a conflict that's far from over. And that these people we see dancing in the street of Gaza are not our prospective peace partners at all. They are our present and, as far as I can see, future enemies.
Look, on a philosophical level here, in terms of the U.S.-Israeli defense model here, a lot was tested. A lot, underwent a lot of strain over the last year plus of conflict now. There were a lot who argued that it became apparent that the Pentagon had just too short a leash on Israel, so to say. That when it comes to munitions and our ability to operate here freely, do you think there are going to be major efforts on the Israeli side to become a more independent actor, or is it looked at as a different administration coming in under Trump? What's from the Israeli side, how things move forward?
I know how things must move forward, and I don't want to blow my own horn too much, but as a member of the Israeli government back in 2016, I opposed what was known as the Obama Memorandum of Understanding. Right. That's the 10-year, $40 billion aid package. And one of the reasons I opposed it was that in 2014, during the fighting in Gaza then, Protective Edge, Obama withheld certain very essential forms of munitions from Israel on the claim that we had killed too many Palestinians. And already in 2016, I said, well, this is going to be a problem. If we get into a bigger conflict, we could find ourselves in a much more trying situation vis-a-vis the United States, and that we have to be munition independent, particularly in the field of artillery and tank shells. And I think Israelis now agree that this is an untenable situation, a very dangerous situation for the state of Israel. We can never be entirely munition free. Our jets, for example, and our tanks are made of many, many thousands of components, and not Israel can't produce all of them. We've seen how the British, the Canadians have followed suit by boycotting certain components which are very essential to us. and there may even be legal measures I've heard about here in Washington against the British and Canadian governments for boycotting, as illegal boycotts against the state of Israel during wartime. But I hope that plays out. But in any case, we have to be munition independent to the greatest degree possible. The United States will always be our ultimate ally. And I do believe that in Donald Trump, we have a genuine friend in the White House, certainly the people he has appointed, from Secretary of State Rubio, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Ambassador to the United Nations, Elise Stefanik. I know all these people personally. They are profoundly pro-Israel. At the end of the day, they carry out policy. They don't make policy. They can influence policy. We have, from our perspective, a dream team. But that doesn't mean there can't be disagreements. And here was a case, I think, based on press reports, where the president's emissary said to Mr. Netanyahu, you have to take this deal. The president wants this deal before January 20th, before the inauguration. And that put pressure on Netanyahu. I don't know if he would have reached the deal had he not been pressured in that way. And that type of relationship could extend to additional measures related to the peace process, perhaps the revival of the deal of the century. And I was privileged to be an advisor on that. And or perhaps even negotiations between the United States and Iran. Certainly
major developments coming our way down the road here. Dr. Michael Oren, thanks for being with us. Your insight truly valued here. A big day in Israel. Thanks for joining the broadcast. As we touched on here, during the extremely violent Palestinian invasion of October 7th, 2023, many of the Israelis dragged back to the dungeon tunnels of Gaza were already badly wounded. Their unknown plight now for the last 471 days since, with zero Red Cross or any oversight. Again, this blackout around the captives maintained by their Gazan kidnappers has been so complete that, again, we still don't even truly know who is alive or dead. This is part of the drama playing out today. But as Israel does ready to receive these live hostages up front in this exchange deal, 3 of them reportedly on their way now, there's an entire apparatus of military, medical, and psychological teams being activated on the Israeli side to get some insight into that. Again, just as, reports say these 3 women are on their way to this border. I'm not sure exactly of where they are, but Amir Blumenfeld joins us now from the medical team of the Hostage and Missing Families Forum. He's a former chief of trauma and combat medicine in the medicine branch of the IDF Medical Corps. So thank you for being with us, Amir. Look, Israeli captives being seen by the Red Cross now before their release. This is the first time. So again, in stark contrast to how Palestinians, security detainees are held in general in Israel. Look, can you describe, the condition that they're showing up as far as you know and as far as we can prepare? What do we know about them?
We know that the tunnels, you talk about the conditions in the tunnel.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. We know that the conditions in the tunnel are horrible. I mean, it's a closed space with no air, humidity, very dirty, no hygiene, no showers, nothing, they can, clean themselves, very little food, some animals and insects, and obviously no heat, mattresses on the floor. And yes, we could see from the 6 that were killed, even the urine is done in bottles, and it's horrible conditions.
Prepare, to receive people in really unknown physical and mental duress. What does your team do in preparation here?
Well, we've prepared for everything, and that's the main thing. First thing is, once they cross the border, the physicians that are going to see these hostages, well, I'm excited, and this are going to see whether they have any life-threatening condition. As far as I could see from the TV, and you saw it,
right.
You saw the same, they're walking on the feet, so I don't think that they're going to find something which is like that. And in case there is no life conditioning state, they will be given some, refreshment, and then taken to the hospital inside Israel. It's going to be Tel HaShomer Sheba Hospital. If indeed they are found life-threatening condition, then they would fly them by helicopters to the nearest hospital. Okay, but let's presume that they're okay.
Yes.
At least to go for this travel. Once they get into the hospital, again, they will be checked by physicians. That's going to be a very prompt, I'd say, examination. and just to see what's the immediate need that they need, and then they obviously will let them rejoin with the families. After that, they will start checking them more thoroughly. And in addition to the physical health, we are very concerned about the mental health. So psychologists, psychiatrists are going to be involved from the first minute. And this will take time. A, the evaluation, B, taking care of the acute condition, and C, obviously, the rehabilitation that's going to be afterwards. As it concerns for the physical rehabilitation, I believe that it's going to be relatively short. But once we talk about the mental rehabilitation, that's going to be longer, and sometimes it's going to be lifelong.
So these are things your team has learned this, in other words, from the experience with other released captives from Gaza now that really this is a long process to play out?
Yeah, it's not my team, it's the team of the hospital. Let's be more precise. Okay. But obviously, yeah, we found that. And we know that sometimes they come back and they're in euphoria for the first 2, 3, 4 days. And then there's a drop in the mental state. And everybody is suffering. Everyone is suffering. And you know, it's like a general occurrence to each and every one of them, this mental distress. And it may evoke in 1 week, in 1 year, or in 10 years from now, or immediately. We just need to be prepared, and this is the thing that we're preparing. We know that we need to go along with these hostages, returned hostages, obviously, and to be very sensitive to whatever happens to them once it does.
Thank you very much, Amir Blumenfeld. Your expertise, a real value on the show here again, as we're in that moment now where this is all about to take place.
I need to say one more thing, if you allow me.
Please.
After the release of these 3 hostages, plus the body of Doron Shaul, we're left with 94 hostages with the Hamas. They are all should be considered humanitarian. I don't accept the non-humanitarian definition. I don't know what non-humanitarian is after 471 days. So all of them need to be released, and as soon as possible. And I call everyone who's involved in the negotiation to start working and making sure that this is going to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amir Blumenfeld, again, for being with us, and good luck going forward here. I want to bring our viewers up to speed again, and just if you're joining us now, just past 5:30 here in Israel, you're seeing the split screen. This is an area of Gaza City where gunmen have seemed to find their uniforms again after 471 days of fighting and put them on for this display here of parading a type of victory, and certainly mass crowds that gathered there surrounding the handoff of these 3 Israeli women who have been held for 471 days with no known updates on their condition, now handed to the Red Cross here amidst that fray in Gaza. But an air of victory going on there. You see on the other side of the screen here, this is Tel Aviv. And this is Hostage Square, a place that we've covered daily for you throughout this war. The epicenter of so much grief and emotion in Israel surrounding the plight of these captives in Gaza, again, with nothing known of their fate. Mostly, we didn't even know who's alive or dead. Some got shed light on today. Again, we learned a bit this morning as the names were released of whose would be released today. It's happening right now again. But you see the solemn atmosphere, as is usual, in Hostage Square, although some obviously expressing great relief to see some people emerge alive from the dungeons of Gaza. I know I bring us back into the studio here. Our correspondent Robert Swift has joined us now, still with Doron Avital. Rob, you've spent a lot of, I'd say, the critical moments at Hostage Square. You've been there for some of the big developments, the tense evenings where things were anticipated, maybe it happened, maybe didn't happen. I think you've seen a lot play out there, a lot of emotional display at Hostage Square. What's your feeling here, knowing, you know, the energy at that place and sort of, therefore, what it means to the country? How are you feeling? You know, on a personal level, seeing this, what's your reaction to what's taking place here?
The first thing that strikes me is the difference between the size of the crowd now and last week when the news that ceasefire was going to come through took place. I was at the square at that time, and for hours afterwards, people were expecting crowds to arrive, and they didn't. I think, you know, we live in an age of fast media. Everybody was glued to the TV or to their phones, but now that this moment has been anticipated, over the weekend and even throughout today.
There's been a lot of letdown, in this process.
There has been, but there's been a building.
People may be cautious to say, look, we're not there yet.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think even at the moment, a lot of people are still holding their breath. I think you can kind of see that in the atmosphere and the faces of the crowd. People have very much been holding their breath, but at the same time, momentum has been building. Even when the delay was announced this morning, people did feel that this time it was actually going to happen, and I think you're seeing that in the size of the crowds present in the square today.
And Doron, coming to you here, look, a lot of people are watching this. Another tough question to throw your way here. For our viewers around the world, Doron, who, really perplexed to see, again, such a lopsided exchange taking place. So many Palestinian security detainees, well over 1,000, connected to this deal here for a batch of 33 and potentially the entire 94, many of whom are dead already, we know. But, how are our viewers, how are we supposed to take this in? Why? Again, releasing so many, and in many cases, literally convicted backstabbing terrorists are among these people. And I say that literally. How are we supposed to take this in? How do we accept these sort of ratios?
Well, it's not new in our history. It was always this case. The kind of exchanges were always in this in-proportional ways. I mean, this is part of our heritage.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We cherish the life of our citizens and our soldiers.
And it's something exploited by the enemy, in other words. This is a piece they know they can...
But then, you can't hide who you are. So when people said the demonstration maybe pushed Hamas to bring stronger demands, I don't think it works out, because in the end they know who we are. Right. We Israelis, we are committed to those values. Every soldier that goes to fight knows that his friends would try to rescue him if he's wounded, if he's lost or he's kidnapped. And I think they know who we are. We should know who we are. This is the price we pay for being who we are. And there's no question about that.
You touched on that covenant here, that sort of covenant between the country and especially those who head off in uniform. A place has a universal draft like Israel. So many young people who go off to serve who sort of believe that, yes, the government will have their back. No matter what, we'll come get them. That's an important part for the fighting men and women.
Part of it's the backbone of this country, and it gives us the strength in the battlefield. And I think of the campaign in the north with those great successes. They would, if the army was not committed to those values and conduct, then those achievements would not have been achieved. And even the pressure we put on Hamas pushed them in the end to this deal, to this corrales of a deal. I mean, this is part of our values. We have to be committed all the way. Of course, if there will be violation on the other side, we'll have to react, as we do, by the way, in the ceasefire in Lebanon. When we have to react, we react. But if we can take this path all the way through to the last hostages back, this would be such a relief to the country, such a push of strength to the society, and maybe it will be an opening of a new chapter for Israeli society. In terms of Gaza, this is an open and difficult question. We'll have to think with our coalition members.
You echoed a sentiment put forward by Herzl Levy, the Chief of Staff today, IDF Chief of Staff, who I know you know personally here, that he said, look, it's the strength, it's the accomplishments of the IDF, the pressure on Hamas, in other words, militarily, that really enabled this, or was a big part in this as well. You believe in that statement? You think that is truly an accurate part of this picture here?
Of course.
The military pressure.
Confident about this argument. The point about military pressure, you have to understand, it's like every pressure that you put, there's a sort of a singular point after which the pressure doesn't help, because you just collapse the other side, you don't have your achievement. So you have to really cut the deal in the right moment. I think this was the last moment possible. We have to thank, of course, the two administrations for cultivating it. We have also to bring another general, this Nitzan Alon, who was the head of the negotiation team. And he really worked out the deal that Biden brought back to us as an Israeli deal. And in the end, the fact that you had a default deal helped the Trump administration to give the last push to both sides. And this really created this path for this deal. This deal was necessary. There was nowhere for the Israeli society to continue without, hopefully, bringing all the hostages. I hope it's the beginning. It's a good beginning, because we were very afraid that there would be obstacle and it wouldn't work out. I hope it's the beginning. What would be with Gaza the day after? Who would rule it? Who would rule it in the civil fashion? And what would be with the demilitarization of Gaza? Those are all
topics for future live specials here on I-24. I see through my crystal ball. Doron, hold on, a bit of an update here now, as we're seeing reports that the 3 women hostages have been handed over to the Israel Defense Force at the border region. This is the latest reports now that the handoff is complete. Again, I think there's a sensitivity here with the cameras, keeping them out of the faces of these 3 women as they're initially released. Likely we'll see footage and images soon coming from this, but the latest reports do indicate that they've been handed off from the Red Cross and back into Israeli hands now for immediate medical care and checks, as we've been discussing over these last minutes. I want to bring another guest in. I want to remind our viewers again, these are live images here in Tel Aviv. This is Hostage Square. This has been really, at least in the Tel Aviv area, the epicenter for the outpouring of grief and emotion and just expressions of the public here around this issue. And it was back on October 7th of 2023, that dark day. Emily Hand, 8 years old, she was dragged into a car full of terrorists. Her future was highly uncertain, clearly. She was forced into captivity, and it was her plight among the sea of heartbreak and loss around that dark day. It nonetheless stood out in many ways. For her age, of course, and it was the heart-aching pleas of her father, Thomas, expressed his pain so publicly back then. But Emily was released, thankfully, alive and in as good of health as we could have expected there. In that first exchange that took place in late November of that year, and we're honored now to be joined by Thomas Hand, the father of Emily Hand here, one of those hostages released. Look, Thomas, thanks for being with us here. I want to start just really basically on your feelings today. If you can express how you're feeling seeing all this take place today.
Obviously very emotional. It brings it all flooding back. I'm so happy for the families and Israel. It's a fantastic moral boost. It'll help to lift our spirits for the future.
That's a strong sentiment. If you're willing to comment on the process of recovery, or what can you tell us, for Emily, for your family? I know you've been close with other previous hostages, released people. How important is there a sense of community, of sort of leaning on each other? How have you gotten through?
Yeah, it's quite amazing. All the families obviously are quite in close contact. It's a help, it's a support. It's a long, hard road. It's a very, very long, hard road. You just have to get through it somehow with whatever means you can think of to make it easy.
How supportive, is the apparatus of the state? Have they provided what you've needed? And I'm just seeking for, what's needed in these moments for people going through this.
Yeah, to be honest, the countries provide us with a lot. But a lot has been given by pure volunteers, people from the public. They dropped their whole lives on the 7th, on the 8th, and gave us everything. We had no clothes, we had nothing. We had nowhere to live. So a lot was provided by the public itself. Yeah, we're a fantastic country.
Okay, again, appreciate your fortitude to appear on an international broadcast today. A lot of people looking in from around the world and just obviously so eager to understand what we're seeing here, but to learn, from your family, from yourself, from your daughter who have gone through this, unfortunately, here. Is it hard to face? Obviously, it's very difficult, but has your family sort of had to retreat a bit around the news of this deal? Has it just been overwhelming at times? Or are you being inundated by requests like ours to appear?
Well, first of all, I'm probably like most of the people. I cannot take my eyes off the television just for the last week, just hoping, praying for the deal. Watching it take place, the disappointment this morning as usual, which is nothing surprising. But yeah, absolutely overwhelmed that the handover has actually taken place. Hopefully that's a good sign for the next few increments.
Do you plan to move your family back, or are you already back, in the Gaza periphery, communities where you came from?
No, we're close. We were in the Dead Sea.
Yeah.
And we're near Beersheba now.
Okay.
We're the guests of another kibbutz. We're 30 kilometers from Gaza, but we're basically in limbo, waiting for Be'eri to be completely demolished, everything that needs to be destroyed, that can't be saved, and then And then, only then, will the process of rebuilding new houses carry on there. So we've got, they say 2 to 3 years, I probably believe 4 to 5, waiting and hoping that we can move back. It'll all depend on the time.
Absolutely.
At the time, you know, who's in government, who's in the army, how strong Hamas is. We'll face that when we get to it.
Certainly a lot. It can be staggering to take it all on. We appreciate your willingness to do so on air with us here, Thomas. Thank you again, and our best to you, to Emily, to all the rest of the family here. We appreciate your, again, joining us for the benefit of all of us here looking in from around the world. So thank you, Thomas Hen.
Thank you. My pleasure. Bye.
And again, our viewers, these are live images here, Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. This is all in anticipation of what will likely be at some point soon the first public appearances or images of these 3 women being released. Just to give you a sense for the energy taking place, a lot of people have come out there now, a very solemn crowd, as the correspondent here was describing from his time out there. A lot of people holding their breaths, undoubtedly here. This is a tense moment to just see how this situation plays out. But unfortunately, not everyone in the country feels this emotion, this glee, this relief. There are a lot of people decrying exactly what's taking place this hour here. And notably, it's the once Minister of National Security in Israel, Itamar Ben-Gvir, who created the ministerial position, in fact. Well, he led his Jewish Power Party out of the governing coalition today. That's all as he vowed to do so in protest of this emerging hostage exchange deal with Gazan terrorists. Now, he explained his move as a principled stand against what he termed a quote-unquote capitulation. Now, the deal has once again inflamed the political rifts between right and left in Israel, and many questions swirl just around how the country moves forward politically for all the reasons we mentioned. But we have one of the preeminent experts on this subject here. Glad to have him on the show with us right now. Ben-Dror Yemini is a senior journalist for Yediot Ahronot Daily, coming to us from Tel Aviv. Ben-Dror, thanks for joining. Look, can you explain, just in political terms here, looking at Minister Ben-Gvir's move, you know, is he aiming to be the next prime minister?
Itamar Ben-Gvir is quite a phenomenon that is making a huge damage to Israel. I mean, speaking about the international relationship of Israel, speaking about the international atmosphere towards Israel, a huge damage. So first of all, we have to be glad that he left the government. But it doesn't mean, and there is a huge difference between what he is saying and generally speaking about what some people say against this kind of deal. Let me tell you something. They have good arguments. They have some good arguments. Not speaking about Itamar Ben-Gvir, but generally speaking, some people have very good arguments because we know that many of the terrorists that are going to be released later today and in the next upcoming week, they are going to be terrorists again. I mean, this is only one profession that they know. They don't know anything else. They cannot be doctors. They cannot be scientists. They can be only terrorists. And many of them will go back to terror. We have to bear it in mind. But it doesn't mean that the conclusion that this deal should not be carried out is right. Not at all. I think that we all have maybe not to be so much happy about the deal, but we have to be happy about the release of today and the upcoming release of many others.
Look, on the dividing lines that we see here, we've seen a lot of really frightening divisions in our small little country here in recent years and in the past over issues, security issues. How deeply is this exchange deal, perhaps, Ben-Dror, going to display itself as a division within Israel?
I mean, I think that 95% of the Israelis are glad today, even those who are worried, even those who are against the deal. I'm not speaking about this extreme right of few Knesset members. Right. I'm not speaking about them. So this day, we do not have a division. This day, we are all, most of us are actually united with the welcoming of the released hostages. So, but yes, we have a problem. Of course, Israel is a democracy, and people who are against the deal or people who support the continuation of the war, I mean, they have the right to speak. Even if many of us, or the majority, I mean, we can see at the polls, the majority is not in favor of continuing this war forever. I mean, we have to stop it, even if we did not achieve the total victory, as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called it.
Benjor, Yemeni, thanks for being with us, of course. The political component here is so critical, so tied to such a small country as we are. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
And again, live images from Hostage Square here in Tel Aviv, where the crowd has truly gathered here in tense anticipation to see these three women released from Gaza here after 471 days in the darkness of captivity. And we're going to go there live right now. Our Emily Francis is there in the crowd. Emily, describe the moment there. This is certainly outstanding of all the emotions that have been outpouring there for the duration of this war. Tell us what's happening now.
My whole body is vibrating right now is the best way that I could explain it. I think this is the first time I've ever smiled since I've been here for the past year. It is the most emotional experience that I've had. I've only been here a half an hour, and I felt such a nervousness coming into this moment, knowing this is history, something that will never be forgotten, and to be here in this crowd with these images of these three beautiful, amazing, strong women that walked by themselves on their way to Israel is just, I think, something that as much as people always wanted to believe what happened, it would happen. It was very, very difficult with the ups and downs of this nightmare, of this complete nightmare. So the fact that these three young women are coming home is a huge component for the people here in Israel and around the world to begin to have a reason to celebrate and to heal, but that does not negate the complexity of the fact that there are still many hostages still in the tunnels of Gaza, their conditions not known. So it's joy, but also still fear.
No doubt about that. A lot of uncertainty hanging in the air over this crowd. Emily Francis giving us a view here live in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Certainly we'll get more from you later, Emily. Thanks initially for giving us a view. This is all in the immediate wake of the three women being handed over to the IDF. According to reports here now, Israel has taken charge of these three released Israeli hostages after 471 days. Minimally in the Gazan captivity there. No international oversight, nothing known about their condition. And again, did not even know exactly who these three would be today until this morning. Those names released. I'll bring it back in the studio for a bit of topic, a bit of discussion just before we head out to break. And again, to our viewers, we'll be covering this in all the hours to come live here on I-24 News. Doron, with you, looking at the clear impact this has, this being a representation of just how important this is to Israelis. It's not going to be an easy first 42 days even. We're going to see a lot of these tense days. I think the whole deal is essentially designed to have one after another of these sort of tense moments. How strong do we need to be? What's your message to just the fortitude that Israel needs to display here right now to get through this? Right, we have it in us.
Yeah, I think the Israeli public should understand that we had a tough choice here. We could have continued the war endlessly. War is not an obsession. War is a necessity, and we could have continued the war, occupy Gaza, years of trying to demilitarize Gaza, losing our hostages. I don't think this is the path that the Israeli public and even this government could have taken. And those right-wing ministers that took this other position, I'm not sure they had the competency even to evaluate the military structure, the military trade-offs that concern with the campaign in Gaza. Now, but this is a very tough deal because every step is conditioned on the forward, and it will be to navigate this deal. We'll need to have real nerves of steel. I know the military has it, but I'm not sure our politicians have it, and this would be the issue, because you really have to have temperaments, you really have to work it out very cool. Hamas might play tricks, there would be back and forth, but we all the time have to keep our eyes on the main mission, bringing all our hostages back, and then working with our coalition about what's the next phase in Gaza. And it's important also to remind the Israelis, we've seen Michael Owen talking about the independence that Israel needs in terms of its capabilities. Independent as we can be, we are still part of a coalition, and we have to work the Middle East within this coalition. I'm sure the play that after this hostage deal ends, the play that Trump will try to play is the Saudi play. This play has implication to Gaza and to the whole region. We have to work out with our coalition very smartly, as we did, I think, in the Lebanon campaign, in the Lebanon front. Let's do the same thing in the south. Let's work out this deal very carefully all the way through and not let any obstacle come our way. Even though we know we have a tough player and a devilish player on the other side, we have to work it out and try to get each one of our hostages back.
Doron Avital and Robert Swift, thanks for joining us this first hour of live coverage here as we've opened up our evening covering all of this live. Again, the first phase of the Israeli hostage deal with Gaza militants now. And from the latest reports, as we head out for a short break here, those three women are back in Israeli territory. And we can tell you that at the end of this hour here as we approach 6 o'clock p.m. Israel time. Again, it's Emily Damari, Doron Steinbrecher, and Romi Gonen. These are the three names Israel received this morning. And in the last hour, these are the three live hostages. These women returned to Israel, handed back. Red Cross took charge of them in Gaza City, handed them back to the border to Israel, where the IDF quickly ferried them to Shiva Hospital here in the center of Israel for immediate evaluation and any treatment that they need. So these are the developments this hour. It's a big moment in Israel. It's a big moment for the conflict, certainly for all these families and their loved ones. Here at I-24 News, we'll continue to keep you updated in all the hours to come. Stay tuned. Heading out for a short break. For now, I'm David Matlin in Tel Aviv.
The 7th of October set in motion a chain of events. Today, Israel's enemies are severely weakened, but not defeated, and the balance of power is shifting. This region never rests. And for its own survival, Israel needs to keep its finger on the pulse. If you want to better understand, if you want to hear voices you won't hear elsewhere, then tune in daily to Middle East Now on I-24 News.
بيعاوننا ما نديرش ما نساهمش معكم نساهم معكم
and welcome to this special broadcast on I24 News. We're coming to you live from Tel Aviv. I'm Laura Sellier with my colleague Ariel Osseran. Doron, Romi and Emily are alive and back in Israel. They are the first 3 hostages to be released as a result of the latest ceasefire and hostage release deal that has been negotiated with Hamas. They arrived back in Israel in the last few minutes and will soon be reunited with their mothers. I'm, of course, talking about 31-year-old Doron Steinbrecher, who was kidnapped from her home in Kibbutz Kfar Aza, 28-year-old British-Israeli citizen Emily Damari, and 24-year-old Romi Gonen. They are back in Israel, the whole country glued to their television screens. They will soon be in the arms of their mother. Well, the IDF spokesman, Daniel Hagari, is right now speaking. Over to you, Ariel, to give us a translation of that.
Right, so Hagari is speaking right now, saying that all 3, Doron, Romi, and Emily, are, quote, safe and sound. They are making their way to Israeli territory, to the complex that will receive them in Re'im. That is also the site of where the Nova Festival was, where Romi Gonen was kidnapped, taken hostage from just over 15 months ago. There they will undergo an initial medical assessment, but most importantly, all 3 will be reunited with their mothers. An hour after that, they will be making their way via helicopter to a hospital in central Israel, Sheba Hospital, if I'm not mistaken. And Daniel Hagari just finished his press statement. Yeah.
And of course, they were briefly in the hands of the Red Cross, but they are now in the hands of the IDF, on their way back to their families.
And we remember from the previous hostage release in November 23 the images of Hamas making sure to release them in a city center filled with their supporters cheering, whistling Gazans.
Let's have a look at those pictures if we can, actually, from this afternoon, Ariel. In Gaza City, we saw hordes of Hamas terrorists and their supporters crowded round the Red Cross vehicles where the 3 young ladies were supposed to be handed over. An absolutely terrifying spectacle for anyone, let alone 3 young women who have been held by terrorists for the last 471 days. There you can see Hamas really trying to obviously spin this as a victory, for a huge propaganda victory for them as they get to control the narrative, I would say, until the very last.
Yeah, not only that, but really showing a display of force. After 15 months, they finally have managed to find their uniforms, because Israeli soldiers who have fought in the Gaza Strip saying that not once did they come across Hamas terrorists in uniform, but in civilian clothing. And regarding the delay that was this morning in handing over the list of the identity of the 3 hostages, because until 11 today, Israel didn't really know who the 3 were. They knew that there were supposed to be female civilians alive, but up until this morning, Israel did not know who they were. And so Hamas telling Saudi Al Hadath that the cause for the delay in handing over the list today was due to, quote, technical difficulties.
Yeah, but the most important news today is that the 3 young women are in good health. I think we can put that in quote marks, in good health after the ordeal they've been through. But they are alive and they will be reunited with their families soon. That is the most important thing for everyone in Israel right now. And of course, there had been an agreement, as I understand it, with the Shin Bet that Hamas would not do this, would not put on this great spectacle for the handover of the hostages. But it's difficult to see how Israel can prevent that from happening.
Look, Laura, this is all Hamas has. I mean, the images coming out from Gaza until this release of the hostages were of widespread destruction. Everywhere Gazans are returning, you see, were completely reduced to rubble. And so this is for them the image of victory that they need in order to save face, in order to their hope is that they will continue to govern the Gaza Strip in the day after the war. Now, the current deal does not stipulate what the day after will look like. We know that on day 16 of this ceasefire, in 15 days from now, only then will discussions begin regarding who will administer post-war Gaza, and if and the existing text does not stipulate who that will be, and so de facto is Hamas. They will retain power unless an alternative is put in their place, and this is something that Israel's allies and partners have been urging the Israeli government to.
All right, well, let's take a step back because
something like
well, yeah, absolutely. But we could talk about the comments that have been coming out of members of the incoming Trump administration on that. Mike Waltz, for example, saying Hamas will not be allowed to have a role, as he put it. But we'll talk about the politics in a few minutes. But let's just remind ourselves of what this deal entails, because we will have to get used to this spectacle on a weekly basis now, Ariel, for 6 weeks, 42 days. A trickle of hostages will be released in this very chaotic and traumatic way, week after week. And all of these hostages, I have to say, they are household names here in Israel, aren't they? We all know who Doron, Emily, and Romi are. We know Emily's mother, Mandy, who has been campaigning tirelessly. We know about Romi's sister, of course, Yarden. I mean, we know about Doron's family. They've all been putting themselves out there, having to get up every morning and deal with an absolutely hellish situation that no human being should ever have to go through. Imagining the absolute worst, because the people you're looking at on your screens now, those are the people who have been holding your daughter, your loved one, your sister for 471 days. It is absolutely incomprehensible. And I haven't been looking at the output of other media channels, you know, the big international news channels, but I wonder what people at home are thinking when they see those pictures, because, you know, there have been cries and, you know, for a ceasefire, we must have a ceasefire to help the poor people of Gaza. And now it seems as though Hamas is very much trying to flip the narrative. As you say, they want this to look as it's a victory for them. So back with the uniforms, you know, the bullets, the gunshots in the air, you know, an image of strength and victory that they're seeking to project. They're no longer speaking to that Western audience, would you say? They're now speaking to a different audience.
Well, if we're looking at what Hamas is saying, so in a few moments, the military spokesperson Abu Ubaida is expected to deliver remarks talking about these images coming out from Gaza City earlier today. If we're looking at what Israelis are feeling today, I mean, you mentioned that their household names, everyone who's been watching, following Israeli media at least, knows all these names, knows their faces. But even those who are not as engaged in the media, posters of the hostages are hung up all across Israeli cities, Israeli towns. You can't walk past the street corner and not see these posters of the hostages. And so having today 3 of them come home, that is very significant for Israelis who have been following this since this began. And look, if you talked about the trickling, this is the roller coaster that Israelis are going through, because today is a day of extreme joy and happiness of 3 Israelis who were held in the hells of Gaza, who are now finally back home and safe and sound.
That is the most important thing, of course. And I've heard people here in Israel saying that they literally feel sick. It is sickening.
The stomach is
so
turning,
traumatic.
exactly.
It is the suspense, you know, the waiting. It is kind of like a sick reality TV show, isn't it? Oh, we're looking at pictures now coming to us from Tel Aviv, and there you can see a very different crowd of people. These are the families and the supporters of the hostages, calmly gathered in central Tel Aviv. I think we're going to go down to our Emily Francis. Is that right? Our Emily Francis is down there somewhere. No, not yet.
So
right,
just before Emily, I want to kind of explain a little bit more how they're using the psychological factor to really continue to torture and torment not only the hostages and their families, but the entire Israeli public. Because today, up until this morning, we didn't know who the 3 are going to be. The next 4 living female hostages are expected to be released in 6 days. only a day before will their families be notified, hopefully, unless Hamas decides to backtrack on their, if they suffer technical difficulties again. And then once a week from day 14, there will be 3 hostages released on a weekly basis. And again, the list of who those 3 are going to be will not be made public, or at least not be shared with Israel until a day, probably in hours before. And the Israeli government said it is preparing for more quote-unquote shenanigans of this sort from Hamas that try to amplify
milking the psychological torture to the last moment,
exactly.
aren't they? All right, Errol, thank you very much indeed. And Errol's put together a report for us on the details of the 3 young women, Doron, Romi and Emily, who are now back in Israel and will any minute now be in the arms of their families.
Damari is a British-Israeli dual citizen who was 27 years old when she was taken hostage from Kibbutz Kfar Aza on the 7th of October 2023. At 10 a.m. that morning, she sent a message to her family saying that terrorists had entered her neighbourhood and were shooting around her apartment. According to her family, Emily was shot in the hand by terrorists, injured by shrapnel in her leg, blindfolded and forcibly bundled into the back of her own car before being driven to Gaza. The terrorists also killed Emily's dog, Chucha, shooting him in the back of the neck. Emily's mother, Mandy, who grew up in southeast London, has been urging the UK government to press for a deal to secure her daughter's release.
How is it that she's still in prison there after 1 year? Why isn't the whole world, especially Britain, fighting every moment to secure her release? My beautiful, funny and brave daughter, who I love to the moon and back, deserves to come home. I need to hug her again, and I need to see her smile.
Mandy says some of the women and children released in the hostage deal in November described how Emily had helped other hostages try to stay positive, even in the worst of times. Before her abduction, Emily loved watching soccer matches and Ed Sheeran concerts and going shopping. In her honour, fans of historic soccer rivals Tottenham Hotspur and Arsenal released yellow balloons at the North London derby, chanting "She's one of her own," when the current hostage deal was announced. Doron Steinbrecher was 30 years old when she was kidnapped from Kibbutz Kfar Aza on the 7th of October 2023. She was alone in her apartment, staying in touch with her family. At 10:30 a.m, Doron told her parents she was scared. Shortly after, she sent a voice message to her friends saying, "They've arrived. They have me." According to her family, Doron suffered from a serious hormonal health condition. In January 2024, she appeared in a Hamas propaganda video looking extremely malnourished.
We can see that she's lost weight. Her eyes can tell us that she's weak. She's probably barely sleeping, barely eating, barely drinking. And also she needs to take medication on a daily basis, and she hasn't taken it from the day she was kidnapped on October 7th.
Before her abduction, Doron worked as a veterinary nurse. Her family describes her as a compassionate animal lover who enjoyed exercising, cooking, and spending time with her loved ones. Romi Gonen was 23 years old when she was kidnapped at the Nova Music Festival on the 7th of October 2023. She was last heard from just before 11 a.m. when she called her father to say she had just been attacked.
Once I answered the phone, she told me, "Daddy, Abba?" And I said, "Romi?" And she said again, "Abba?" And I said again, "Romi?" And she said, "We are being shot."
Romi was with her friend Gaia Khalifa in a car being driven to safety by Ben Shimoni, who had driven to and from the Nova site, saving partygoers. Also with them was Afir Tsarfati, whose body was later recovered from Gaza. The Hamas terrorist killed Gaia and Ben, and while Romi was on the phone telling her father that she had been shot in the hand, he heard Arabic voices saying, "She's alive, take her." Hours later, her phone was located in the Gaza Strip. An asthma sufferer, her family urged medical services to help with her ailments.
My sister has asthma and chronic sinusitis. We can only imagine how she's struggling, gasping for air, wherever she's being held underground. Can you understand the feeling of fighting to breathe? Such a basic need. She also has chronic kidney stones that cause her for countless of hospitalizations and horrible pain. Do you think anyone over there care for her pain?
She was born in Kfar Vradim in northern Israel and was described by family and friends as a free spirit. Before her abduction, she was fond of dancing and was known among her friends for her iconic leopard print clothing.
You are the most important thing around the world at the moment. My Romi, I've had enough. You don't deserve this. None of you deserve this.
Oh, goodness me. Well, their heartbreak, their horrific ordeal coming to an end today. I'd like to introduce my studio guest, Eitan Dangot. Eitan, let me get your title right. You're the former military secretary to 3 Israeli ministers of defense, and you were formerly at COGAT, coordinator of government activities in the territories. Thank you for being with us as well.
Thank you.
So, what an emotional roller coaster for literally everyone here in Israel. People glued to their TV screens. Emily, Doron, and Romi, in a few minutes, or maybe already, we don't know, will be back in the arms of their families where they belong after 471 days. Your thoughts, your initial thoughts?
We now, at the beginning, we have started now the main super goal, I think, in this war, that hundreds of soldiers give their life for the victory against Hamas, but especially to build the opportunities to bring home those people who are held by Hamas for such a long time. And I think it has started now after so many times that we had so many expectations, and we said to the government few times already as a military people that we achieve enough things to stop and to give up all pause, but to make all the efforts now for bringing back these people who are arrested for such a long time. And I tell you, this is something that will have impact and influence for generations.
The release of the hostages?
Yes, about the way that it will go for generations for the new soldiers that each civilian in Israel should know. While he lost his life and freedom because he's an Israeli civilian, especially from his bed, from his home, inside the country, Israel should do everything, but everything first of all, to bring them up. Those who are fighting also, and also were kept by Hamas or others, should know that this issue is going to be with us for the future. And we were very afraid that if we lose this, such important thing, this is the difference between the Israel civilians, IDF soldiers, etc., towards all the other global nations all over the world. Because this is the duty of the country to its civilians, to its soldiers, to bring them back home because they are fighting for the future of Israel, for the future of these generations, the young and the elders. And it's going like a circle, a generation after a generation. And I think that what we did now, after so many days, it's something that gives hope. Of course, some of the pictures will make you emotionally unsatisfactions, will bring you also the fact that you feel that Hamas is not completed, but the war with Hamas will continue for many months.
It will continue. All right. Let's pick up on that point in a moment. Thank you, Eitan. Well, let's go down to Tel Aviv. Our Emily Francis is with the crowd.
Just tell me when she's throwing to me, though, so I know I'm in the box.
Emily, can you hear
tell
me?
me when
Emily.
she's starting to read her intro.
Having a little bit of a technical problem here. Emily, can you hear me? Not sure Emily can hear.
It is one of the most emotional evenings that I have ever experienced while covering this more than 1 year here in Hostage Square. It's hard to put it in words, honestly. It's just the ebullition of the fact that we are watching this all unfold. This is a piece of history that we will be studying for generations and generations. And to have people here witnessing this, being here in the square when this has been a place of so much sadness and heaviness for so long, is really something that is just so profound. We've seen 3 strong women, Romi, Emily, and Doron, walking by foot as they are now being brought into Israel to reunite with their families. Again, their families being some of the strongest, most powerful women. I'm thinking right off the top of my head, like Romi's mother, Meirav's sister, Yarden, from the beginning. They have been at the forefront of championing this movement to bring the hostages home. So finally, something to have a reason to exhale. But again, we still have to remember that there are so many remaining hostages, and it is still a very tenuous, complex situation that will, over the next 42 days, certainly be full of many ups and downs. But again, a moment to be happy for a change and a day that no one will ever forget.
Emily Francis is down there with the hostages in Tel Aviv. Emily, not sure if you can hear me or not, but thank you very much. And I'm here in the studio with Eitan Dangot, formerly of the IDF. And the pictures we're looking at there, this, I believe, is the hostages being brought to the Re'im Medical Center, where they will be receiving medical care and where they will be reunited with their families. They are on Israeli soil. They are home, all three of them, Doron, Romi, and Emily. 471 days they've been held by those terrorists in Gaza, and they are now home. And as our Emily just pointed out, there is still a long way to go, Eitan Dangot, because, of course, there are 93 hostages still being held in Gaza. Now, under this deal, we're going to see this every week if the deal proceeds as it's supposed to. Hamas will receive kind of drips and drabs of hostages, 3 here, 4 there, every Sunday for the next 6 weeks. And in return, the IDF will move out of those population centers. That's what we're expecting. And in terms of the deal, Hamas is supposed to prioritize living hostages. Of course, they're under no obligation to return living hostages, as I understand it. They can hand over 34 corpses, essentially, but they are supposed to prioritize the living hostages.
Yes, you're right. We will have to cross many miles during this way, and we have to remember we are going to 7 weeks that we will be in such a high tense every weekend, because next week supposed to come another 4 hostages back home.
And we don't know who they will be.
We don't know the names. Mm-hmm. We don't know whether they are alive or not alive. And it will be one after the other. And I want to also to emphasize you that the main sensitive point will start after 16 days, while it will be renewed between Israel and Hamas under the umbrella of United States, Qatar and Egypt, of the next stage of the coming to releasing all the other hostages that will be. We are talking now about 33. And now we will talk about 65 after Oron Shaul as brought by Israeli forces.
Of course, the IDF retrieved the remains of Oron Shaul, IDF soldier.
After 10 years. So it will, and you see what Hamas did today, psychological. They try to, whatever they can do, they make in such an event. But the end is to see the people coming back home. Because we have to know to ourselves, you have to give up some of the issues for bringing these people back home. But if you're looking generally, Hamas is very weak. Even without the hostages, the war with Hamas has to take years until you will find to bring Hamas to move completely from Gaza, or to break it to a stage that it will not be any value. But now we'll start some of the other things together. First of all, IDF. IDF has to control the area of Gaza against Hamas or Jihad Islamic or other kind of terrorists from Gaza.
So just to be clear, the IDF must, over the next 6 weeks, withdraw from population centres, so Gaza City, Jabalia, those kind of places, but it will retain a 1 kilometre buffer zone all around the
buffer zone is the most important thing for the future also. As it was published, will be buffer zone, something like 1 kilometre inside, from the meeting point of the Mediterranean, Gaza, Israel, going from west to east and then going down from north to south and surround Gaza. From Philadelphia, only at the beginning of the second stage, if it will be
Philadelphia,
agreed.
for those who don't know, is the border
between Israel and Egypt. And the third corridor is, while we succeed to take all the north part of Gaza, what we call the corridor of Nesarim, 6.5 kilometers, that Israel is supposed to withdraw slowly, and it will take. That has to be done the beginning after the day of the 22 days will pass, so we will do. But the most important thing is to defend. And also, we know from the humanitarian point that the crossing in Rafa should be open for every day to move 600 trucks with fuel and all the other things.
There's been a surge in humanitarian
and it
aid
will be under kind of checking by a new mechanism that will be done by Egypt and not by Hamas, by other Palestinian professionals, as it is called. I don't have expectations.
You don't think we'll be able to stop arms
We will not be able to stop. The train has moved, but it has moved according to Israel's wish. Will be hard stations to overcome. And you have, above all, Trump as the new president of the United States, that I think before even going to tomorrow.
Well, that's the point, okay? Because everybody's desperately trying to read into messages coming out of his incoming administration. Mike Waltz, incoming national security advisor. Don't worry, Israel, we will back you up. There's no way Hamas is going to be allowed to stay in power in Gaza. But realistically, once all this is done, do you think that Israel, the IDF, will be able to restart the war against Hamas? Or is there going to be some other kind of arrangement worked out?
The IDF or Israel, after what happened the 7th of October, should forget its security concept at the past. We should adopt it, what we see now in Lebanon. Even in Lebanon, it's easier. For example, under the agreement in Lebanon, Israel is active offensively every day against Hezbollah. We are trying to change or to cross what was agreed. In Gaza also, we have to pay a lot of patience till we finish this returning of the hostages. But in between, if will be something that is risking Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians, Israel should react, or IDF, offensively. According to your question, Israel should keep from now to the coming future. For years, still will be a new situation in Gaza, and I'm not so optimistic, because the government missed here the point.
But do you think the IDF can restart operations in Gaza? Do you think Trump would support that?
Of course. Now,
because Trump is already, he's very proud of this deal. He's vaunting this deal. He's saying, look, I got this deal. President Biden couldn't get this deal. He's not going to be happy to see it fall apart, is he?
You are right. And that was, as it looks like, Trump was the game changer that brought Bibi Netanyahu to make this agreement. But the duty of IDF, if you ask me, if tomorrow something is happened 1 hour from now, IDF has all the tools, responsibility, and plans to renew its activities. But you are right that above it, then the political level, the policy of Israel, Trump will make everything that his first month as a president of the United States will not be disturbed by renewal of the war in Gaza. And that has a lot of meaning concerning the point that you see that Bibi Netanyahu is between Trump, between his partners in the coalition, the right wing, as we call it.
But they've left the coalition now, so he no longer has that pressure,
Only
right?
Ben-Gvir left. Smotrich is there till the second shift, whether it will be take or no. He has a promise.
He's under less pressure from the hard right.
He has a promise from Bibi Netanyahu of renewal of the war. So, and above it, I think that on the triangle, we forget one important is the Israeli nation. I think that the public is Israel, when they see these pictures, will make all their efforts, the majority of them, that this agreement will be fulfilled as it depends on Israel till the end.
Absolutely. We should also talk about the other part of the deal, which is the release of Palestinian terrorists from jails. Some very nasty characters are being released. I'm talking about, for example, Mohammed Abu Warda. He's responsible for the murder of 45 Israelis in bombings on buses back in 1996. The notorious terrorist Zakaria Zubeidi, who managed to escape from jail and was caught alive, brought back to prison. He's going to be released. Amjad Awad, who broke into the home of the Fogel family, murdered them all, including their 3-month-old baby Hadass. These people will soon be free under this deal.
And more of it.
And that's just a few names I've mentioned, right?
And you see, we are in a very critical moment concerning the hostages, and I repeat, it's something that the payment that Israel decided to pay, I'm sitting with you here, it's hurting me. It's make me angry concerning the individual stories about these.
So imagine if your family member had been murdered. Right.
And if you ask me, they supposed not to be in jails. They supposed to be in sky after being death. Their punishment should be death. But in these circumstances that we have, with the alternatives, I think that, as I know, the people who took their recommendation on the head of the security, IDF, intelligence, Internal Secure Service, Mossad, that recommend, even with all this payment, we should do one thing for our value of life, how we educate our soldiers, civilians about the responsibility or the duty of the country for their life. But
there was
the damage, the terror risk that Israel is taking is very high. Some of them will come to the West Bank. Some of them will be sent
right, well, that's
outside
what I want to ask.
Israel.
Do we know who will be?
Yes.
I mean, and what do you think is better? Is it better for them to be released into Gaza and into parts of the West Bank where the IDF can keep an eye on them, or to be exiled abroad?
I myself support that some of those figures will be in Gaza. But the problem that I think that we have to also take on account the emotions of families, the people who are living in the Judah and Samaria, that it will not feel safety. So at the end, when you calculate, I think the decision that was taken by the Prime Minister is right.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Eitan, for now. Stay with us. We're going to go to Re'im. You're looking at images coming to us live from Re'im. This is where Romi, Emily and Doron will be reunited with their family members. It's happening now. And there is our Balir Sladin. Balir, over to you.
Yes, exactly right here beside Kibbutz Re'im, the families of, or actually the mothers only, for the mothers of the three hostages that were released by Hamas today are meeting with them right now in these moments, and we know that they are now in the absorption point where the RAF and in general there were many they will be giving the initial medical assessment for them, and then they will be flown with the helicopters here behind me to the medical center. Apparently it's going to be the Sheba Medical Center in the center of Tel Aviv, in the center of Israel actually. And here just moments ago the convoy of the three the RAF and of course with the three returnees have arrived to the military base here behind me, and as I said, they are meeting with their families right now with their mothers, and then with the rest of the family will be meeting in the medical center. From what I understand, all of them are in a good condition, or at least in a condition that is not requiring any emergency medical treatment, but in any way they will be given the initial medical assessment here, and then the decision will be taken whether to take them to Sheba or to Soroka Medical Center. Of course, after this news, now we are talking about 94 hostages left in Gaza, and throughout these 42 days the preparations here will continue to absorb all of them, the 33 hostages that should be released during this ceasefire agreement. And we see that many in the Israeli coalition and also in the Israeli oppositions are cheering for this, and they are welcoming the three hostages back in Israel, and also many of their friends here are welcoming them and waiting for them in order to make sure that they are of course in a good condition, and give them all the what they need now after 471 days in the Gaza Strip again. So we are still waiting for them to leave the military base here near Re'im, and we will of course be with you live with the live from here to show of course when the helicopters take them to the center of Israel back home.
Well, Balia, thank you very much. Balia Sladin is in Reim, and we're hearing that Doron, Romi, and Emily have all been reunited with their mothers, and that is priceless. I'm sure you'll agree with me, Eitan Dangop. You know, we're talking about the price, the number of terrorists who had to be released, the military gains that had to be given up, but you can't really put a price on it, can you? Those three young women, those Israeli women, those Jewish women, reunited with their mothers. It's astonishing.
It's astonishing, and it is such emotionally such one happy moment or happy seconds, and they are now like born again, and they are starting, I think, the fight for their future, because you just can only to estimate what they passed in the time they've been under Hamas in the tunnels or in apartments, and what they faced, especially as a woman, with all what we knew from the stories that came from that area. None of people of the Red Cross has seen them for a second during this 1 year and 4 months concerning they've been there. And I think that the fact that they are in our hands, they are in their families' hands, but they have to go a long range and a long way to their future under to build it again. And I think we will have to be very patient and to support them and to give them all the opportunities, step by step, psychological, medical, for their families, that the relatives around them, because sometimes who know which kind of person is coming back, which kind of person that you know in the past and under the tunnels without the sunshine, without food, and being under those, they are not human beings.
Well, we saw how they were terrorized there when the cameras were there, so we can only imagine what hell they would put through off camera. It's absolutely astonishing.
They open now the gate for the others, those who are living as supposed to come. And I think, you know, that we will pass very sad seconds in the future while we see the others are coming. Not they are coming, walking by themselves. I don't know everyone's situation, what will be.
And of course, Hamas refused to provide a list of living hostages before they agreed to the deal. That Israel insisted on that. Oh, wait with me, Ethan. I think we can go down to Emmanuel. She's at the Sheba Medical Center. Emmanuel, you with us? Over to you, Emmanuel.
Right, Laura, it's a very intense day, a very emotional day. The hospital here, there's so much media, so much press here anticipating the arrival of these three women, of Doron Steinbrecher, Romi Gonen, and Emily Damari. And we know that they've been preparing so many different ways to welcome these women. They're trying to make a very warm accommodation for them to be able to enter and not feel too overwhelmed with re-entering Israeli society. As you can imagine, after over a year of captivity, a year of being held hostage in Gaza by Hamas, these women have undergone a tremendous amount of trauma. So there is obviously a lot of preparations, health procedures, a lot of tests to be done, vital checks for their vital signs, hearts, kidneys, for each of these women, their lungs and their breathing as well. And of course, looking forward, a lot of setting up a system so that these women feel supported psychologically. There will be a social worker here also to help with the procedure, with reaccommodating these women into Israeli society. And it's really, it's a very emotional day. But again, a lot of anticipation, a lot of excitement for the arrival of these women, alongside a lot of questions for the hostages that are still being held captive in Gaza, Laura.
There, she's at the Sheba Medical Center, and we know that the medical teams here in Israel have been preparing for this. They did learn from the first hostage release back in November of 2023,
And we remember that was the last time hostages were released, and the doctors, the psychologists, the medical teams there, they learned lessons, and we learned about the horrors that those hostages endured, and that was after, of course, a much shorter period. These hostages have been held in captivity for 471 days. But we do now know that Doron, Romi and Emily, against all the odds, are back with their families in the arms of their mothers, as they should be, as they should have been a long time ago. They should never have been taken in the first place. And they will begin the very long road to recovery. And this is an absolute emotional roller coaster for everyone in Israel. I think it's fair to say everybody glued to their television screens watching those very disturbing images of Hamas mobs intimidating the young women right up until the last moment when they were handed over. And then they were back with the IDF. They're now back in Israel. They are safe. They are home. A long road ahead, though, because there are, of course, still 94 hostages still being held by terrorists in Gaza, some alive, some dead. We're at the beginning of a 6-week ceasefire agreement that was brought about. Most people agree, Eitan Dangot, because of the pressure from the incoming president, Donald Trump, who'll be sworn in tomorrow. His election, his presence really changed the situation. It put pressure, as you say, on the Israeli government, but it also put a lot of pressure on Qatar. And Qatar, of course, could then put the pressure on Hamas. A lot of people, though, have criticised the fact that this deal didn't happen sooner. There is kind of two trains of thought here. Some are saying, look, this is the same deal that was on the table last May, but others are saying, well, hang on, Sinwar was still alive, Nasrallah was still alive, Hezbollah was still firing rockets at Israel. They've been decimated. Hamas, the IDF hadn't gone into Rafa, didn't control the Rafa crossing. The Biden administration obviously tried to stop Israel from doing that. Has enough changed on the ground, do you think, to justify the delay? It's a difficult question.
I know that was I supposed to answer you at the beginning. That it's a very difficult, and we have to be also very fair towards the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and also to the IDF. We are in a very sensitive moment. In this time, really, my whole efforts is to support that this deal that has started now will be finished after the second or the third stage that is planning. Without it, it's again, we were coming with what happened last February on the first agreement that we, on November, that we have
Hamas reneged on the agreement
Hamas, and it was cut in the middle. I may tell you generally that there were some options already to make this agreement. I cannot judge specifically in this moment, but one thing I would like to share with you, in my opinion. First of all, I think that the Israeli government was not prepared and didn't want really to stop their war activities against Hamas under kind of adopting a principle that some achievements of the ground, as you mentioned, Philadelphia.
I should say, another thing has changed. Hamas insisted that Israel declare it was the end of the war. And Israel refused to do that and hasn't agreed to do that this time around.
Yes, and I may tell you that Hamas is murderers, and murderers are not changing. Even you declare the end of the war, and as I told you before, Israel has to change completely, 160 degrees, its concept, how defend its country after what happened on the 7th of October. You have, I don't have to prove it in Gaza. You see what is the situation there in Lebanon, the others. We have to change we don't have to wait.
What do you mean by that exactly?
To buy silence.
What do you mean? Because you're saying that Israel accepted rocket fire.
Israel accepted that if it's silent, it give
the money,
not even the money, it give the time, the timetable is playing the main role. No. When we identify like the tent in Hezbollah, and the military activities and the arsenal of arms that Hezbollah has made, and their preparation, Israel had to take the initiative and to move towards military operation like we did now. And we don't have to miss 1 meter from the new road that we put ourselves moving with a new train, like I can compare it. And when we are talking now, I think that if we don't have in Philadelphia at the beginning or we have not completely taken the north part of Gaza. I think that bringing the hostages back and even declare that we are ending the war, and if something happened, we would achieve the same. We would save, let's call it, a lot of life of the soldiers that continue to fight.
How many soldiers lost their lives in Gaza? More than
400? More than 400. And so the moment, what is here, that the point meeting between political of the government policy and between the military achievements in the field didn't brought the government to be convinced because of their thinking about this is a very it's not a right government, because we are righters in our
right wing.
A right-wing government.
Right.
Of course, it's a right wing, but in a right wing, we have to calculate risk. And if you see how many hostages has lost their life in this time while we were waiting for half a year at least.
Right, we think of Hirsch, and we think of Carmel Gad, and we think
and
of
you
Eden
don't,
Yerushalmi,
when you see the numbers at the
in
end,
tunnels,
I'm sure that some of them, more than some thousands even, could be in life or in situations we can save their life. So, but I'm coming back to the point I started. The government decided, Bibi Netanyahu decided, we have to give him the credit now, we have to support him. IDF has to build his reactions.
But do you think it was his decision, or he simply, it was impossible for him to say no to Donald Trump?
I think that Trump was, as I tell you, the game changer. I think that he calculated. Trump doesn't want to go in the first days to a war in the Middle East. He wants to end the war. The question mark will be what Trump will do with Iran. This is continue to be the first threat for Israel's existence. The new question mark will be in 10 days, what will be the move in Lebanon with the agreement with Hezbollah.
With the ceasefire, which is due to expire in a few days.
Yes, that is coming to its end of waiting, whether it will take...
Well, we're just looking at Israel now in terms of its regional position compared with even 6 months ago. Hezbollah is decapitated, decimated, weakened. Iran is weakened. It's got no air defenses. Hamas, I think, despite the images that we're seeing, is weakened.
We broke the Shi's wing that start in Tehran, Baghdad, Damascus, Beirut, to Hamas. It has been broken.
So regionally, would you say Israel is stronger than it was
Israel is stronger, and Israel's strength is determined, and its presentation in the Middle East as the strong country in this area from the military point, that give you points to go to the other direction of the political, and if will be a move with Saudi Arabia, with the Arab moderate countries, to depth the Abraham agreements and to see, we are coming back to the Palestinian issue, what will be the future, what will be Trump's position towards the Palestinians.
Well, of course, Trump proposed a two-state solution, didn't he? He came up with a plan, which was rejected outright by the Palestinians.
And maybe I will surprise you, I don't think that now, for the coming years, we should support a two-state solution. It's not the time. It will be a great risk to Israel. We can build another scenario or another way to give Palestinians a way of being independent in economical and other way. But we have to not to agree to a two-state solution after what we faced. And when we see who are the leaders on the other side, we need few years at all. We have to strengthen. We have to build our military readiness again, and
otherwise the message
solution,
is terrorism.
I think is going too far.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Eitan. All right, let's go back down to Hostages Square. Emily Francis, are you with us? Emily.
Hi, good evening, Laura. It is such an emotional evening being here right now. As you could see, there are thousands of people here just taking in this entire miracle unfolding live before our very eyes. These three beautiful young women bravely, you can't really see the screen now, but I'm sure we've seen these videos of them being thronged by members of Hamas as they're being transferred from the Red Cross vehicles into Israeli hands. So to watch this all happen is bringing tears to everybody's eyes. It's just this. I can't even. Every time I'm doing this, I'm having a hard time finding the words because it is something you really can't put your finger on. It's just this overwhelming feeling, this overwhelming energy, sense of relief, sense of being able to let out sobs, while at the same time going through the fear of not knowing how this is going to continue going for 42 days. Will there be a second phase for those families that are not on this list? So it's this bittersweet feeling of being happy while also knowing that there is still so much more still at stake.
Emily, thank you. Emily France is there down with the crowds in Hostage Square. And as Emily says, she's been down there so many times, so many horrible landmarks. I'm not sure you can hear me, Emily. No, she can't hear me. Okay. You're going to have to bear with us. We are having some technical limitations today. It is a really emotional day, though. I can say that, a really emotionally charged day. Doron, Romi, and Emily are so well known here. We all know their stories. We all know their faces. Everyone in Israel knows their families and the absolute horror they've been through. And it is really bittersweet. They are back. They are with their mothers where they should be. Long road of recovery ahead, of course. And this is just the very, very early stages. And we know, and we saw that confirmed from those sickening images out of Gaza City earlier today, that Hamas will exploit this. They will wring this of every possible psychological torture that they can inflict on the Israeli people, on the Jewish people. They will want to get every single minute of misery that they can out of it. But for now, 31-year-old Doron, 28-year-old Emily, and 24-year-old Romi are back with their families, and we can only be happy for them. Whatever the cost, whatever the price, you cannot put a price on that. And that is something that we can all kind of take a moment to breathe. But of course, we remember that 94 people still being held in that hellhole. And that's very hard. But let's talk about what the future might look like, because you've got Steve Witkoff, Trump's Middle East envoy, a very interesting character. There's some grumblings that he has ties to Qatar. I don't know if that's true or not. He sold some hotels or something to Qatar. But he's the one that came in and was present in the room when the deal was signed. He's talking to American media networks today about potentially exiling or temporarily relocating 1 million Gazans while the Strip is reconstructed. It seems that Trump is coming in here with some pretty bold ideas about the future.
First of all, I think that we have to get used to a new energy and atmosphere, how the things are handling, not the regular policy that we used to see with Blinken. It's a different. He brings probably his character from the business life. And you see that in 2 meetings in Qatar, in Doha, and with Bibi Netanyahu in Jerusalem, he changed the circle. He moved it towards this agreement. So I think that the negotiations inside Israel will be quite different. But we have to, I think that Bibi Netanyahu has a lot of weight in Trump, and they will have to sit with him and to look with him together about the development in the Middle East. One thing is very clear. Israel and the United States should cooperate to move Hamas aside, to deal about the main threat to Israel, about Iran, and to see in the middle...
Not just Israel, the world. I think we should say Iran is not just a threat to Israel,
yes,
is it?
But the first threat is towards Israel. And the last is, in the middle, you have the new change in Syria, also in Lebanon, and with the balance of the Arab modern countries,
the region is unrecognizable, isn't it?
It's a new Middle East to organize.
Absolutely. Eitan Dagot, we appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed being with us on this very emotional day. Rejoice, breathe for just a moment, because Romi, Doron, and Emily are back with their mothers in Israel. That is all that matters at the moment. We will continue our coverage here on I24 News. Stay with us.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
The 7th of October set in motion a chain of events. Today, Israel's enemies are severely weakened, but not defeated, and the balance of power is shifting. This region never rests. And for its own survival, Israel needs to keep its finger on the pulse. If you want to better understand, if you want to hear voices you won't hear elsewhere, then tune in daily to Middle East Now on I-24 News.
Shalom. ¿Qué me trae por aquí? La necesidad impostergable de 600 millones de hispanoparlantes que ahora necesitan escuchar el mensaje judío e israelí en tiempos difíciles. ¿Cómo lograrlo? Cuento con ustedes para continuar llevando a lo más alto del mundo mediático una inquebrantable diplomacia pública al servicio de la verdad sin concesión alguna.
This broadcast is brought to you by Israel Bonds, the most direct and impactful way to support Israel. Invest now at israelbonds.com. This broadcast is brought to you by Israel Bonds, the most direct and impactful way to support Israel. Invest now at israelbonds.com.
This is a special edition of I-24 News. I'm Nicole Zedek, live in Tel Aviv. After 471 days in terrorist captivity, 3 Israeli hostages are finally back home in Israel. These are the first images we're seeing of Romi Gonen, Doron Steinbrecher, and Emily Damari. This is an incredibly emotional sight after 15 months captive in Gaza, and hopefully the first sight of many, as today is only day 1 of a 42-day ceasefire where 30 more hostages are set to be returned. Women, children, elderly men, sick, and wounded. Those are the, quote, humanitarian hostages Israel is getting back in exchange for nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, many of them convicted terrorists with blood on their hands. And this is only phase 1 of a 3-phase deal. We are going to break down all of the latest developments on this monumental day. But first, a look at who freed hostages Romi, Doron, and Emily are.
Emily Damari is a British-Israeli dual citizen who was 27 years old when she was taken hostage from kibbutz Kfar Aza on the 7th of October 2023. At 10 a.m. that morning, she sent a message to her family saying that terrorists had entered her neighbourhood and were shooting around her apartment. According to her family, Emily was shot in the hand by terrorists, injured by shrapnel in her leg, blindfolded and forcibly bundled into the back of her own car before being driven to Gaza. The terrorists also killed Emily's dog, Chucha, shooting him in the back of the neck. Emily's mother, Mandy, who grew up in southeast London, has been urging the UK government to press for a deal to secure her daughter's release.
How is it that she's still in prison there after 1 year? Why isn't the whole world, especially Britain, fighting every moment to secure her release? My beautiful, funny and brave daughter, who I love to the moon and back, deserves to come home. I need to hug her again, and I need to see her smile.
Mandy says some of the women and children released in the hostage deal in November described how Emily had helped other hostages try to stay positive, even in the worst of times. Before her abduction, Emily loved watching soccer matches and Ed Sheeran concerts and going shopping. In her honour, fans of historic soccer rivals Tottenham Hotspur and Arsenal released yellow balloons at the North London derby, chanting "She's one of her own" when the current hostage deal was announced. Doron Steinbrecher was 30 years old when she was kidnapped from kibbutz Kfar Aza on the 7th of October 2023. She was alone in her apartment, staying in touch with her family. At 10:30 a.m, Doron told her parents she was scared. Shortly after, she sent a voice message to her friends saying, "They've arrived. They have me." According to her family, Doron suffered from a serious hormonal health condition. In January 2024, she appeared in a Hamas propaganda video looking extremely malnourished.
We can see that she's lost weight. Her eyes can tell us that she's weak. She's probably barely sleeping, barely eating, barely drinking. And also she needs to take medication on a daily basis, and she hasn't taken it from the day she was kidnapped on October 7th.
Before her abduction, Doron worked as a veterinary nurse. Her family describes her as a compassionate animal lover who enjoyed exercising, cooking, and spending time with her loved ones. Romi Gonen was 23 years old when she was kidnapped at the Nova Music Festival on the 7th of October 2023. She was last heard from just before 11 a.m. when she called her father to say she had just been attacked.
Once I answered the phone, she told me, "Daddy, Abba?" And I said, "Romi?" And she said again, "Abba?" And I said again, "Romi?" And she said, "We are being shot."
Romi was with her friend Gaia Khalifa in a car being driven to safety by Ben Shimoni, who had driven to and from the Nova site saving partygoers. Also with them was Afir Tsarfati, whose body was later recovered from Gaza. The Hamas terrorist killed Gaia and Ben, and while Romi was on the phone telling her father that she had been shot in the hand, he heard Arabic voices saying, "She's alive, take her." Hours later, her phone was located in the Gaza Strip. An asthma sufferer, her family urged medical services to help with her ailments.
My sister has asthma and chronic sinusitis. We can only imagine how she's struggling, gasping for air, wherever she's being held underground. Can you understand the feeling of fighting to breathe? Such a basic need. She also has chronic kidney stones that cause her for countless of hospitalizations and horrible pain. Do you think anyone over there care for her pain?
She was born in Kfar Radim in northern Israel and was described by family and friends as a free spirit. Before her abduction, she was fond of dancing and was known among her friends for her iconic leopard print clothing.
You are the most important thing around the world at the moment. My Romi, I've had enough. You don't deserve this. None of you deserve this.
We have word from the IDF that Romi, Emily, and Doron have all reunited with their mothers at an IDF facility right outside the Gaza border in southern Israel. That is the area we are going live now for the latest. The Israel-Gaza border, our I-24 News correspondent Balir Sladin is joining us now. Balir, what is the exact status update you can give us about Romi, Emily, and Doron?
Yes, Romi, Emily, and Doron are now in the absorption point, just maybe a few tens of meters from where I am standing right here, right inside the IDF facility outside of Re'im, the kibbutz that also suffered on October 7th. From what I understand, we are waiting for them to actually being taken by the helicopters here behind me from here to Sheba Hospital in Ramat Gan in the center of Israel. And from what we understand as well, they are in a good condition, although that one of them was injured actually on October 7th in her hand, but apparently she was treated during captivity when she was in the Gaza Strip, and now after 471 days they are back here in the Israeli territory. They have met with their mothers, as you have said, and of course they will meet with the rest of their family and their friends as well in Sheba Hospital. The IDF has been preparing for this for quite a while right now. From what we, from the people that I talked to in the IDF here, they are telling me that they have been preparing for this for a while now, and of course this preparation will continue throughout this 42 days in which they will be receiving not only female hostages, relatively young ones, but also of course the elderly that they require the special treatment. That of course 9 young men that Israel has demanded their release in the first phase of the war because of their medical condition. And speaking of the medical condition, of course here when they arrived, they went through the initial medical assessment, and according to the sources, they are in a good condition. Again, this is of course very dramatic. Of course, we're still talking about the first hostages or returnees from Gaza in this deal, and everybody here is cheering for them. Everybody was cheering also for the IDF soldiers that brought them back in the convoy, and of course this scene will be repeated apparently almost every single week. We are expecting another number of hostages in the next 7 days that would be released as well from Gaza, and of course again this is has lots of emotions, not only for the families, but I guess everybody in Israel is very emotional today for seeing those 3 hostages back home.
Certainly, it has been a dramatic and a positive update that you are reporting right moments away from where it is occurring. Balir Sladin will be coming to you for more updates throughout this broadcast. Thank you for the latest. Now, there is so much for us to dig into as these details are still emerging. To give us more analysts, I am joined in studio by Gidi Greenstein, a former peace negotiator under Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, as well as the author of Insight, Peacemaking in the Oslo Process, 30 Years and Counting. We also have Sheri Fein-Grossman, member of the Forum Devora, Women in Foreign Policy and the National Security, and the former head of Regional Affairs for Israel's National Security Council, as well as our I-24 News Middle East correspondent Ariel Osran. My panelists, thank you for being with us on this monumental day here in Israel and truly around the world. For hours now, everyone has been tuning in to their screens to watch exact moments that the first of hopefully many more hostages will be coming back here to Israel, returned safely. Gidi, I want your insight first, because this is a day that we had talked about for many, many months at this point, and it is finally happening. But is this a positive sign that everything will unfold as it's supposed to over the next 42 days?
This is indeed really an exceptional day, and those photos are moving. I was just sharing with the panel before we moved in. The last Friday, I was sitting with my family Shabbat dinner, and we were actually lamenting that this is unlikely to happen anytime soon. At that moment, the Trump envoy, Steve Witkoff, was calling the Prime Minister Netanyahu and apparently telling him that tomorrow they're going to be meeting. A meeting that happened last Saturday proved pivotal for the whole process. I will say this is an extremely complicated and complex deal. We just saw today 3 people being released, surrounded by thousands of Hamas people. The technicalities of this transfer are incredibly complicated. This process needs to happen at this pace 32 times for us to release all of the prisoners. This is a lot. We're also looking at a deal where phase 1 is actually divided into 2 sub-phases. The first 16 days, stability, kind of grounding up the relationship around the exchange, three exchanges, and then moving into the second phase in which we're going to be negotiating the second phase of the deal.
And this is when
from
it gets complicated.
Day 16 to day 42, 26 days in which these exchanges are going to be happening in the context of what phase 2 is likely needs, in the context of shaping phase 2. We also have to remember that there are already very strong political voices in Israel that are calling for resuming the war on day 42, which means that the day 42 is unlikely to happen. I do want to relate, on the other hand, we have clear message from the Trump administration that the goal is Saudi. They're seeing the prospect of normalization with Saudi. Shiri here to my right, she was involved with the Abraham Accords, with regionalism basically, and moving in the direction of the deal with Saudi effectively means that Israel will not be able to escalate in the second phase in the way that some people are talking. So there is a lot of issues to be resolved in the next 16 days. And then over the following 26 days until the end of the first phase of this deal.
Well, speaking about the images that we've seen, even as you're speaking, Gidi, on the screen, our viewers are looking at these side-by-side images, the emotional tears coming out of the Israeli public versus this, the scenes inside Gaza of these Hamas terrorists reemerging in their uniforms, surrounding in mobs these 3 innocent Israeli women, another form of torture as they're being handed over to the Red Cross before then finally making their way back to Israel. Shiri, these images, is this the sign of peace, truly? Because this is the sign that we're talking about, ceasefire and peace in the Gaza Strip. What do you make of this?
Look, this is not a surprise. We knew this was coming, and I think the international community needs to look very, real into reality. And see what it is. It is that in the Gaza Strip, we have the Hamas organization, we have radicalization, we have terrorists that indoctrinate children. We've seen children with mock-up guns in their hands all over the Gaza Strip, and this needs to change. I mean, obviously, they prefer more Israelis die. They don't care how many Gazans die for this, and this is very regrettable. And the way to change this is normalization is not only the carrot along the way, it's also part of the reason we got here. We had normalization with Saudi on the table right before October 7. It was about to happen, and Hamas wanted to stop it. And so this is one of the main reasons, and that's one of the main pictures of victory coming out of this. We have to get back to normalization for us to win strategically. We're on our way. The Syrian regime is gone. Hezbollah is much weaker. Iran is much weaker. We have the Houthis, but now we have an international campaign to get the Houthis. I think strategically, if we want to continue this route, this is the way to go. And it's going to be very hard in the Palestinian territories. It's going to be hard in Gaza, and it's going to be hard in the West Bank. I mean, we're not going into easy times. There are terror threats continuously. We just had a terrorist attack in Tel Aviv this weekend. And these terrorist attacks are probably going to be increasing more and more. Because again, Hamas wants, and other terrorist regimes and organizations want to stop peace between
They're
Israel,
painting this as a major
between Jews and
victory.
Arabs in the Middle East, basically.
Well, so what is the messaging, Ariel, that we're hearing from Hamas at this moment? Basically claiming, I'm assuming that this is a major victory for them right now.
Yeah, Abu Ubaida, the military spokesperson for Hamas, delivered a speech coinciding with the speeches of IDF spokesperson Hagari and U.S. President Joe Biden. It appears that Abu Ubaida lives in a separate, alternate reality from the others, because if U.S. President Biden said that Hamas will not be governing Gaza as part of the second phase, that is not the picture that they're trying to portray, also with this show of force in the Gaza Strip. Obviously, Abu Ubaida saying that the October 7th attacks changed the reality, the face of the region, and also hailed the great sacrifices of our people, saying they will not go in vain. He didn't mention a few things that were brought up here in the room. Regarding normalization, he said that that Hamas will continue to thwart any attempts for normalization with Israel. Of all the stated goals that Hamas put forth in their October 7th attacks, that's perhaps the only one that they did manage to succeed in achieving. He also said that the responsibility is growing on our people in resistance in the West Bank, calling to them to escalate confrontation with Israel. And one last note, in his speech, he thanked the Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iran, and Hashd Shabi, the Popular Mobilization Front in Iraq. He did not mention Qatar, that has been harboring Hamas's political leadership throughout this entire war and also mediated the ceasefire. He also didn't mention Egypt. I found that interesting.
So this is the messaging that's coming out of Hamas. Quickly, let's
Turkey, right.
Listen to the messaging also coming out of the IDF. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, he had this to say once Romi, Emily, and Doron made it safely into Israeli territory.
Since the October 7th massacre, our mission has been clear. Bring home all the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Today, as part of these ongoing efforts, we welcomed home 3 hostages, 3 young women, after 471 days in Hamas captivity. Let me tell you about these 3 young women. Romi Gonen, who turned 24 in captivity. Romi was dancing with friends at the Nova Music Festival when Hamas terrorists invaded and attacked the festival, massacring and abducting young people from around the world who were celebrating peace, love, and unity. Emily Damari, who turned 28 in captivity. Emily, a dual Israeli and British citizen, was abducted by Hamas from her quiet home in Kibbutz Kfar Aza. Terrorists shot and killed her dog and dragged her into Gaza. And Doron Steinbrecher, who turned 31 in captivity. Doron, a veterinary nurse who brutally abducted from her home in Kibbutz Kfar Aza, was still in her pajamas. We cannot imagine the horrors these 3 young women have endured in 50 months of Hamas captivity. Today, we salute and embrace them and their families as they reunite after so long. We must also remember the brave soldiers who risked their lives and those who paid the ultimate price to ensure that this moment of the hostages coming back home was possible. We cannot and will not forget the 94 hostages, including women, children, and elderly, remain in Hamas' brutal captivity. Our mission is not over until every single hostage comes home.
Right now, we are getting the first images of freed hostage Emily Damari on the phone with her family. Look at that smile on her face. The first time she is speaking with her family on the phone, you can see right there next to her mother, FaceTiming her other families for the first time after 15 months. Truly, this footage gives you chills to see. And this is what Israel has been waiting for 471 days now. Now, meanwhile, as we did mention, we have also seen these massive celebrations throughout the Gaza Strip. Hamas re-emerging from their tunnels, finally finding their military uniforms and parading in the streets as a sign of victory. Well, to give us some more insight on the sentiment inside Gaza, we are joined by Gazan writer Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, an analyst and senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, joining us from Washington, D.C. Ahmed, thank you for being with us. Already today, we're seeing these signs. Hamas police already back on the streets in Gaza, truly painting this as a victory. But how are the Gazans reacting from this news?
Well, this has been an emotionally mixed day. On the one hand, a lot of folks are absolutely delighted that the absence of war could be an opportunity to rebuild some kind of a new life, if you will. People are attempting to go back to what remains of their communities and their neighborhoods. On the other hand, I look at what is unfolding as nothing short of a disaster in terms of Hamas regaining full control of Gaza as quickly as it vanished when the IDF went in. And this, I think, is a condemnation of the war strategy that has failed to not only dislodge Hamas, but to give people access to an alternative. I mean, we saw all the young people in Gaza with the jubilation, and some were just excited about the end of the war. Some were being told to cheer on Hamas by Hamas masked men and others. And these are kids and you know, folks from 10 all the way to 17-year-olds who have grown the entirety of their life knowing nothing but Hamas control, Hamas propaganda, Hamas's armed resistance narrative, and they just endured this horrendous 15-month period. And so it's very depressing and very sad to look at what
this is the larger problem, it seems. If this ceasefire does hold, how to make sure that the Hamas ideology does not continue to brew terror in both the Gaza and the West Bank, because as it stands right now, Hamas, especially as a political body, it has not been defeated inside Gaza.
Precisely that. And you asked about the sentiment among Gazans. I mean, there are numerous Palestinians certainly behind the scenes now, because Hamas has already made threats to those who spoke out against it on Facebook, on Twitter, on Telegram, that it will be coming after them, who are expressing dismay that their suffering, the destruction of Gaza, the loss of their loved ones, their disabilities have gone in vain, basically, only to return to a situation where Hamas is in control. And so the million-dollar question is, yes, we should. I don't believe we should return back to the war in the sense that it has. I don't think the resumption of the war is going to achieve what hasn't been achieved over the last 15 months. However, we need transformation. We need alternatives. We need a combination of the Palestinian Authority with international involvement. We need to look at opening Gaza up. We need to look at a renaissance that allows for the seeds of transformation that are going to take some time to change the trajectory of the territory.
This is truly just the beginning, it seems, towards a long process that we hopefully do start to see some of those transformations. Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, thank you for giving us some insight into these mixed emotions we are seeing inside Gaza right now.
Thank you.
Now, as we mentioned, the 3 freed Israeli hostages are on their way to the hospital right now, where they will be checked up by medical teams ready and waiting to treat them after 15 months in Hamas captivity. We're going live now to Sheba Medical Center in Ramat Gan, where our I-24 News correspondent Emmanuel Onra is joining us live from. Emmanuel, walk us through some of the preparations that the hospital has been taking to make sure that these hostages are ready to be treated when they arrive.
Right, Nicole, the hospital took tremendous amount of preparations. A lot of care, a lot of detail went into preparing the welcoming back of the 3 hostages back from the captivity in Hamas over the last 15 months, 471 days. And some of those details involve a lot of generic medical tests, but things that have to be checked by the simple fact that we are just unaware entirely of the state of the health of these women after what they've endured over the course of the last 15 months. So checking their vitals, their hearts, their lungs, their kidneys, undergoing tests, pregnancy tests, nutritional tests, making sure that they have every single nutritional that is still that allows them to be in any good state. So there are a lot of procedures, and we also saw pictures of how much dedicated care, how much deliberation there was in actually choosing some of these things. They made sure that every single one of them had a private room, trying to preserve as much privacy, trying to give them as much, making them feel safe, no overcrowding, not overwhelming these women. And of course, there will be a social worker here in order to help them reacclimate to becoming part of Israeli society again, reacclimating, readjusting to being with their families again. They haven't heard from them. They haven't spoken to them in over 15 months. This is really a dramatic day in Israeli history, but also a very significant day also for medical providers who have to deal with something that they have never really dealt with before. So there really is a lot of intention, a lot of care. And this is really the first day for the rest of their lives for these women. This is the first day that there will be this kind of care. So there really is a long road to recovery. And of course, with all the anticipation and the excitement for these women arriving, there is still a lot of questions as still 94 hostages remain in Gaza. But in the meantime, we are outside of Sheba Hospital in Ramat Gan, waiting for the arrival of these three lovely young women and hoping to catch a glimpse of the helicopter once it arrives here, Nicole.
And we will certainly be coming back to you, Emmanuel, for more updates throughout the evening. Thank you for that live report on the ground. As Emmanuel mentioned, this is just the beginning of a very long process for these hostages that are set to be released. We're going to continue to dig into all of the details when it comes to this emerging hostage release deal and the three freed hostages who are back here in Israel. We're going up for 3 minutes. Stay with us right here on I-24 News.
Bad posture. The ever-increasing hours we spend sitting, working, and even while trying to relax at home is twisting our vertebrae out of alignment and creating strain and pain on muscles, ligaments, and joints. A scientifically designed spine and back support device that uses precision biometric technology to perfectly align the back and spine for all-day comfort and support, creating perfect posture for your back every time you sit down. Now features extra-wide acupressure comfort pads as well as an extended height back panel for even more support, making it perfect for all body types. Also features a precision wing design that perfectly cradles your back and spine with amazing ergonomic support that leaves you feeling refreshed and energized even after sitting all day.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Thanks for sticking with us on I-24 News as our rolling coverage continues. 3 female Israeli hostages are finally back home in Israel. Doron Steinbrecher, Emily Damari, and Romi Gonen are the first 3 hostages released as the 42-day ceasefire goes into effect today, just phase 1. This breaking development is happening 15 months after the October 7th massacre, when these innocent women were kidnapped in broad daylight, ripped out of their communities, and held in Gaza by Hamas terrorists for more than a year. Doron Steinbrecher and Emily Damari were kidnapped from their homes in Kfar Aza, while Romi Gonen was taken from the Nova Music Festival. Well, still with me in studio, Gidi Greenstein, former peace negotiator under Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, Sherry Fein-Grossman, member of the Forum Devora, as well as our I-24 News Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran. This is a very complicated day for many Israelis because on the one hand, we are seeing these images of these young women finally reuniting with their mothers for the first time in 15 months. Yet on the other hand, at what cost? Many people are painting this as not necessarily a win for Israel, but a deal that they had to make with the devil. Gidi, when it comes to the strategic advantages or disadvantages that Israel made by signing this deal, where do we stand today, day 1 of the deal?
So basically, this is the only deal that Israel could have made at this point. We've had many alternative strategic routes over the last 15 months, but in the final phase, given the urgency, given the commitment of Trump to get a deal before the inauguration, which is happening tomorrow, this is the only deal that was on the table. So it's not that we can compare it to some other alternative. It was this deal or no deal, and thank God there is a deal. But we also have to acknowledge that this is really a self-inflicted strategic setback to the goals of the war. Israel had no exit strategy, no vision for the day after, no vision for the political horizon, no idea how to connect the economic reconstruction of Gaza, which is, according to the deal, supposed to begin in phase 3, with the political side of Gaza. There was no approach coming into these negotiations, and therefore we're seeing these pictures in Gaza where, contrary to the goal of diminishing Hamas military capabilities and eliminating Hamas military capabilities and diminishing its political capabilities to govern in Gaza, we're seeing armed Hamas people in uniform in Gaza today and the extension of Hamas governing capabilities into Gaza. This is a major setback, but it's also a call, as they say in France, the edge of the guillotine sharpens the mind. We now have 16 days to bring our act together before the resumption of the political negotiations on the second phase for 26 days. Now, of course, these are elastic numbers and they could take much longer, but Israel has to decide. Is it going to be Hamas? What's its interest? Is it going to be Hamas controlling Gaza or the Palestinian Authority? Now, of course, the Palestinian Authority is not a very strong alternative, but compared to Hamas, it's much better. And we also know, it's been a while that we know, that the outcome in Gaza is quite clear. Gaza will have to be divided into Area A and Area B. Area B, Israeli security control along the perimeter of Gaza. Area A, controlled by the Palestinian Authority. This will allow the introduction of the existing agreements that govern the West Bank into Gaza, opening up the economic activities. Again, look at phase 3 of this deal. Phase 3 of this deal speaks about the opening of the borders to movement and goods and services. The only way to regulate that is the Paris Protocol. So what I'm saying is, right now, I hope people in Jerusalem are waking up to smell the roses, whatever they are, and they are finally being pushed to create a vision for the day after in Gaza. Better late than ever.
We're going to talk more about the day after in Gaza and possibly the Trump effect that you mentioned also that caused this to happen now and that could also cause it to actually fully see the entirety of the deal through. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But first, I think it is important for our viewers to remember exactly how we got here. These hostages were not just taken and miraculously appeared in Gaza. They were kidnapped in broad daylight from their homes, from their communities in southern Israel, and have been held inside Gaza by Hamas terrorists for 471 days since. Now, it is difficult to remember the horrific scenes from October 7th that caused this war in the first place. And there's very few people who actually walked through the death and destruction on that dark Saturday. We're joined by one of them right now, Simcha Greenman, the UN spokesperson for Zaka Search and Rescue volunteer organization here in Israel, joining us from Washington, D.C. Simcha, the last time I spoke with you, we were actually walking through some of the houses in Kfar Aza, and you were talking about the destruction that you saw on that dark, dark Saturday and the days leading up to that. And it's likely that you even walked through Emily Damari and Doron Steinbrecher's houses, and same with the Nova Music Festival, where Romi Gonen was kidnapped from. Remembering those scenes from that massacre and now seeing these 3 women returning to Israel today, how are you feeling?
Well, we have a very big hope that all the others that are still there will be with us as soon as possible. It's not easy. It's not understood to see what's going on, how they're dancing around, how they're brought in such fear back home. But we thank God for every moment that they're back with their families.
Certainly difficult images as we're seeing these videos, these pictures of Emily Damari FaceTiming her family for the first time. And we're seeing today, this was also done with absolutely no help from the United Nations. In fact, the United Nations was detrimental many steps of the way, some would argue. And so as the UN spokesperson for Zaka, what has been your message to the United Nations throughout the course of these past 15 months?
We have to stand strong. We are their voice. We are their continuation. Those women, those children, those men, everyone that was killed, we have to stand strong for them, because there is no one that could stand for them. And we have to continue saying, bring them back as soon as possible, because what they went through those past days, we don't know. Now we're going to hear what they are going through every day, every moment. It's unbelievable that it took such a long time to bring them back. But we thank God that they're here, that they're home, and we're praying to see all of them.
Hopefully this is just the first day and reunion of many that we see over the course of the next several weeks. Simcha Greenman, thank you for joining us and sharing your emotions today.
Thank you, and thank you for everything. And we're waiting everyone together to see them all. As much as we're waiting for them to see them, we're waiting to this whole nightmare to pass over, and we should be united again as one nation and one family together. Thank you.
Certainly. Simcha Greenman, thank you so much. Now, coming back here in studio, you hear this emotional testimony from one of the volunteer search and rescuers who was there the day cleaning through the bodies and debris, now seeing what this hostage deal and ceasefire could finally be bringing, a little glimmer of hope. However, I want to play the devil's advocate here now, Sherry, as we were also talking in studio. Some are arguing that this is teaching the lesson that kidnapping by terrorists will come with a reward, that this is the way for these terror groups to actually have some leverage over Israel. How does Israel then combat that narrative?
Well, first of all, I want to say kidnapping by Islamist terrorists is going around all over the world. We remember the horrific scenes of Boko Haram kidnapping 400 girls. There's no quick solution to this. There's no good way to deal with this and bring them back home safely with no cost or some kind of magic wand. I think moving forward, and I think this is definitely something that I don't want to look at the past. I want to look at the future, and I think for the future, and I think those are watching who presumably care about Palestinian lives, I think need to look at their regional partners of Hamas, at Turkey, at Qatar, at Iran, and say, if you really want the better life for Palestinians, if you want the scenes of the entirety of Gaza wrecked, you have a responsibility to act in a different way, to not sponsor this terrorism. 600 trucks are going to go in every day. I don't know if they're going to be monitored correctly. There's great fear that Hamas is, probably using those trucks to smuggling weapons again and taking concrete again to use for the tunnels instead of building homes to replace those who have lost their homes. So we have a regional, the regionalism we spoke about before. We have to do it also with our rivals in the area, that in the region. And if you want to see a different future, they have to lean in and create that future and, pull a line, drag a line in the sand and say, this is unacceptable, and if we care about Palestinians, and we won't let this happen again. And I think this is their responsibility.
And it certainly remains to be seen if that does happen. I want to come back now to what we're seeing here in Israel. We have an update actually from the family of Emily Damari. As we see these images here, right here, her family is confirming that she has lost 2 fingers. She was initially reported as being one of those injured on the October 7th massacre. Now you can see here still holding up the Rock On sign with a smile on her face. But still, this is just some of the small glimmer of hope that we are seeing as she still does have that smile as she is reuniting with her family for the first time. Such a symbol of strength, even after being wounded and injured by those Hamas terrorists who held her captive for 15 months. This is certainly a mixed bag of emotions for the Israeli public right now, but this initial glimpse at Romi, Emily, and Doron, it's this small ray of light that I was mentioning. To give us a better idea, we go live now to our correspondent, Emily Francis, at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Emily, we have seen so many people gathering out there for quite an emotional evening already. Tell us what you have seen, what you have heard from speaking to some of the public after waiting for months for this day to happen.
Good evening, Nicole. It really is a remarkable evening, an event, and piece of history to be a part of. I like how you mentioned how Emily was holding up her Rock On fist. They're playing everything here on the big screen in front of thousands and thousands of people. It's dwindling a bit now, but the emotion and the cries and the cheers and the singing and the adrenaline, it's all there with a mix still of trepidation and fear. Obviously, this is the beginning of what is a very long journey still beyond the 42 days. We're very happy to have Daniel Sheck here, our regular, the head of diplomacy for the Hostage Family Forum. Come a little bit closer to me. Here we are. We were together on day one, and we've been saying every time I see you, will this day ever come? And here this day has come. What is it like for you to at least have a positive outcome for all of the hard work?
It's mixed feelings, because on the one hand, you're right, Emily, to say that you feel that this is an accomplishment. But you can't get used to the feeling of accomplishment, because tomorrow the fight continues and there are still 94 hostages to get home. And it's going to be, ups and downs as we know it. But sometimes you deserve to just live the moment, and you've been in this square so many hours and so many times yourself, and you know how many tears have been shed here. So for once, there were tears of joy and of emotion and of, it's a very emotional meeting for anyone who was involved and people who weren't involved. And, I was sitting in your studio and with, I believe Nicole is in... And we've spoken about this, and it was sort of a faraway, unachievable moment, something virtual. And here suddenly it becomes reality, and that's a real adrenaline rush.
And that's what I've been explaining and trying to put this into words. It's an energy. You feel it. I felt it the minute I was pulling up to go park without even seeing anything. It's just anticipation, nervousness, and just a reason to let out emotion that's not sheer horror.
Yeah, so... it seems unreal. On the one hand, you see these images, and there's now already in social media first image of Amanda Damari and her daughter Emily hugging. It's a big moment, but seriously now, I'm not going to burst into tears now. I promise.
I was crying all the way here. I'm like, I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry.
There are things that still need to be done, and I think the international community has an important role to be very watchful over both sides to make sure that the agreement is being upheld to the letter and until the very last hostage is home. Because it's very easy now to see, okay, we've had this wonderful moment, we can look the other way, we can deal with other stuff. No, you cannot deal with other stuff. This is still a central agenda for the stability of this region. So much depends on the return of the hostages, so much. It's not just pacifying the border between Gaza and the kibbutzim around it. It's not even just about calming the situation in our immediate neighborhood. This has a ripple effect on many, many, many issues in the international community, and therefore the responsibility is to aim high, try and pacify the border, find some kind of arrangement between Israelis and Palestinians, and complete the regional context that will be conducive to maintaining the peace so the world can move forward.
Thank you very much, Daniel Sheck. That pretty much sums it up for now. We'll be back with you a bit later. A very emotional evening that is changing by the minutes. Back to you in the studio.
Incredibly emotional. Emily Francis and Daniel Sheck, thank you for that update from Hostages Square. Now, we are getting some some new images from the IDF just now into the I-24 newsroom showing the exact moments the Red Cross handed over Romi, Emily, and Doron to the hands of the IDF. Take a look at these images as it's unfolding. This was mere hours ago, as we now know that these three female hostages are reunited with their mothers on their way to the Sheba Medical Center for more medical updates. I want to come back quickly in studio for an update from our I-24 News Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran. As we're taking a look at some of these images, it truly is so difficult, complicated, and complex, but this right here, the Red Cross not doing very much as we've seen for the past 15 months, but still.
Except for being an Uber service in the Gaza Strip, yeah.
Certainly seems to be the case. And so what are you making of all of the different analysis that you continue to come in, details pouring in every single minute here?
Right, so Israel's getting a better sense as to the health condition of the three. We know that Emily, the family of Emily Damari, approved publication, as you mentioned, that she lost 2 fingers on October 7th. And as they continue their initial assessment, they are going to be flown to a hospital, Sheba Hospital in central Israel. But again, if we look at the larger picture, this is the first day, as was discussed here. We're going to be witnessing a lot more of these kinds of days, and obviously it's an emotional roller coaster, not only for the families of the hostages who are released, the families of the hostages who are waiting to be released, but we are expected, as we get down the line, we're going to experience days that we have not yet experienced, and that is the return of dead hostages. And that is going to be, for lack of a better word, interesting to see how Hamas chooses, because unfortunately these families, they have to just accept how Hamas is the one calling the shots, how this handover is done. If that will also be under the images of cheering Gazans who, after 15 months of a genocide, when it ends, the day that it ends, you choose to celebrate the release of 3 hostages rather than go and be with your family, look for your home and stuff like that. So really, this is the first day of a very tumultuous time for Israeli society, gut-wrenching images coming out, and obviously today is a day of joy, of celebration for these, not only the families of the 3, but for Israeli society. But Israelis know that they're up for a complicated 84 days. That's the first 2 phases. And with still no end in sight regarding what will the day after include, whether, in the absence of an alternative rule to Hamas, they are the de facto rulers of the Gaza Strip. So many questions up in the air on this day.
Today truly is just the beginning of what seems to be an incredibly emotional roller coaster, to put it lightly. As you mentioned, 94 hostages are still in Gaza today. 30 more are set to be released over the next 6 weeks during Phase 1, and the remaining 64 to be released in Phase 2 of the deal. Now, these family members, they have been waiting 15 months for a deal like this to begin, and today it's finally happening. We're joined now by the father of hostage Guy Gilboa Dalal, who was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival. Ilan Dalal, thank you so much for being with us this evening. This is an incredibly emotional moment, an emotional day that we have seen as Romi, Emily, and Doron return home. How are you feeling after seeing these first glimpses of them?
Well, these images are really exciting and heartwarming. We see hostages that getting back to their families after 15 months being in hell, in conditions that unhuman, and now they can start rebuild their life and let the families breathe a little bit. We must remember with it that there are 64 other hostages that are not going to be released in this phase. My son is one of them, and they should be released only on the second phase, which will begin the talk on the second phase only on the 16th day of this phase. So this is, we don't even have a guarantee that the next phase will take place. And we are really frightened that something will go wrong with the deal, and it will explode, and they will not continue. We want the deal to continue until the end and see all the hostages coming back to their homes.
Certainly, everyone in Israel does want to see all of those 94 remaining hostages return home. And so these fears that you have that a deal could collapse before Phase 2 when your son Guy is set to be returned, what is the hostage families such as yourself, of those 64 that are set to be released in Phase 2, what are you doing to try and make sure that this deal does stay until the very end?
Well, we heard President Trump committed to continue with the second phase until all hostages are coming back, and go on with the permanent ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. I believe that Israel is thinking the same thing, and I think we understand here and that the time has come to release the hostages and finish this war and get back to their homes. We are really, really scared that it will not happen, and so we are trying to pressure all sides, including the mediators and our government, to go on and not leave it and just go on with it all the way.
Ilan, after seeing these images of these 3 strong women reuniting with their families, is it making you imagine what your reunion with your son, Guy, will be like? What will you say to him? What will you do the first time that you get to see him?
Well, we think about it a lot, and I think that I will just want to hug him and smell him and tell him that he came to his safe place, that everything will be okay now, and that's it.
I certainly hope that that does get to happen. Ilan Dalal, thank you for giving us your insight and your emotions on this incredibly difficult yet celebratory day that hopefully is just the first of many where we get to see your son as well as the 94 remaining hostages come home as well. Thank you, Ilan.
Thank you very much.
Now, quickly, coming back in studio, we have about 2 more minutes before we have to go out for our broadcast, and we have covered such a range of emotions that we have seen throughout the course of the past few hours, really. And so, Shira, I want to just have your closing thoughts. Is it a thought of hope that today is just the beginning of something that can truly change in the region?
Well, I think we own our own, we craft our own destiny. And there's always things you could do. We need strategy, we need leadership. I think that's the most important thing. We need leadership not just from the Israeli side. We need leadership from all over the region and the U.S. and the international community.
Giddy, do you think that that is likely to happen within this key 16 days?
World War I was a very plastic moment, brought about the Balfour Declaration and eventually the launch of the political phase of Zionism as we know it. World War II created the conditions for the establishment of the State of Israel, another hugely plastic moment in the Middle East. Then came the collapse of the Soviet Union that actually led to Israeli acceptance around the region, 3 decades of tremendous prosperity. This is another one of those moments. The common denominator of all previous moments is there was leadership with a vision. If we have leadership with a vision right now, we could launch Israel into the next phase of its prosperity and security. And that is actually dramatically aligned with the United States of America, the superpower of our time. The Americans have a vision for the region. It's called IMEC, India, Middle East, European Corridor. This is a corridor that has an economic component and transportation and energy, a security component, and a social component. In order to reach that, there needs to be a Saudi deal. In order to reach the Saudi deal, there needs to be some sort of a political horizon with the Palestinians. We are in this moment. If this thing can be brought together, Israel could move from the dramatic crisis to a huge moment in our evolution as a country.
We will certainly see what is to come in the next 16, 42, 84 days. Ariel Osaran, Gideon Greenstein, and Sherry Fine-Grossman, thank you for joining us on this first hour of our special broadcast here on I-24 News. We are continuing with more rolling coverage of the dramatic events that are unfolding today. 4 more minutes, and we'll be right back on I-24 News.
This innovative tool is the Fat Freezer Platinum, the first home-use fat reduction device that freezes away stubborn fat.
Like most people, I always believed that diet and exercise would be enough to reduce stubborn fat.
The Fat Freezer Platinum uses technology to freeze away stubborn fat from the comfort of your own home. To optimize results, the Fat Freezer Platinum uses bare light. The Fat Freezer Platinum will help you sculpt your body in exactly the way you want and keep it that way. It's safe, simple to use, and bottom line is, it really works. The Fat Freezer uses a medically known technology called cryolipolysis, used in high-end clinics all across the globe.
Shalom. ¿Qué me trae por aquí? La necesidad impostergable de 600 millones de hispanoparlantes que ahora necesitan escuchar el mensaje judío e israelí en tiempos difíciles. ¿Cómo lograrlo? Cuento con ustedes para continuar llevando a lo más alto del mundo mediático una inquebrantable diplomacia pública al servicio de la verdad sin concesión alguna.
Welcome back to this special edition of I-24 News. 3 Israeli hostages are finally back home in Israel. Romi Gonen, Doron Steinbrecher, and Emily Damari are the first of 33 hostages set to be released during phase 1 of the ceasefire deal, taking place over the next 42 days. Everyone in Israel has been glued to their televisions for hours now, anxiously watching every step of the way as Romi, Emily, and Doron are freed and reunited with their families. For more insight on these major developments, I am joined in studio by Yaakov Lapin, military and strategic affairs analyst and host of the Lapin Assessment on Patreon. Yaki Dayan, former Israeli consul in Los Angeles, as well as our I-24 News correspondent Robert Swift. Gentlemen, a historic day that you are truly joining us on I-24 News this evening. It is day 1 of this phase 1 of the 42-day ceasefire. Yaakov, I want to begin with you because this is truly just the beginning. And so quickly break down for our viewers what we should be expecting over the next 42 days. Because today there's many joyous emotions being felt, but it is only the beginning and it gets more complicated from here.
Right. This is a very complicated agreement, and it has different aspects to it. The thing that I'm watching the most closely is the IDF redeployment on the ground, because that is the most dramatic thing, I think, that is going on in terms of the future security of both southern Israel and the Gaza Strip. So what's happened is that basically the IDF is leaving Netzarim corridor, leaving northern Gaza. It's remaining in Philadelphia corridor. It's holding on to that. But it has essentially vacated northern Gaza, and an American contractor is supposed to set up checkpoints to screen the Gazans that will be moving north. I think that that's going to be a very inadequate temporary solution. And obviously, Israel is set to release a very large number, almost 2,000 terrorists, Palestinian terrorists from its prisons. Some of these people will have blood on their hands. Some will be released to the West Bank, some to East Jerusalem, some to the Gaza Strip. Some will be banished further away. And that's obviously going to be very painful for the victims of those terrorists who, committed terrible atrocities, including during the Second Intifada. And of course, there are going to be very happy moments, like we saw tonight, when more and more, when this trickle of hostages comes out to a new life, essentially being born again, because their nation fought for their release so valiantly. So it's a very, very mixed situation, I think, because there is a clash between long-term national security interests and obviously the need to get these people out. And the big question is whether this ceasefire is going to hold or not. I am skeptical. I don't think it's going to hold far beyond the 42-day mark for reasons that perhaps we can get into later. But I think for now, certainly this is a happy moment for the people of Israel, and first and foremost for those 3 young women and their families who are essentially being given a new life today.
And these are the images that we're seeing, the IDF releasing these images of the Red Cross handing over Romi, Emily, and Doron to the IDF. We have word now that they are in these helicopters on their way to receive their now second initial medical update from the hospitals, going over everything that they've been through for the past 15 months at this point. However, Yaakov, you bring up an interesting point that, Yaki, I want to get your take on, because for these 3 hostages just today, Israel is releasing 90 Palestinian security prisoners. Over the course of these 42 days, we're set to release 2,000 nearly Palestinian prisoners, many of them with blood on their hands, convicted terrorists. And so the fear of this deal being signed is that there's going to be this resurgence specifically in the West Bank, that this is the next front that is primed to explode, for lack of a better word.
No doubt it's a very painful deal. I mean, we had to reach this deal because 15 months passed and the hostages had no more time, and we had to reach this deal. So it's a very painful deal. In the first phase, most probably about 1,000 terrorists will be released. Out of them, around 200 with blood on their hands. And as you said correctly, and Yaakov mentioned, there are certain phases to the deal, and each phase would bring a release of more terrorists. And Israel has to be on alert, waiting for the terrorists to arrive. And in 15 days, exactly in 15 days, the negotiations on the second phase should start.
And this is more of the complicated aspect.
Exactly, and this is much more complicated because, as we heard from from President Biden, the outgoing president, obviously, and from the next National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, as we heard from both of them, in the second phase, Hamas cannot stay in power, which I don't see that happening. And the second thing is they spoke about demilitarizing Gaza. Again, a very interesting thought, but a very hard thing to achieve definitely in the second phase. So a lot of open questions moving in to the second round of negotiations that would start in 15 days. But the bottom line is this is a very painful deal, but a necessary one. And this is an exciting day to see those 3 girls going out from the captivity of those animals.
It is an incredibly joyous occasion when you see them and they're being reunited with their families for the first time. This comes after 15 months of fighting that we have seen in the Gaza Strip. And so, Robert, as we're taking a look at the terms of this deal, the different phases that the IDF is set to withdraw until, if we do get to phase 2 and phase 3, we see a complete ceasefire that has withheld. And so let's talk about quickly how the IDF has gotten here, the wins or losses that we've seen in the Gaza Strip so far.
So initially we saw the IDF going into the northern parts of the Gaza Strip, capturing territory there before systematically conducting operations further and further south until operations were conducted in Khan Yunis and Rafa. And then in many of these areas, repeated operations went in again. Now, we all know what the objectives of the war were. It was destroy Hamas, release the hostages. At this stage, we can clearly see from the footage today that Hamas is not destroyed, that they are operating on the streets. But clearly they've been degraded to a capability well below where they previously were. The hostages are starting to come home now as part of this deal, and the head of the IDF just said recently that this was enabled by the military pressure.
Our viewers, this is a live look at the helicopter that is set to take off or just took off moments ago, bringing those 3 freed hostages, Romi, Doron, and Emily, to the hospital where they will receive further treatment. This is a live footage right there. Robert, I want to come back to you before we get a little bit more analysis. You were saying?
Yeah, just to wrap up, the head of the IDF said that it was that military pressure that enabled Israel to maneuver Hamas into the position it is now, where it would agree to the terms which it has agreed on. Just last week, I was speaking with representatives from some of the hostages' families, and they were pushing back at this narrative slightly and saying that, yeah, that might be true, but also military pressure has killed hostages. Both those things are true at the same time.
And it becomes very complicated. Yaakov, I see you wanting to chime in here when it comes to the IDF's gains or losses.
Exactly. Just a few things to keep in mind. First of all, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad lost about 20,000 terror operatives. That's a lot. That's most of their force when you add the fact that at least another 10 to 15,000 have been seriously injured. So most of their fighting force is off the battlefield. Their leadership, their
Yaakov, I'm going to cut you off for a quick second because our correspondent is live near the Israel-Gaza border as these hostages, the helicopter is taking off right now. Balir Slidian, I want to come to you for an update.
Yes, exactly right. At this moment, the second helicopter is taking off from Re'im, from Kibbutz Re'im, from the military facility here beside it. As we see, this is the helicopter that is taken right now. Emily, Doron, and Romi. The helicopter is heading toward the Sheba Hospital. The other one also already took off, taking other members of the family, or maybe they were distributed into 2 separate helicopters. We have seen here the preparations for this for more than an hour. Actually, they stayed at the absorption point where they have met with their mothers here. and they were, of course, the initial medical assessment were taken for them, and all the psychological support as well. Of course, this is the first day of this ceasefire deal, and the first 3 hostages are released right now. We can say that they are already on their way to meet the rest of their families in Sheba Hospital in Ramat Gan, where they will be meeting also with the friends, their friends as well. We will be here, of course, to keep you updated about what's going to happen.
And we will have an update from our correspondent at Sheba Medical Center later in the broadcast as well. Balir Sladin, thank you for that update live on the ground as this helicopter is taking off, carrying those 3 freed Israeli hostages on their way to central Israel to receive further medical treatment after 15 months in Hamas captivity. I want to come back in studio now as we were speaking about the reality inside Gaza. This is the reality inside Israel right now. But Yaakov, you were talking about the reality inside Gaza, the reality that Israel has left behind in order to see this image of 3 freed hostages come back home.
Right. So again, Hamas is, I think, in many ways a shadow of its former self in terms of its capabilities, in terms of its ability to invade Israel, flood our cities with rockets. Those capabilities aren't there. They have devolved into a series of guerrilla terror cells. Most of them are not centrally commanded over, but locally. But the danger, I think, is them building back. This is the big danger. And I think the only way that we can seriously prevent that from happening, and they will be trying to do that from day one, especially in northern Gaza, is when round 2 comes. And I believe round 2 will come because it's in Hamas's DNA, it's in their jihadist DNA, to at some point they're going to either sabotage the second stage of this deal. I doubt that they will want to release all of the hostages because it's an insurance policy. They're definitely not going to disarm. They're fully intent on continuing to rule the Gaza Strip. At some point, I think this war is going to resume. And when that happens, I think what Israel is going to have to do is not only take territory, but also set up a military administration on the territory that it holds. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck in this loop forever.
Well, someone who does not want to see this war continue seems to be the incoming U.S. President, Donald Trump. In fact, one of the reasons that this ceasefire is happening right now is attributed to the incoming U.S. President Trump. He repeatedly said a deal needs to happen before he enters office on January 20th. And that is exactly what happened. This deal started 1 day before Trump's inauguration, but it has been a long time coming with the work of the Biden administration as well. For more, we are joined by our I-24 News senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim in Washington, D.C. Mike, let's begin with the reaction that's coming out of Washington and the United States right now that this deal is finally happening.
Well, certainly a sense of a celebration on one hand and cautious optimism, but a sense of reality on the other hand, that this is far from over. This is only just the beginning. Lots of difficulties, lots of challenges ahead, not only in getting the hostages out, but of course what comes after that, especially with these security prisoners, terrorist murderers among them, being released and it being seen in some circles as a victory for Hamas. So kind of a dichotomy of views right now in terms of what this all means. What does it mean for Israel? What does it mean for the region? What does it mean for the U.S.-Israel relationship with the Trump administration now taking shape? We're here in the shadow of the Washington Monument, the White House just a few blocks away. We had today a press conference and a display in support of the hostages release. Big signs out here saying, President Trump, you can bring them all home. We heard from a number of the families out here today of hostages, and even Noah Argamani, one of the released hostages, praying for her boyfriend still being held there in Gaza, saying, my heart cannot be free until he's no longer a captive. We also spoke with Daniel Nutra, the brother of Omer Nutra, whose body is being held hostage still in Gaza. He was thought to be alive for quite some time. Found out recently he was killed defending Israel on October 7th. We spoke with his brother a little bit earlier here at this event, which was well attended despite adverse weather conditions. Here's Daniel Nutra earlier today.
A lot of happiness. I certainly understand the families of the hostages that are returning, the feeling of reuniting with the loved ones. It's just pure joy. But it's the start of a possibly long journey here. And the effort that we're going to need to put in cannot stop. We need to continue the negotiations immediately to get to the next phases and to get them done. And hopefully we can reach some kind of peace with ourselves. And, my brother, who went to Israel and drafted out of his own choice to defend the people of Israel, he's a hero, and he deserves to be buried in the land of Israel and not to be held by Hamas for who knows how long.
Thank you very much. Also speaking today, Liron Berman, the brother of the brothers Zvi and Gali Berman, who are still being held in Gaza. They could be released as part of the second phase, so that remains to be seen. We spoke with Liron today here as well to get his thoughts on, again, the optimism of this day, but still the challenges ahead and how the Trump administration might be able to see this thing through to the end. Here's Liron Berman earlier today in Washington.
I have concern. I have concern for 15 months now, but it's a very emotional day. Emily and Doron I know since they are little kids. I know the families very well, both of us from Kfar Aza, all of us from Kfar Aza. So it's an emotional day to see them home with their families. It is stressful and it is concerning that my brothers are in the second phase, but I'm here to urge President Trump to see the deal go through until the last hostages. So I'm hopeful. Hope will die last, and we are doing whatever we can to bring everyone home.
Mike Wagenheim bringing us those voices straight from Washington, D.C., day one of this ceasefire, and it seems that they are certainly hopeful that it will remain in place for the coming weeks as well. Mike Wagenheim, thank you for that update. Now, coming back here in studio, Yaki Dayan, former Israeli consul in Los Angeles, we're hearing this hopeful optimism from many of the Jewish Americans inside the United States right now. And one of the main reasons being, it seems, is this quote-unquote Trump effect. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu says that he has reassurances from the Trump administration that if this ceasefire does fail, perhaps, the Israeli government and the IDF can go back into Gaza and completely eliminate Hamas. Trump does not want to see Hamas in power in Gaza.
No. No doubt Trump was the X factor. I mean, without Trump, it couldn't have happened. He really changed. He was the tipping point when he entered the negotiations, or his people entered the negotiations. It clearly changed the whole dynamic of the negotiations. Now, there are... my colleagues mentioned the goals of the war, but you know, the eliminating Hamas was divided to two. One is eliminating their military capabilities, and the second one was the administrative capabilities. The military capabilities were damaged dramatically, no doubt, and Yaakov is right mentioning that. But their administrative capabilities are still there, and he is still controlling Gaza effectively. Now, in the second phase, what we hear from Mike Waltz, the incoming national security advisor, and also from President Biden, was that Hamas will not be able to control Gaza anymore, and also that Hamas will not be able to harm Israel, which is a code for demilitarizing Gaza and Hamas. Now, if we see those are two extremely ambitious goals, especially when we are speaking about 40 or 50 days from now, holding those two goals. At the same time, and I agree with Yaakov that Hamas clearly doesn't have an incentive to complete the deal because they need their insurances with the living hostages. But at the same time, we have to remember that there is no vacuum, meaning it's not only Israel and the Hamas, but there is Trump, and Trump really wants to complete this deal, not only the first phase, but the second phase, and then moving to Saudi Arabia, achieving normalizations with Saudi Arabia. And we already heard from his envoy, Witkoff, that he's going to stay on the ground in Gaza, even in Gaza, in order to make sure that this deal is happening. So there are many conflicting points here, which I would say that it's now clearly hard to see how you connect all those dots. Eliminating Hamas or not having Hamas, demilitarizing Gaza, and all of that in a certain time and continuing to the second and third phase.
Complicated days ahead indeed.
100%.
I want to tell our viewers we're looking at some of the first images as well of these family members reuniting. Look right here. Finally, Romi, Emily, and Doron reuniting with their family after 15 months. These are the first images we are seeing. Truly a joyous, joyous day here in Israel and around the world as we're seeing these smiles on their faces, reuniting with their families. But as we've been talking about, this is just the beginning of what is said to be an emotional roller coaster, truly, over the next several weeks. However, this news of Romi, Emily, and Doron returning is not the only positive hostage update that we have today. The body of fallen IDF soldier Doron Shaul was retrieved from Gaza after more than a decade in a joint Israeli intelligence and army operation. I-24 News' Lynn Plagmeyer has the details.
The IDF has recovered the body of Doron Shaul, a soldier whose corpse was snatched by Hamas after he was killed in Gaza in 2014.
This morning it was announced that in a special secret operation by the IDF and Shin Bet, the kidnapped Sergeant Doron Shaul, may his memory be of blessing, was returned. Doron, who fell in battle in Shujaiya on July 20th, 2014, during Operation Protective Edge, fell in battle and was kidnapped by the terrorist organization Hamas.
Doron Shaul was killed when troops of the Golani Brigade's 13th Battalion entered Gaza City in an armored personnel carrier. The APC, however, got stuck, and during attempts to extract it, the vehicle came under attack by Hamas terrorists. Shaul's mother told Israeli media that she thought it wouldn't happen. She said, quote, "I'm very emotional and it's hard for me to even speak." His family pleaded for years with different authorities to get his body out.
My country said that Doron is not alive, but me and my family, we don't know what happened. So we don't have grave or something like that. But for us now, it's not important because we want him at home.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu shared a statement on X saying, "I embrace the dear Shaul family and congratulate the Shin Bet and IDF forces for their resourcefulness and courage." In another incident during the 2014 war, Hamas also snatched the body of Lieutenant Hadar Goldin. The IDF said on Sunday that they are doing everything they can to also bring his body home.
Truly amazing news after more than a decade of his body being held there in captivity as we continue to see these positive updates. However, this was something that happened. We don't know the exact timeline, the IDF announcing it today, but this was in a military operation, something that we are not going to be seeing if this ceasefire does remain in effect. And so, Yaakov, this is the two sides of the coin that we're seeing. We saw today alone, at least the news of a body, a hostage rescued through a military operation, 2, 3 hostages freed through diplomatic means.
Yeah, this is the tension, between the three war goals that Yaki so eloquently described right now. These are the tensions that the cabinet and the military have been navigating since day one. I do think, however, that, of course, Israel, the deal is done. It should try and get everybody out as much as possible. There's no question about that. But as soon as it breaks down, there's going to be a need, I think, for a different operating system, different approach. And it comes down to this business of administrative vacuum, not letting Hamas fill that, not letting Hamas take over the distribution of aid once again, selling that aid at extortionate prices to Gazans, using that aid to feed its own terrorists, and signaling to Gazans, as they're doing through this deal right now, that they are very much still on their feet. This is the biggest benefit from their perspective. They are showing that they're still on their feet, even if though they've been severely weakened. These images are designed to hide that fact and signal first and foremost to the people of Gaza that Hamas isn't going anywhere. And so I think Israel is going to have to quietly use this time to recalibrate, re-strategize, and figure out exactly what it's going to do when this ceasefire breaks down. And we have to assume that at some point it will.
It's going to be a much different military dilemma inside Gaza, however, because today alone we've seen thousands of displaced Gazans returning to their homes in the north. And so this is no longer the same playing field that the IDF will have left in. So, Robert, if the military does need to go back in, it's a completely different battlefield.
I'm not sure it necessarily would be. I think we saw in the last 15 months the IDF conduct operations repeatedly in the same location when it had to. I don't see any reason why the IDF wouldn't go back to the same tactics it was using just a few weeks ago.
As in evacuation orders, moving everyone out?
I could well imagine that taking place. For want of better ideas, the IDF seems to have returned to these sorts of techniques. Yeah, I do suspect that if the war starts again, which I happen to think that what we've discussed does seem quite likely, that a collapse between phase 1 and phase 2 seems like a real probability, then yeah, I can imagine the IDF going back to the tactics it's been using previously.
I want to come back quickly then, Yaki, as we're hearing from these two gentlemen, they seem that phase 2 it could collapse. But back to this Trump effect then, because Trump does not want this deal to collapse specifically while he's the president of the United States. And does that have any sway over Netanyahu's government to keep this deal intact?
Absolutely. It has a lot of sway because the Netanyahu government and Israel as well have more interest, and especially Iran, and we need Trump to help on this issue as well. So when you see the collective picture or the holistic picture, then you have to choose your battles. And choosing your battles, it depends very much on the negotiations with Trump. What are we going to get on the Iranian issue, and as well as the Saudi deal, which Trump wants so much, and he wants clearly to have to be a Nobel laureate, to win the Nobel Prize. So there are a lot of interest here, especially Trump interest here, and we have to remember. Eventually, we reached this deal because there were two timelines which conflicted. One conflicted the other. One is to release as many live hostages as possible, and the other is to eradicate the Hamas. And obviously, the timeline for the hostages was completely vanishing. So that's why we went for this deal. It's not that was the best choice, but that was the only choice eventually. But I think that Trump would be very adamant on completing the deal, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And this is what I'm seeing, how you can connect those dots in such a limited time.
We'll have to see exactly how that does unfold. Gentlemen, you're going to stay with me. Robert Swift, though, I'm going to let you out. We're going out for 3 minutes. We'll continue to go into all of the details into this very dramatic day. Stay with us on I-24 News.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Bad posture. The ever-increasing hours we spend sitting, working, and even while trying to relax at home is twisting our vertebrae out of alignment and creating strain and pain on muscles, ligaments, and joints. A scientifically designed spine and back support device that uses precision biometric technology to perfectly align the back and spine for all-day comfort and support, creating perfect posture for your back every time you sit down. Now features extra-wide acupressure comfort pads as well as an extended height back panel for even more support, making it perfect for all body types. Also features a precision wing design that perfectly cradles your back and spine with amazing ergonomic support that leaves you feeling refreshed and energized even after sitting all day.
The 7th of October set in motion a chain of events. Today, Israel's enemies are severely weakened, but not defeated, and the balance of power is shifting. This region never rests. And for its own survival, Israel needs to keep its finger on the pulse. If you want to better understand, if you want to hear voices you won't hear elsewhere, then tune in daily to Middle East Now on i24 News.
Thanks for sticking with us as our coverage continues on i24 News. You're taking a live look right now at these helicopters arriving at Sheba Medical Center in the center of Tel Aviv, carrying the 3 freed hostages today. These medical teams have been on standby waiting to receive the 3 female hostages, Romi Gonen, Doron Steinbrecher, and Emily Damari. Now, for our latest update, we want to go live to our correspondent at Sheba Medical Center in Ramat Gan. Our i24 News correspondent, Emmanuel Ulra, is joining us now. Emmanuel, what an incredibly anxious and tense time we have seen throughout the course of the day at the hospital. Walk us through what is happening as we are on air right now.
Right. Well, everyone is looking up, trying to catch a glimpse of this helicopter. We definitely heard it, but it seems like the helipad might be on a different side of the hospital, therefore we couldn't really see it. But you know, the excitement here and the anticipation for the arrival of these 3 women, these now 3 patients of the hospital is really high. You can really feel a lot of excitement. The press is really surrounded the area, and inside, outside, there is a lot of excitement and anticipation. And there were also a lot of preparations and procedures in order to help welcome these women in an orderly fashion, but also in a fashion that would make them feel the most comfortable, especially after being held captive for 15 months after so long. One of the goals here was to give them as much privacy, to give their families as much privacy, and to make them feel as safe and secure upon their return as possible. So they will undergo a series of tests. Some of those include pregnancy tests, nutritional deficiency tests, and also psychological treatment, which evidently has become very important given the amount of trauma that they've endured after being held captive for this long. And of course, they will be checking their vitals, such as their heart, their lungs, and their kidneys. The health ministry has recommended that they should be staying for 4 days minimum in hospital, but this is, of course, also at the discretion of the family and the now released women, the now patients. So there are, a lot of different instructions in order to help maintain a presence, circumstances of calm, of comfort for these young women, and in order to help them reacclimate, for them to help them readjust in a new setting now, the new day, a new dawn, perhaps for them, for their families, perhaps some kind of rebirth, if we can even go that far, and something to hope for. But this is the first day to a long road to recovery for these young women, and of course a lot of mixed feelings, knowing that there are still 94 hostages being held hostage still in Gaza, Nicole.
Emmanuel, you mentioned how these hospital teams are prepping and ready to receive these 3 strong women, but I'm curious if there's any lessons that these hospitals have learned since the November 2023 deal, the first and only hostage deals that we had seen since then, because those hostages were released after 50 days. Today's women have been captive in Gaza for 471 days. And so how does the protocol differ?
Actually, the protocol does differ. They are making sure that this time around, the returning hostages have even more privacy. What we saw in November of 2023 was, in fact, a lot of overcrowding, a lot of overwhelming situations for the families and, of course, the hostages. And they want to ensure that these families, now that these reunions are being held in the most amount of privacy that they can provide, make them feel more secure. And, of course, the situation is quite different given that they're now being released after a much longer period of time. And even though they have something to work with, sort of blueprint from November of 2023, that previous hostage deal, we're actually hearing another helicopter, and perhaps it's the same one that is still, it's returning back to the south. We can't really catch a glimpse of it, but we definitely
We're
hear
taking
it.
a look at some of the live images on the screen as you're speaking, so we're watching that helicopter right now as well.
Right, and so as you can see, definitely still a lot of activity going on. But yes, Nicole, as you mentioned, definitely they have learned something from that previous release, and also they will have to monitor these released hostages differently to some extent, given the extent of the captivity that they've endured over the last 471 days, the last 15 months, unlike the previous hostages who were released, luckily for them, a bit sooner.
Well, it does appear that this is one next helicopter touching down at Sheba Medical Center, according to these live images that we are seeing on our screen right now. Emmanuel Onorat giving us the latest from that medical center as these hospital teams are prepped, waiting to receive and treat in the most delicate fashion these hostages that are being released after 15 months in captivity. Once again, these live images of this hospital just now touching. We're going to continue to talk about this, but as Emmanuel mentioned, returning home, it really is just the beginning of a battle towards healing. That is what we've learned from the hostages who have returned home in the previous deal in November 2023. Well, we're joined in studio now by Chen Avigdori, whose wife, Sharon, and daughter, Noam, were kidnapped from Kibbutz Be'eri and released after 50 days in captivity on November 25th, 2023. Chen, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
It is an incredibly dramatic and emotional day that we're seeing all across the country right now, and we've already seen a glimpse of some of these emotional reunions of these strong women reuniting with their families. I want you to give us a glimpse, because you have been in these family members' shoes more than 400 days ago as you were waiting to see, hug, feel your wife and daughter again. What emotions were you feeling, and what does this now bring up in you?
So actually, the whole day is like it's like a flashback to the good, to the one good day that I have since October 7th. I'm trying to know what these people are thinking and what they are feeling. I think I heard your correspondent say something about rebirth, and this is exactly the feeling that I had, because, well, many times they were asking me to explain the emotions of how is to hug your daughter after 50 days in captivity. So just imagine, every parents know the feeling that when you hold your firstborn in your arms, and you know that this is something big. And when I hold Noam in my arms for the first time in 50 days, I really felt like it was a rebirth of somebody I already knew, loved, cherished, laughed with, and have an anxiety attack because of her. And this feeling of being whole again after all this time, it's super emotional. So, and my experience was only 50 days, so double it by, I don't know, almost 10 times.
Wow. And since then, what has it been like? Because you have remained a very vocal advocate for the return of all of the remaining now 94 hostages who are still in Hamas captivity inside Gaza. And so seeing another reunion like you've had yourself for the past 400 days, what have you been advocating for?
Well, I advocated exactly to see those pictures that nobody can stay, nobody cannot experience and have emotional feeling with this picture, because we are all humans. this is exactly the moment that we were advocating it for days, weeks, and months. And I certainly will continue to advocate until the last hostages will come back. This is a national mission, and we have to do it until it's done.
And as we see, as these hospital teams are prepping to receive them right now, once again, I want to remind our viewer these are live images of the Sheba Medical Center as Romi, Emily, and Doron are arriving to receive treatment. But this is just the first step in re-establishing their life here in Israel. And so, Chen, for your wife and your daughter, for Sharon and Noam, how has it been like 1 year later? What has their recovery process been like?
So I'm happy to say that the official answer, we are very private people. They are very private people. I'm all over the place. But they are very, very private persons. So the official answer is that the family and the officials of the, let's say, and the psychology wrap around us are very happy with their situation. Again, we are, they were kidnapped from the kibbutz, but they was visiting the kibbutz. So they come home to their own home, own community, their own routine. So it was less hard than the other ones.
But incredibly difficult as well, and an emotional day seeing these reunions. Chen Avigdor, thank you for giving us your insight into telling us exactly what we might be able to expect on this joyous day, and may we see the 94 other hostages that you have continued to advocate for.
I will continue
home
until
as
the
well.
last one, of course. Thank you very much.
Chen Avigdor, thank you. Now, speaking of those remaining hostages, we do want to get a live update from our correspondent Emily Francis at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. What's really become the symbol for the plight of the hostages. It is a very emotional evening from what we've seen out there so far. Emily, tell us a little bit about the atmosphere at Hostages Square this evening.
Hi, good evening. Nicole, you're right. As you said, this has really been the symbol of the plight of the hostages. And in one night, it really has been a groundswell of, so many mixed emotions. I got here about 3 hours ago, and it was as they were actually being transferred to return to Israel. So it was just this overwhelming sense of joy and applause and just an energy force that was really quite notable. And then, throughout the evening, as we're watching this, going through it, the crowd, trickling down a bit, it's trying to stay in the present and understand the joy of the miraculous nature that these three young women came home, were able to walk by themselves, to see they were smiling. But at the same time, there's remaining hostages, not just the ones that still are part of this first phase, which is tenuous at best. We know we're dealing with a terror organization, but then there are many others that are not part of this first phase. So hoping to get to a second phase, again, is not guaranteed. So complicated feelings, but mainly joy tonight. Earlier, I also spoke to Gil Dickman, the cousin of Carmel Gatz, who was murdered in captivity, as we all saw and experienced with others. That really was so painful to see, but he's still here advocating, and here's what he had to say.
Of course, mixed feelings. I feel it's bittersweet, and I feel all of this together because it's happiness. First of all, when I see Romi and I see Doron and I see Emily and I think of their mothers, finally getting to hug them, this is pure joy. And there's also the thought that if we had signed the deal in time, Carmel would have been here. She would have gotten to hug her father and her brothers and us and my sister. And this is such a miss. And that's mixed with anger and with worry for the hostages that are still there in captivity. 94 are still there. Not all of them are a part of this phase of the deal. We must make sure that we leave no one behind. We know what happens when we leave hostages behind. What happened to Carmel is because we left her behind. We can't leave anyone behind. We have to make sure we go all the way, get all the hostages back as quickly as possible.
An incredibly emotional evening there, speaking to some of these family members of the hostages. Certainly seems like a joyous celebration, but many emotional days to come as well. Emily Francis, thank you for that update from Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. I want to come back in studio now. I'm still joined by Yaakov Lapin and Yaki Dayan. It's a mixed bag that we continue to talk about, and hearing from the family members that have been impacted so far up until now, yet still, as a whole, so many people are tuning in and wondering, is this a success for Israel as a whole? And is that a question that can even be answered, Yaakov? Because it seems, as we've discussed over the past hour, that Israel's hands were tied when signing this deal.
Yeah, I think, we do have to zoom out in order to try and answer questions of success or not. And I don't think it's a binary yes or no answer. But, look at the situation that we were facing on October 7th and look at it today. Hezbollah has been, greatly reduced in its capabilities. Hamas has been hugely reduced in its capabilities. Iran has been cut down to size, and the IDF has proven that they can reach Iran. It's taken out its air defenses. Syria, the Bashar Assad regime has fallen. That was the main bridge connecting Iran to Hezbollah. So the entire Iranian axis, of which Hamas was a very important member of, is on the back foot. And that is a major Israeli achievement. I think the big question is what happens now going forward. We've discussed this in studio. We'll have to see. This is also very important even from a national security perspective. It's very important for the Israeli people to see as many hostages come back, because the issue was beginning to tear Israeli society apart. And that in itself is a threat to national security. We need resilience. We need a minimal degree of unity. And I think this is going to start healing some of those rifts, obviously not all of them. But even from a security perspective, when you look at the issue of domestic unity, this is going to help that, and that in itself will strengthen our people. And we have many more challenges along the way. So it's a mixed bag, but I think Israel has certainly made major progress in the entire Middle East, and it's got a lot more work to do.
And I see these live images. Once again, you're speaking about the Israeli public. Well, this is Israeli public reporters all gathering around what appears to be some sort of the drop-off at Sheba Medical Center, as Romi, Doron, and Emily are coming to the hospital after 15 months, 471 days in Hamas captivity. You can see these Israeli flags, people welcoming this envoy as well. We saw earlier these helicopters taking off from the Israel-Gaza border, taking them here to central Israel. These are emotional images as we're watching this all happening live. I want to contradict this or contrast this into the images that we did see earlier in the day, these jarring images from inside Gaza, as these three women were met with mobs of Hamas terrorists wearing their uniforms, circling around, really showing this sign of victory they tried to show in the Gaza Strip. And so I think this truly paints such a clear picture for our viewers of what is happening inside Israel, them being back home, versus what happened inside Gaza, and the two images, the two sides that are trying to paint this as a victory for themselves.
I completely agree with Yaakov. I mean, comparing to where we were standing on October 7th, this is a huge difference. I mean, we are definitely paid a very heavy price, but we are, and the Middle East is in a completely different strategic place. I mean, and from here, if we continue, there is a big if, and it's not necessarily Hamas. I would point Iran as the next target and problem. And if we join forces with the Americans and we continue with the Iranians, and then a Saudi deal, we can see a new Middle East, a completely different Middle East. And then we can say that we were, on October 7th, we were in our lowest point, and we were turning that completely to a victory, although paying an extremely heavy price. And keeping in mind, as you very correctly said, Nicole, that our enemy, those terrorists of the Hamas, wants to eliminate Israel and the Jews wherever they are, and their motivation hasn't shattered. Their motivation still exists. I mean, they want to continue and kill Jews and Israelis, and they will continue to do that. It hasn't started on October 7th. It started way before the reestablishment of the State of Israel, and that will continue as well. And we have to remember that we have such an enemy in our borders, but still, being focused on the target and the eyes on the ball, as we say. And the eyes on the ball, we have to continue with Iran now, and then we can really reach a different Middle East.
Look at really reshaping the region as a whole. Now, as we're looking at these images of Emily, Doron, and Romi coming to the hospital, returning here at Israel, take a look at these emotional reunions of them reuniting with their families after 471 days. These images give you goosebumps as you see the smiles on their faces after hugging their mothers for the first time. But truly, the psychological wounds that these three women are dealing with, they are likely going to be some of the most difficult to heal. We've already reported extensively on the trauma that the hostages who were returned in the November 2023 deal have experienced. And that was after 50 days in Hamas captivity. These hostages returned now have experienced more than 470 days in hell. I want to welcome Dr. Erwin J. Mansdorf, a clinical psychologist and senior fellow at the Jerusalem Center of Public Affairs. Erwin, how do we even begin to analyze the trauma that these women have experienced and then through that help them heal?
Well, I think you could begin by just imagining yourself in this position. I think all of us, as we watch these images, are feeling the horror that these women went through, and we didn't go through the horror. So imagine what they actually feel and what they actually are going to go through as they try to recover through this period.
It is difficult to even imagine that. And so then, in your opinion, what is going to be the most difficult part of their reintegration to society? Because from some of the previously released hostages, we hear that that is one of the most difficult aspects.
And we hear what they're telling us. We have the first set of hostages that came out without us actually having a literature or a background knowing how to deal with this type of this situation. It was something completely new. But now we hear them telling us that the most important thing is to give them space, to give them time, to give the families privacy. And this was repeated again this week, and it's repeated again today by the IDF spokesman in his statement. And I think it's important. So I think the point that you made of the contrast between what we saw with the crowd, the mob crowd in Gaza, and what we saw at the hospital brings that out. But I think it would have been much better had we been able to greet them at the hospital in a way that gave them a little bit more privacy without all these paparazzi jumping on them.
That is a difficult part for many of the Israelis, and that brings me to my next question then. How can these families, how can these friends, how can the Israeli public help? Because it's a traumatic event for those who know the hostages as well. And so how can they help their friends, their family members begin to heal?
Well, first of all, they're all going to be under psychological care, and I think they have to take the cue from the people that are being treated and take the cue from the families. The families will tell you when it's okay to come over, when it's okay to speak to them, when it's okay to, and everyone will have a different reaction. There's no uniform reaction and method of dealing with each of these people that have gone through the trauma. Everyone brings in their own set of history, their own set of dealing with things. And the cue that we need to take from the family members that will tell us how to approach them. Now, remember that the family members themselves are going through a reintroduction to society. They've spent the last 15 months in this horrible hell of themselves, the psychological hell where I'm sure they weren't sleeping, they weren't eating, they weren't thinking straight, they weren't able to socialize in any normal fashion. So dealing with them was also going to be something that will require a readjustment, not an adjustment, but a readjustment to the reality of what they face now.
Clinical psychologist Dr. Erwin Mansdorf, thank you for giving us some analysis on exactly what we should expect and how we can better help these hostages that are set to be released as well. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Now, we only have a few more minutes of this broadcast, but as a whole, it's very difficult to give your analysis if right now the Israeli public will be able to look at this deal and heal, but we have some complicated days ahead. And so as we're wrapping up, Yaakov, in your analysis, what is going to be the most difficult aspect over the next 42 days or possibly 84 days of this 2 to 3 phase deal?
I think it's the most difficult aspect will be those hostages that are not included in stage one. What will be with them, their fate. This is going to be one of the most painful things. And also in this phase, there are going to be, unfortunately, bodies coming back from Gaza as well. That's going to break the nation's heart, and we have to brace ourselves for that. And, also, when the hostages come back, just to see these 3 young women on their feet is a huge relief. It's wonderful to see that. But of course, we have to wait and wait for the hospital assessments, the psychological assessments. We can't imagine the trauma that these women have faced, and it's going to take them a long time, I think, to recover. So I really would hope that, as Erwin said just now, that, paparazzi and mass cameras take a step back.
Really give the family their privacy at this time.
People are going to need a lot of space, a lot of support. This isn't the time for, media to start coming in and swooping in on them.
No, we certainly have to give them their space. Now, quickly, Yaakov, one final note, because as we did come in here, this is a happy day, as you mentioned. It's a celebratory day.
Absolutely. It's a very exciting day, but as Yaakov mentioned, it's going to be an emotional roller coaster, no doubt, especially when we'll see the bodies coming back from Gaza. But we have to bear in mind that in 15 days, the next negotiation starts on the second phase, and those are crucial negotiations because we have to ensure that Hamas doesn't stay in power, that Gaza is going to be demilitarized, and at the same time, we have to make sure that all the hostages are coming back home.
These next few days will really be a trying time. Yaki Dayan and Yaakov Lapin, thank you for your analysis on this dramatic day here on I-24 News. 471 days, and we are seeing 3 Israeli females finally back home in Israel. Romi, Emily, and Doron. Some amazing images that we've seen. Our coverage does continue here on I-24 News. Stick with us, and thank you.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
وانا ما نديرش ما نساهمش معك نساهم معك
This broadcast is brought to you by Israel Bonds, the most direct and impactful way to support Israel. Invest now at israelbonds.com. This broadcast is brought to you by Israel Bonds, the most direct and impactful way to support Israel. Invest now at israelbonds.com.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching live coverage on I24 News on this very special day as 3 Israeli hostages return home. I'm Laura Sellier.
And I'm Ariel Oseran.
Thank you very much for being with us. And just moments ago, Doron Steinbrecher, Emily Damari and Romi Gonen arrived at the Sheba Medical Center, the hospital close to Tel Aviv. They've already been reunited with their mothers. There you can see Romi in the first picture, Emily and Doron getting a much needed hug from their mums after 471 days being held by terrorists in Gaza. And this afternoon, an entire nation glued to the TV screens to watch their chaotic release from Gaza. We saw the Red Cross vans surrounded by hordes of armed terrorists cheering and jeering the young women as they were transferred over to the Red Cross. They were then brought to Re'im, and you can see the pictures there where they were embraced by IDF soldiers, finally able to breathe after many, many months in the sheer hell of Gaza being held by terrorists. There you can see Doron Steinbrecher, Emily Damari in the green tracksuit, and Romi Gonen as well. They are now back with their families in a much-needed loving embrace, and they are the first of 33 hostages who will be released by Hamas over the next 6 weeks as part of a ceasefire deal. So, Ariel, we heard a short while ago, didn't we, from the Hamas spokesman saying that Hamas remains committed to this ceasefire deal.
Yeah, just quickly, the image we see on our screen right now, that's Emily Damari. Her family approved the publication of that photo, stating that she lost 2 of her fingers by Hamas terrorists on the October 7th attack when she was kidnapped from her home in Kfar Aza. And so you can see her smile of victory
that is the sign of victory, isn't it?
Indeed, and following the hell, as you mentioned, that she was released from in Gaza. Going back to that hell, the images, the statements at least coming out from there, it appears they are living in a different reality from the other statements that we've been hearing throughout the day. Abu Ubaida, the military spokesperson of Hamas's military wing, the Al-Qassam brigades, issuing a video statement, saying that he has not done too much over the past few months, obviously claiming once again victory in reaching this ceasefire deal, saying that the October 7th attacks changed the face of the region, saying that the great sacrifices of our people, that is his words, will not go in vain. We made every effort to preserve the enemy's hostages, even though we can see the condition that they're released. I did find interesting in Abu Ubaida's speech today that he said that the responsibility is growing on our people and resistance in the West Bank, calling on Hamas supporters and militants to escalate their confrontations against Israel.
Just as we're seeing renewed violence in Jenin, where there was a shaky kind of ceasefire in place between the Hamas terrorists.
Yeah, just 2 days after they reached a ceasefire, ending a 44-day siege. The agreement, this is just a quick side note, the agreement between the Jenin Battalion and PA security forces was that the Jenin battalion would hand over their weapons, and the Palestinian security forces would enter and dismantle explosives in the West Bank camp.
And I just
not a
wanna
single weapon has been handed over until this moment.
Absolutely. Just the pictures you're looking at now, this is this afternoon. This is in Gaza. This is when the 3 young women were handed over to the Red Cross. Those are Red Cross vans. You can see the flag there of the Red Cross.
Armed militants standing
chaotic.
on top of the
Terrorists
Red Cross.
are climbing on the truck. They are firing their guns. They are all. It's a completely chaotic situation. We can only imagine the terror of those young women as they are taken to the Red Cross vans. And I want to point out, because I've been looking through international media, and there is that photograph, which is now iconic, of Doron Steinbrecher surrounded by masked armed men, a tiny, frail young woman in a pink jumper, surrounded by men. You look through the international media. Interestingly, only Al Arabiya, the Saudi outlet, has chosen to lead with that image. You're seeing all of the other Western media, international media, choosing, I don't know, softer images. And I'm wondering if that is an editorial choice, because what we saw earlier paints a very different picture of the situation in Gaza than the one we have been told about for many, many months, about the suffering in Gaza and about the situation there. I mean, this paints a very different picture. And I'm wondering if Hamas has switched the narrative, from one, when it was talking to the Western audience, to the Americans, to the Europeans, and saying we need aid, we need help, we're suffering, to this, we're victorious, we have defeated the mighty enemy, and so forth. It's an interesting editorial choice, I think.
It is for sure an editorial choice. And one other thing, Doron was captured. Some astute social media users caught that she was wearing a necklace with a Palestine flag on it. Just another example to the cynicism put forth by Hamas. Indeed, what Hamas was trying to illustrate today were images of victory rather than the destruction and the complete dissolution of many areas in the Gaza Strip, quickly shifting the narrative. As you mentioned. Now, the images, I think this is a closing circle for these hostages, because when they were dragged in to the Gaza Strip on October 7th, they were also greeted with jeering Palestinians, hitting them, spitting at them. And now when they were released after 15 months in Hamas captivity, in inhumane conditions, that same Red Cross that miraculously appeared on the day of their release didn't once make sure to check on their condition, whereas when it comes to Palestinian security prisoners in Israeli jails, they get free, unlimited access. Obviously, we're not trying to draw any comparison, but if we're talking about the responsibility of the international community and bodies like the International Red Cross, that is one example. And so marking their final moments in the hell of Gaza, being sent off by these hundreds of Gazans who, on a day of a ceasefire, rather than being together with their families, trying to search for their loved ones, chose to go and celebrate the release of hostages.
It is far more chaotic, I don't know if you agree, than the first hostage handover that we saw back in November 2023.
So there were a few venue selections during that week-long release of hostages. There was one that was in central Gaza. I think it was of it was one of the other hostages, not Noor Gamari. She was released she was liberated in a rescue operation, but definitely not the majority of the scenes that we saw. And it raises the question, what should we expect from the coming releases? Because this is going to be a staggered, dragged on process that Israelis, not only the families of the remaining 94 hostages who are continuing to be in this emotional roller coaster of ups and downs, highs and lows, wondering whether not their loved ones will indeed be released or in what condition. Right. These are scenes that are very difficult for Israelis to stomach, but the images, the flip side of them reuniting with their families is entirely worth it, and an entire nation is supportive and happy to see them come out.
It really has been an emotional roller coaster. I know that's a cliche, but I'm not sure there's any better way to describe it. Hamas was supposed to deliver the names of the hostages due to be released the night before. It only came, I think, 2 hours before they were actually released, really wringing out every last opportunity to inflict psychological torture on the families of the hostages until the last moment. And of course, Israelis will have to go through this now week after week for 6 weeks if the ceasefire holds, and we hope that it will for the sake of those hostages and their families, because we remember the last hostage release deal collapsed near the end.
Some of these who were released today were supposed to be in that deal, and also some hostages who were killed, who were executed by their Hamas captives. For example, Carmel Gat, Eden Yerushalmi, who were murdered in the tunnels in Rafa. They were supposed to be in that collapsed deal. And so
very, very
many
hard
of
for
these
the
families of the hostages are also watching this with a sense of a missed opportunity, that they could have seen their loved ones come out in this deal. But obviously they are happy for the families of those who did come out. But you talked about this staggered release. So the next release, Hamas confirmed, is going to be on Saturday. 4 women are expected to be released in this next phase. And following that, that's day 7.
And there's already speculation about who that will be, but of course there's no confirmation.
There won't be any confirmation until the day before, unless Hamas chooses to inflict once again their psychological warfare. After the 7th day, from beginning day 14, there will be 3 hostages released every 7 days. First, the female hostages, and then the men, and only then will there be the deceased hostages, because until this moment, not only do we not know who will be released when, but also who is alive and who isn't. Hamas is dragging this to the absolute final moment to maximize their psychological warfare against Israelis and mainly the families of the hostages.
That's right, Ariel. Thank you. They are refusing, of course, to confirm who is alive and who is dead. And as Ariel points out, we will not know that until perhaps just a few hours before. Let's go to the Sheba Medical Center in Tel Aviv, where Romi, Emily, and Doron are with their families to begin a very long rehabilitation. Our Emmanuel Honora is there. Emmanuel.
Laura, we just saw the vans with a convoy of police cars arriving. So they arrived with the helicopter to the helipad on one side of the hospital, but then were brought to a convoy of vans and were led to another way in order to enter the hospital, and are now undergoing the preliminary checks, all of the first steps to the treatment that they will be undergoing over the next few days, and presumably also over the next few months, if not years, with the psychological treatment. We know, according to the health ministry did advise them to stay at least 4 full days at Sheba Hospital, but that does remain at the discretion of the family and of course, the now released young women, the now patients of the hospital, Romi, Emily, and of course Doron, who have now touched back down in Israel after 471 days, 15 months of captivity. And they've really been trying to make sure that these reunions, family reunions, they've been trying to provide as much a feeling of safety, as much a feeling of security for these young women after returning from so long in captivity, making them feel safe and trying not to overcrowd them, trying not to overwhelm them. So each one of these women is given a private room where they can be with their family members. They were first reunited with their mothers in southern Israel, but are now reuniting with the rest of their families, perhaps also some close friends. So a lot of different emotions, a lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation, and a first day of major relief after this first day of this 42 day of this first phase of this hostage deal. And but still a lot of mixed emotions, knowing that there are still 94 hostages that remain in captivity in Gaza, and also mixed emotions knowing that this is the first day of their long road to recovery, and the nation is of course wishing them all the best and sending as much positive energy for these young women who have finally made it back home into the arms of their family, Laura.
Sheba Medical Center, where the three young women, Emily, Doron, and Romi, were brought just a short while ago, and they will begin medical treatment and rehabilitation, because we don't really know the extent of the injuries, mental and physical, that they are suffering right now. As you point out, Ariel, we saw Emily with a bandage on her hand, missing two fingers from a gunshot when she was taken. So that is a sign of the physical suffering, but of course the mental and emotional and psychological distress will go much deeper. But I think the images of those three young women hugging their mothers will really go a very long way to helping the nation heal, because this has been something that the whole country has been going through for 15 months now. We all know these young women. We know their names, we know their stories, we know their families. They've been interviewed countless times, campaigning constantly. So the fact that they are now home is quite remarkable, and nothing short of a miracle, I think. And Ariel, let's talk about, of course, the price that Israel has to pay for the release of these young women. We'll talk about the IDF maneuvers in a moment, perhaps. But, of course, Israel must release a certain number of Palestinian prisoners, murderers, terrorists. A couple of names: Amjad Awad, who murdered the Fogel family in 2011, including their 3-month-old baby, Hadass. She was stabbed to death while sleeping in her cot. Mohammed Abu Warda, responsible for the murder of 45 Israelis in 2 bus bombings. And, of course, Zakaria Zubaidi is a name that's being talked about as well, a terrorist linked to many attacks, who managed to escape jail back in 2022, I think.
They dug a tunnel with a spoon. They dug a tunnel
out, right. They managed to escape. They were captured alive and brought back to jail. And he is to be released in the deal. And there are questions over where they will go now. Will they go to Gaza? Will they go to their homes? Will they go abroad? Those details, I believe, are still being worked out, right?
Right. So today we're expected to see 90 Palestinian prisoners released following the release of the 3 Israeli hostages. According to the deal, for every female hostage, Israeli hostage, Israel's to release 30 Palestinian security prisoners. Now, the families of the hostages have asked not to call this a exchange or swap deal, because there is no room for moral equivalation.
There were some interesting comments from Ayman Odeh, member of the Knesset,
where he tied the two together.
Right. He's trying to draw a moral equivalence, isn't he?
So the reason, the most obvious reason that equivalence should not be drawn is because Doron and Emily, they were kidnapped from their homes. They weren't engaged in any violent activity against anyone. And Romi Gonen, she was kidnapped from in the Nova Music Festival. That is not the case with these 90 Palestinian prisoners, security prisoners, who are to be released today. Hamas calling on its supporters to receive them with cheers in the Ramallah area, even issuing a statement urging Palestinians to celebrate the release of the prisoners from Israeli jail. Because if we are looking at the achievements of Hamas in the October 7th attacks and the ensuing war, it is death and destruction in the Gaza Strip and the release of Palestinian prisoners. That is what they managed to achieve.
And they will be released today, some of them?
90 are going to be released today.
So can we expect to see those celebrations on our screens?
Yes, there are already gatherings in, for instance, in Betunia near Ramallah. They're chanting slogans in support of Mohammed Def, the killed military leader of Hamas, saying we are all with Hamas. Those are the groups who are expected to receive the Palestinian prisoners. Obviously, a very different sentiment from how the Israeli hostages are being received from in Israel now.
And that will be very difficult for the Palestinian Authority to handle that as well, because they've been trying very hard to keep a lid on the violence there in Jenin and elsewhere, where you've seen a real resurgence in support for Hamas and other terrorist groups. They've been trying to calm the situation down. Presumably, this will inflame it horribly.
And that connects to what we talked about earlier about this collapsing ceasefire in Jenin, because that was believed to be some sort of test for the Palestinian Authority, who claimed over the weekend, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas saying the Palestinian government completed all preparations to assume full control over the Gaza Strip, but they can't even control a single camp in the northern West Bank. So how can not only Israel feel safe, but how can the international community see the Palestinian Authority as a feasible option, alternative for Gaza? For Hamas, obviously, one can claim that they are the lesser of the two evils. But this is another strain to their faltering support among Palestinians. Now, just to bring home the point regarding the Palestinian prisoners, we are talking about in the first phase, roughly 1,900 Palestinian prisoners
just
are
in
to
the first
be
phase.
Released. Yes. And of those, 337 are considered security prisoners who engaged in terror activity against Israelis. 47 were released in the 2011 Gilad Shalit deal and then rearrested after, once again, returning to engaging in terror. And then over 1,000 Gazans who were arrested by Israeli forces operating in the Gaza Strip, but who have been deemed that they have not participated in the October 7th.
Do you think this is going to spark a wider debate in Israel about how to prevent future hostage taking? Let's look at what happened yesterday in Tel Aviv when a man who had illegally entered Israel from Tulkarem, he started stabbing people at a cafe in Tel Aviv, and he was instantly shot dead by an armed Israeli civilian.
If he would have been injured, he might have been released.
Well, quite. He's not going to be part of any future hostage deal. So I'm wondering if this is going to have a direct effect on the rules of engagement going further. That will be something that police officers will think about.
Well, that is one of the main criticisms of this deal, that it basically encourages hostage taking moving forward. Yahya Sinwar, he was released in the Shalit deal. He vowed to release the Palestinian prisoners, making that perhaps his main goal in his leadership of Hamas. He launched this attack. One of the
there were 1,027 prisoners released in exchange for Gilad Shalit, I believe.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and he was the first one on the list because he was the ones who Israeli authorities engaged with. He represented Hamas and the other Palestinian factions in the prison. But if you look at the stated goals of Hamas in October 7th attacks, one of the main ones was to bring upon the release of hundreds, if not thousands, of Palestinian prisoners. And so, again, one of the main criticisms of this deal is that it encourages further hostage taking, further attacks like the ones that we saw on October 7th. Opponents to that opinion would say that ultimately Israel had no choice because it failed Israelis once when it allowed them to be taken hostage in the first place. And so it needed to assume its responsibility as a nation to bring them back, whether they're civilians, soldiers who are fighting on the front line. And what we see in this phased deal, that Israel is assuming that responsibility, and the social contract with its civilians is being upheld with this very difficult deal for many Israelis to stomach.
Right, because when we're talking about mixed emotions, of course, we have to remember the families of the victims of terrorism who were murdered by these people, who will be now given a hero's welcome as they go back home, and there'll be lots of fanfare and celebrations and shooting in the air and all the rest of it when they come home. So, but that is the price that Israel has agreed to pay, and I'm sure lots of people looking at those images of the three young women with their mothers today will say that that's pretty priceless. You can't put a price on that. Those three women at home and safe. And of course, Another image that Hamas is very keen to emphasize are Gazan civilians returning to the north of the Strip. Of course, during the last 14 months, the IDF has constructed a kind of a strip across the Strip, bifurcating the Strip from north to south. That's the Netzarim corridor. The IDF was stationed there, preventing any Hamas terrorists, or trying to anyway, prevent them from moving back to the north of the Gaza Strip. And that was one of the points that Hamas very much insisted on in this deal. The people would be able, Gazans would be able to move back to the north of the Strip. And of course, there were hardline far-right members of the Netanyahu government saying, no, we need to keep them out of there. We need to resettle in some cases as well. That was always a non-starter with the majority of the Israeli public, I think it's right to say. But they are now already, we're seeing those images of people in drips and drabs kind of trickling back to the north of Gaza. That is going to prompt another security challenge for Israel, isn't it? Because although Israel insisted that no arms, no one with weapons would be allowed to move back to the north of Gaza, there is, of course, no way of ensuring that. There's no mechanism in place for ensuring that that doesn't happen. So when you see people moving back to Gaza, we can only assume they will be seeking to entrench themselves there, and they will be seeking to rearm.
Look, I have to say, I personally was surprised to see these images of mass return to the north, because the current agreement, it doesn't have phase 2 or the day after written down, but it does have the return mechanism written down to the T. And so it stipulates that only from day 7 will Gazans be able to return freely to the north of Gaza through Rashid Street. That is the second largest road moving from south to north. And that's by foot. From day 22, they will be able to return on Salah ad-Din Road. That is the main route, the wider of the two routes. From day 7, they, if they return by cars, they will have to be inspected. Cars will have to undergo that. So I am surprised that this is kind of not under the terms of the deal.
So what is happening to the IDF in the Netzarim corridor now? Have they already withdrawn? Are they in the process of withdrawing?
So the freedom of movement kind of indicates that they are they have pretty much picked up and left. Now, according to the deal, they are repositioning in a buffer zone along the border. They are not going to be remaining under the deal in the Netzarim corridor. They are going to be staying in Jochar Adik. That is one spot in the central part of the Gaza Strip. But I do have to say, I was surprised by how freely these Gazans were moving, returning north, simply because the deal stipulated otherwise. And this is one of many question marks that one has moving forward, not only regarding how strictly will each aspect of the deal be adhered to, but also moving forward, that this is regarding the text that is on the paper. There is so much regarding the ceasefire, the second phase, the day after, that has not yet even been written down. That is only going to be discussed beginning day 16. And so many questions still up in the air, originating from those images. Yeah.
The priority for Israel was getting those hostages home, because they are running out of time. And we have got 3 of them home today. Ariel, thank you very much for now. Ariel Osseran there.
Thank you, Laura.
Emily Francis is down at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. She has reported from here many, many times before. She now finally has a bit of good news. Emily.
Hi, good evening, Laura. This is definitely one of those moments that we never thought would really come to fruition. It was really one of these up and down experiences that has really rattled everybody, not just here, but around the world. But finally something to cheer for. The emotional experience of watching Emily, Romi, and Doron come home with the images of greeting their mothers as they entered into Israel is just something that is really just truly beyond words. It's really hard to explain the emotional effects of the fact that these 3 young women came home, and that we are still in the midst of a very tenuous and a sensitive hostage deal, that there are still so many others that need to still come home. But again, a group of people here throughout the evening cheering, clapping, watching this unfold live as if, it's like watching the Super Bowl on a big screen, people cheering. But this time it was cheering over not a win on the football field, but a win when it comes to life. That's all from Hostage Square for now. Back to you, Laura.
Thank you, Emily. Yeah, such a different crowd to the ones we saw earlier in Gaza. That people absolutely overcome with just love and emotion for those three young women who, as I say, everyone has come to know so well, know their faces, desperately hoping they'd be coming home. And they are now reunited with their mothers, Doron, Romi and Emily, all back home, beginning the long process of rehabilitation. Well, let's learn a little bit about the three and their situation. Now, here's a report made by our Joe Brown.
In a moment of history, this whole year and several months has been historic, but to be here with finally some kind of conclusion to this ongoing nightmare, how does it feel for you? I'm sure also complex given your personal situation.
Of course, mixed feelings. I feel it's bittersweet, and I feel all of this together because it's happiness. First of all, when I see Romi and I see Doron and I see Emily and I think of their mothers, finally getting to hug them, this is pure joy. And there's also the thought that if we had signed the deal in time, Carmel would have been here. She would have gotten to hug her father and her brothers and us and my sister. And this is such a miss. And that's mixed with anger and with worry for the hostages that are still there in captivity. 94 are still there. Not all of them are a part of this phase of the deal. We must make sure that we leave no one behind. We know what happens when we leave hostages behind. What happened to Carmel is because we left her behind. We can't leave anyone behind. We have to make sure we go all the way, get all the hostages back as quickly as possible.
And you've been here powering through even since the tragic news of Carmel. You've been one of the most active members, families, being public about this. I mean, the fact you're able to keep pushing is really so remarkable, Gil.
I think that's what kept us alive, the hope for the other hostages, and knowing that it could come true. And seeing this is giving us some kind of reason to keep on fighting for the other hostages. I don't know what's going to happen once all the 94 remaining hostages are here. But right now, we have something to fight for, and we have something to get up for in the morning. And
something to hope.
Exactly, yes, something to hope for. And we know it can come true. And I know that's what Carmel would have wanted us to do, because that's what she did in captivity. She was with two other youngster hostages. They needed her. She was helping them in captivity, doing yoga with them and meditation with them. She took care of them because they needed her the most.
So do you feel, in part, knowing that what we all had to go through when we've known about Carmel, I mean, do you feel that she's here looking down with a smile?
I don't believe in that kind of stuff. I know Carmel lives within me because I remember her, and I think I know what she would say if she'd be here. And she'd be crying with tears of joy for seeing Romi and Doron and Emily. And she would just shout in rage for the fact that the 94 is still in captivity. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Can I give you a hug?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, hugs all around today. That was Gil Dickman, of course. His cousin, sadly, didn't make it. Carmel was executed by Hamas in the tunnels. And he's been campaigning tirelessly. Neri Zilber is with me. He's the host of the Israel Policy Pod and a journalist. Thank you for being with us, Neri. And your emotions, your feelings today as a journalist, but also as an Israeli.
It was quite a day. Really, after nearly 16 months, most days have been quite difficult. Not too many victories, even battlefield victories, as we all know, can't compare to what happened today. Over 470 days in captivity, and three women got out and were fairly in good condition, at least physically, as we all saw. Were able to walk out of Gaza bravely, courageously, and reunited with their families. And I don't think there were many dry eyes all across Israel, and really looking at it from all over the world. It was a good day. And so hopefully there will be many more of these types of days in the weeks to come.
Absolutely. And we remember, of course, 94 people still being held. But I think those photographs of the young women hugging their mums will really go some way to helping the nation heal.
It will. And look, I spent most of the afternoon in Hasha Square, right where the report was from. And it was a hopeful day, obviously, before the 3 women were released. It was hopeful, but also anxious, intense. And I spoke with some family members of
during
hostages.
the time of the handover.
It was right before. So everyone was kind of anticipating, will it happen? When will it happen? What condition they will be in? Because nobody really knew. But I also spoke to relatives of hostages who are still there, but also that are not included in the first stage. And their emotions, they were very upfront. Their emotions were very mixed, obviously very happy and grateful that their new extended family, as they called it, amongst the hostage relatives, were coming out. But also all of them wanted to see that for their loved ones as well. And so down the line, unanimous, everyone wanted to see not only this first stage, the first 6 weeks implemented, but also the second stage to get everybody back. That was the core feeling in Hasha Square today. And I think the majority of the Israeli public agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, Israel is such a small country anyway, but we've just become so familiar, haven't we, with these, with all of the hostages. We see their faces everywhere we go. We know their stories. We know their families. So it is, of course, a great relief to see 3 of them out and alive and back with their families after 471 days. And of course, under this deal, Neri, this is going to, if the deal does hold up, become a weekly routine now. The next batch of hostages set to be released on Saturday, on Shabbat. Hamas is supposed to release a list of the names of the hostages due to be freed, and then we will see afterwards the Red Cross vehicles go into Gaza. Very chaotic and violent scenes earlier. We can see armed terrorists climbing all over the Red Cross vehicles. I understand there had been some kind of agreement with the Shin Bet that Hamas would not do this. Obviously, they have decided they would like to do that anyway, with or without the compliance of the Red Cross, who don't seem to have any control over the situation. But I mean, is that what you expect going forward, that we're going to see similar scenes every week now?
Yes, quite literally every Sunday for the next...
Oh, Saturday, I think the next one.
Is it?
It's supposed to be Saturday, yes.
Okay. Every Saturday then? But every week. So it's going to be week-long intervals.
Not knowing until the last minute if they're alive or dead.
So that's exactly it. So I think for all the viewers out there, I think the first couple of weeks will be quite uplifting, quite joyous, but that may change because there may be weeks, especially during the latter end of the first month and a half, this first stage, where deceased hostages, bodies, effectively, are going to be released. That handover, I don't know just yet how that will happen in practice. Like you said, it's one thing to hand over living people to the Red Cross in a mass.
I mean, we think about the Bibas family. We think about the observers, the young female soldiers who were kidnapped.
They're believed, the female soldiers still believed to be alive. The Bibas family, perhaps not, but not all of the 33 Israelis who are set to be released in the coming month and a half are going to be alive. I think that's a certainty. So I think according to the structure of the deal, the live hostages are going to be coming out first.
Hamas is supposed to prioritize the release of live hostages.
That's per the agreement. And so we should take those initial weeks very gladly with an eye to the latter half of the first stage of this deal, which may be more difficult.
Do you think that might turn public opinion a little bit if we start getting corpses back out of Gaza rather than living, breathing people?
It's a good question. I think the Israeli public is ready for it. I think if the number of non-living hostages are greater than what we expect, then I think public opinion may turn. In other words, I think the Israeli public is aware that there's going to be a certain number of bodies coming back, but it hopefully will not be that great a number of bodies coming back. And so...
The IDF, Israel believes how many are alive out of the 33?
They're saying low 20s. So we don't know for sure. Don't quote me on it. No. But the likely estimate, according to the Israeli authorities, is around 24, 25 out of 33 are still alive. I think the Israeli public is ready for that. But if it comes to pass that it's, say, hypothetically 19 out of 33, I think that will color this agreement quite differently. than today.
Okay, Neri, for now, thank you. I think we can go back to Sheba Medical Center. Our Emmanuel Onoa is there. Emmanuel, you have an update for us.
Yes, Laura, and after we saw the vans arriving, bringing, after they landed with a helicopter on a different side of the hospital and eventually made their way with a convoy of vans into to the hospital. We know now they're undergoing checks, but have also been reunited not only with their family members but also with friends. We actually saw them moments ago run up the stairs looking very excited to finally meet. This was a very small group. We could maybe count a handful of them running up the stairs to go see their friends, see the ones that they haven't seen in 15 months and 471 days. And the hospital has made sure to ensure as much privacy and make a safe space for the arrival of these three young women, and has made sure to cordon off and separate the press very firmly from any access to the hostages, the now returned hostages, the now patients, as well as their families. And this is one of the things that the hospital has been trying to maintain as much as possible, is that amount of privacy in order to not overwhelm them, to not overcrowd the hallways. This was something that in November of 2023, in the first hostage release over a year ago now, that had caused some issues, some problems, and of course now, given the sensitivity of how much longer these hostages have remained in captivity in Gaza, the precautions are much higher, and the hospital is taking many more measures to make sure that nothing will disturb the returning hostages and their families. And we know that the health ministry has recommended that they stay for at least 4 days. That is at the discretion, of course, of the families as well, and also of the individuals, of the now patients. But they will also be checking their vitals, their kidneys, their hearts, and their lungs, and doing any kind of tests, some basic tests perhaps, but tests that are absolutely necessary and vital to understand in what state and in what condition these women are in. And of course, the social worker also to help transition in this period, to help with the reunion with their families, to help them readjust to society, a society that has also changed, in fact, in the last year of war. And so a lot of different angles here, a lot of different little measures, and this is really the first day for them to a long road to recovery, and also with a lot of mixed emotions, given that there are still 94 hostages held captive in Gaza, Laura.
Noha there, she's at the Sheba Medical Center, where we just heard the three young women are now beginning the long road of recovery after their horrendous 471 day ordeal. Neri Silva's with me in this studio. Neri, and of course the kind of consensus is that this deal would not have happened had President Trump not won the election and put pressure on not only Israel's prime minister, but also Qatar, the backers of Hamas. We are getting ambiguous messaging, perhaps, from the incoming administration about what happens now, and whether Israel would be allowed to go back into Gaza if Hamas does remain in power there. What are your thoughts on that?
So I'll separate those two questions. Mm-hmm. Number one, undoubtedly, Trump made the difference. He wanted to get this deal done before he was inaugurated, and that's happening tomorrow. So he got it done with a few hours to spare. But he made it very clear, like you said, not only to Qatar and Egypt, the two mediators, and also by extension Hamas, but also Israel, that he wanted to get this done. And so I think that is what tipped the scales in favor of a deal, especially vis-a-vis the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. In terms of what happens next, I don't even think the Trump people know precisely. I think they're very happy to see the coming 6 weeks unfold. And then they may push Israel and Hamas to extend and to enter into the second stage. I think those negotiations will be very difficult. If it took a year, essentially, to get this first stage done and agreed to, the notion that you're going to get a second stage and perhaps a permanent end to the war done in 20 days, high order indeed.
I mean, we're hearing talk about Hamas being demilitarized. We're hearing about a lot of aid money going into Gaza to rebuild it. We even heard Steve Witkoff, Trump's Middle East envoy, incoming envoy, talking about relocating over 1 million Gazans to Indonesia while Gaza's being reconstructed. I mean, these are big ideas. These are big plans that the Trump administration are coming in with.
There are big plans. Look, we have to be clear. They're only going to take office tomorrow. And so there is a lot of work on this front and across the world and inside America that they have to deal with. So again, it remains to be seen. I will say there are two paths in terms of what we might see. If we get to a second stage and perhaps a permanent end to the war, Hamas will remain there physically. There may be a path, a diplomatic and political path, for them to at least relieve civil control and essentially hand over control of the Gaza Strip, at least in terms of civilian affairs and economic affairs, to the Palestinian Authority or some other body.
But why would Hamas do that if they've been through this war and they've survived and they're still in control of Gaza?
Because that might be a condition for reconstruction and for money actually entering in. That's one path you can go down. The other path, absent some kind of diplomatic or political off-ramp.
But really, sorry to interrupt, but there's a risk, isn't there, that I've heard some comparisons that Gaza might end up like Lebanon was, where it has a government in a sense, but it's not really running the country. Hezbollah is running the country. We might see a similar.
Hezbollah was running the country until very recently.
It was, but we might see a similar situation in Gaza.
And that was always the fear, especially on the part of the Palestinian Authority and their president Mahmoud Abbas. He never wanted just to be the ATM, as he called it, for the Gaza Strip. And this, by the way, this idea of devolving control to the Palestinian Authority is at least a decade old. And I'm old enough to have covered past attempts. It never got off the ground precisely for that reason that you mentioned. Hamas will essentially maintain de facto security control, while others are essentially the nice fig leaf outwardly. But I will say the second path is, let's say, hypothetically, if there's a second stage, even if the war is quote unquote permanently ended, at some point down the line, Hamas obviously will remain there. Israel, after the hostages come out, may go back to fighting in a real way to actually depose Hamas. I think those are the two paths you may see. And again, that's only after a second stage. That's if the fighting isn't actually resumed in 6 weeks.
Yeah, a lot of ifs, a lot of questions still. There for now, thank you. Let's go upstairs now. Ariel Osseran is there. And Ariel, you wanted to clarify something we were speaking about earlier with regard to Gazans returning to the north of the Strip.
Right, Laura. So earlier we discussed the images of returning Gazans to their homes. So indeed, according to the deal, only from day 7 will displaced Gazans from southern Gaza be able to return to their homes north via Rashid Road, that is the coastal route, and on day 22nd through the Salah ad-Din route. But the images that we saw today, those were for of Gazans who were displaced from the north, but who relocated to Gaza City and its environs. So they were already in northern Gaza, north of the Netzarim corridor, where Israeli forces remain, at least according to the deal. So the images that we saw today weren't Gazans returning from southern Gaza back to the north. That would be in violation of the deal, but rather from northern Gaza to even further north. Now, from day 7, what I talked about day 7 and day 22, that's of pedestrian travel. But if we talk about vehicles returning north, crossing the Netzarim corridor, so they are able to do that from day 7, provided that they undergo security checking from a private security contractor. Now, to my understanding, there are some hiccups regarding the activity of that security company, so there are still 6 more days to hash out those issues. But just to clarify that the Gazans returning to their homes in areas like Beit Lahia or Beit Hanun in northern Gaza, they were already in northern Gaza, but were traveling even further north. They're still not, Gazans aren't able to return from southern Gaza to the north via the Netzarim corridor.
Thank you for clarifying that. And as we've been reporting, there are a lot of question marks over this deal. We are, of course, just in the first day. 3 hostages are home. Doron Steinbrecher, Emily Damari, and Romi Gonen. They are all home. They're in hospital receiving much needed medical treatment, and the whole nation very relieved and glad to see them home. Neri Silva's with me in the studio. And Neri, we're talking about details of the deal. What happens now with regards to the IDF presence? They're keeping this 1 kilometer buffer zone around much of the Gaza Strip, but they will begin to withdraw over the next 6 weeks.
Yes, that is part of the deal, no matter what certain officials and other people here in Israel may try to sell the public.
Who are you talking about?
Look, from the prime minister on down, certain people in power want to at least project the idea that the concessions that Netanyahu actually made as part of this deal were not actually made as part of this deal. So in other words, something like the idea of withdrawal back to the buffer zones around the Israel-Gaza frontier, that is happening. And
including Rafa? Including the southern border with Egypt?
Yes, I've seen the agreement. It's there. Now, it's called the Philadelphia Corridor. It's the Egypt-Gaza frontier on the Gaza side, including the Rafa crossing. Yes, according to the terms of the deal, there will be a gradual IDF withdrawal over the course of these coming 6 weeks out of the Philadelphia Corridor. The one hitch with regard to this location in Gaza, it's a very important location, obviously, that will only be done after 50 days. So that means, right, 42 days is how long the first stage is supposed to last for. So it means the IDF will only withdraw from Philadelphia, from Rafa area, if there is actually agreement for a second stage.
Right, which is quite an achievement in some respects, because Hamas under Sinwar, the previous Sinwar, was always insisting that Israel must commit to an end to the war. Israel hasn't done that this time around, if I understand it correctly.
It hasn't done that, but I will correct the record. Hamas granted this concession last summer.
And the last deal that agreed.
They already made that concession last summer. That was the big concession that allowed for a lot of movement last summer in the negotiations.
So what is different about this deal then compared with the last deal?
Well, I think in terms of Hamas, not much. They'd already conceded that point. Hamas showed flexibility in terms of updating the current list that we see, called the humanitarian list. They added additional names, and I think that's all for the good. So Hamas showed a flexibility on that end. I think Israel made the far greater concessions to get this deal done in recent weeks. Netanyahu conceded essentially a withdrawal from the Philadelphia corridor, whether in 50 days or not. He conceded the withdrawal from the Netzarim corridor that bisects the strip from north to south. He also allowed Gazans to move from south to north, as your correspondent mentioned. That wasn't a given throughout the negotiations. Israel very much had the idea, at least, or the demand, that it wanted to maintain northern Gaza as an asset for future rounds of negotiations, and also the number of and type of prisoners that are set to be released. Now, again, that's a given. You have to give up certain Palestinian prisoners, but it's not a small number.
I mean, abroad around the world, I think Netanyahu has a reputation as a hardliner, doesn't he? He's often painted that way, but he will go down in history as the prime minister who released, what is it, more than 3,000 Palestinians from jail?
Yes.
Given the Shalit deal and now this deal, we're talking about thousands of Palestinian terrorists being released.
And look, it's not all on the prime minister.
Sure.
And if we look back and think back to the Gilad Shalit deal, that had widespread public support here. It was a heavy, heavy price, especially Yahya Sinwar was one of the prisoners released from Israeli jail. So it was a tremendous price to pay. But there weren't that many people here criticizing that agreement. There were some officials here and there, and security officials, yes, but it had widespread support in Israel to get that one soldier back for 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. Now the deal in terms of the numbers, better in terms of the ratio, but not a small number of Palestinian prisoners and some very unsavory characters that are set to be released and potentially set to be released if there's a second stage as well. Look, you have to pay a price to get this deal done.
Sure. Is this paving the way for another October 7th? No. What is your outlook for the future?
That is a soundbite. You know as well as I do, that's a soundbite that's being floated out there by even people like Itamar Ben-Gvir.
Yahya Sinwar was released as part of the festival. I mean, I think it's sort of beyond the realms of imagination for people to think Hamas will rearm, rebuild, and seek to stage another October 7th. That's what Hamas is saying.
Yes, but
why is that wrong?
There are two differences. Number one, Yahya Sinwar was actually a very unique character. If you delve into who he was and his capabilities, he's a Palestinian prisoner who, after over 2 decades in Israeli prison, was released to the Gaza Strip and essentially started an ascent and took over and co-opted the entire organization. Him and Mohammed Dif, the former military commander, also assassinated. Yes, but he essentially co-opted the entire organization. Not a given in an organization like Hamas. Number two, October 7th already happened. So the notion that Israel will put its guard down and just kind of ignore the Gaza Strip like it did for many years, or try to negotiate with a terrorist organization,
grant permits to Gazans and let
those days are over.
Work in Israel, that's finished.
Those days are over. And also the images that we're seeing today of Hamas gunmen with AK-47s and uniforms on the streets of Gaza, obviously not great for Israeli sensibilities. But I maintain the notion that you're going to have a Hamas official sitting in an office in Gaza City, running the Gaza Strip, those days are over. All
right. Neri Silva, great to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We're going to take a short break, but our live coverage will continue here on I24 News as the country welcomes back 3 hostages. Emily, Romi and Doron are back with their mothers, and everybody here very happy about it. Stay with us. This is I24 News. Goodbye.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Shalom. ¿Qué me trae por aquí? La necesidad impostergable de 600 millones de hispanoparlantes que ahora necesitan escuchar el mensaje judío e israelí en tiempos difíciles. ¿Cómo lograrlo? Cuento con ustedes para continuar llevando a lo más alto del mundo mediático una inquebrantable diplomacia pública al servicio de la verdad sin concesión alguna.
Introducing the brand new I24 News Video on Demand app.
You'll have instant access to all our programs, reports, in-depth discussions, and expert commentary.
Whenever you want it.
So what are you waiting for? Download the I24 News Video on Demand app today.
Welcome back to I-24 News. I'm David Matlin, live in Tel Aviv. Still ongoing coverage here at I-24 News. This is a big day, a big evening in Israel, of course, around the beginning of the hostage deal with Gaza. Now, after 471 days in the unknown dungeons of the Gaza Strip, it was Israelis Emily Damari, Romi Gonen, and Doron Steinbrecher who were released tonight. That's on the first day of the first phase of this recently struck deal between Israel and the kidnappers of Gaza. Now, in an intense lead up to tonight's moment of truth, their families face an agonizing wait, not only for their actual release, but to simply learn the condition of their loved ones, which is where we focus first here as we go to Sheba Medical Center and our correspondent, Emmanuel Honorat, who's been standing by covering that. Now, again, Emmanuel, this is where they were flown by helicopter, I believe, from the border area right away after the handoff here with Hamas and the Red Cross, somewhere in between. What do we know about what's taken place from the time that they re-entered Israel?
Well, mostly that they've been reuniting with their families and their loved ones, David. It's been a very emotional day, a very intense day. There's been a lot of anticipation and a lot of excitement throughout the entire day and throughout the entire country, really. But here specifically, everyone has been waiting for this arrival. We know that they flew from the south of the country, as you just mentioned, with a helicopter, and then eventually made their way with a convoy and a van that we saw earlier today as they entered the hospital, the children's hospital, Safra Children's Hospital at the Sheba Medical Center in Ramat Gan. And they're really undergoing a lot of preliminary exams, a lot of first and foremost basic tests, such as pregnancy tests, nutritional tests, making sure that they are in a good enough condition, a healthy enough condition, but also psychological treatment. This is something that they will have to go through now. And we did also see maybe perhaps half hour ago their friends, after knowing that after they've met with their family, we saw a few of their friends, perhaps a handful of all three of the hostages, go climb up the stairs, smiling, excited. You could really feel the emotion. It was a renewal, a rebirth on some level, and you can sense that there is some kind of turning a new page. But this is not to discredit how long this road to recovery will be, and also that there are still 94 hostages that are still remaining in Gaza, and so a lot of mixed emotions, but today specifically a lot of happiness and a lot of overwhelming joy to see the return of these three young women finally home, David.
Yeah, so many emotions there, certainly a euphoric moment to be reunited with their families there. Emmanuel, yes, those videos playing out on the side screen as you speak here, emotional, reconnection between those family members. Emmanuel, thanks for coming to us from the hospital here.
Definitely.
Where those three recent captives are now receiving treatment, assessment, and we'll find out more from them, but we can see it from the emotional pictures there. Reunited with their mothers first, I know, and then the rest of their families. So that's taking place as we speak. We bring the discussion in the studio here. Our Middle East correspondent, Ariel Ossoran, has been breathlessly covering all aspects of this. Ariel, let's talk, the factual based. What happens now? This is day one. Is day one complete? Where do things go? What's next here in the process?
Yeah, it's not complete because Israel received 3 hostages, civilians. 2 of them were taken from their homes in Kfar Aza, talking about Doron and Emily.
On October 7th.
On October 7th, and Romi was at a music festival. But to receive them, Israel was forced to release 90 security prisoners, Palestinian prisoners, who were engaged in terror in one form or another.
Weren't arbitrarily grabbed from parties or from their living room.
Exactly. So their release has not yet been completed. They haven't even left Ofer prison in the West Bank.
It's one of the main security detainee prisons in Israel. Yes.
Right. So what Hamas is calling on its supporters to go and greet them in mass, to celebrate. Even they had to issue statements calling on Palestinians to go and celebrate their release. In some areas, like in Betunia near Ramallah, there were already some congregations of celebrating Palestinians, praising Muhammad Def, the killed military leader of Hamas, saying we are all Hamas. And really in the last couple of minutes, Hamas published their psychological warfare edit of these moments of release. We remember from the release of the hostages on day 55 back in November that they didn't emphasize the hundreds of Gazans who were on them, cheering and jeering for of their release, but rather trying to show their forced smiles. So they just moments ago released that, and it really shows the psychological warfare element of this. That the images that we saw coming out today from Gaza City are very different from the image that they have been trying to portray to the world of the suffering and the destruction brought upon by Israel, but rather show an image of victory, of saving face. So what we're seeing on screen right now is that video. Those bags that they received are of maps of the Gaza Strip. This is, again...
Party favors? Was this like a souvenir bag they were given as they leave Gaza?
It appears so, just showing the cynical and abusive release that these three hostages had to endure until their final moments of leaving the hell that is Gaza.
There's a lot of eye-opening aspects of this, I'm sure, will be coming out as we continue to let the days go by, as the days go by here, and as more information comes out. Ariel, hold for a minute here. We're going to go to another epicenter of really the emotional reaction here, the public's outpouring. Our 24 News correspondent Emily Francis has been in Hostage Square here tonight in Tel Aviv. Again, Emily, this has been really the heart of the public's place of expression over this representing really the most brutal aspect of the war here. These people being held in captivity, I would argue, in Israel. What's the reaction been there tonight? Describe the experience.
Hey, good evening, David. Listen, a reaction where people were able to smile for the first time, I don't know since when. It was a sense of elation when we first got here as the transfer of Emily Doron and Romi was taking place, just seeing it broadcast, people clapping, people cheering, people crying, people hugging, people laughing. It was just the full range of human expression when something this emotional is able to take place. But don't forget, there is still mixed emotions given that there are still so many remaining hostages, not all of them scheduled to be part of this first phase of the hostage deal. So still a lot of complicated feelings, but really giving people here a reason to persevere, a reason to have hope after having nothing but, results that were not promised all of this time. So to finally be able to pull through and bring three of our loved ones home is just a huge sigh of relief and celebration.
Certainly, it's been a lot of prayer and energy at that site for all these 471 days. Emily Francis, thanks for coming to us. Latest from Hostage Square. Another guest joining us right now. Glad to have you with us here, Ambassador Daniel Sheck, a former Israeli ambassador to France, but importantly here, the director of diplomacy with the Hostage and Missing Families Forum, joining us from Tel Aviv right now. Look, Ambassador, we've seen incredible expressions of solidarity throughout this last year, for example, from large sports arenas in the U.S., in Europe, public gatherings, in various places around the world. We've also seen a lot of the vitriol, the hatred towards Israel, tearing down the posters of these hostages all over the world. It's been a very, charged topic. Can you describe, at this moment, some of the challenges, the importance of yours and others' work to bring this issue to the attention of people abroad and where it led us to today?
Well, David, obviously the struggle to maintain the level of attention is connected to the fact that we in a certain way we serve as the voice of these people who can't use their own for the moment. And clearly, the longer it takes, the more it's difficult to get the attention of the world, because, it's a story that in their minds is now soon 16 months old. So for us, it's fresh. And we obviously understand that this is an ongoing story. It's not something that happened on October 7th, 2023, and that's it. But I must say, on the other hand, that although we remember these ugly images of anti-Israeli protests and tearing down the images, etc., by and large, I'm talking specifically on the hostage issue, and I'm talking from the perspective of a civil society organization, of an NGO. We have not felt solitude. We have felt a lot of solidarity all around the world. We've sent and accompanied hundreds of delegations of family members to really the four corners of the world. And we have hosted here at our headquarters in central Tel Aviv literally thousands of dignitaries, of community leaders, of influencers of all kinds. And it's actually one of the sources of energy and perseverance for the families, who have been, the real heroes of, to my mind, in these last 15 months. And they will have to continue to muster even more courage and perseverance, because the fight is far from over.
You mentioned some of those families who have been so outstanding. The parents of with their children in Gaza, for example. Some of them, all of us can, recognize those figures who have emerged so dominant in this movement, the fortitude that takes. You mentioned there's still a lot more to do here. What's your feeling today? Is there a sense of accomplishment as this begins? What's the reaction? How are you experiencing this as the deal begins?
Yes, there is a sense of accomplishment, but it has its difficulties, because we certainly don't want the world looking on. We don't want them to feel that, okay, we've accomplished this deal. It's actually happening. The first phase has been done. Now we can look somewhere else, and our attention can go elsewhere. Not at all. I think, on the contrary, there are, first of all, this deal is so stretched out that it is a kind of a new form of a hardship for these families to just wait, and there's a week between one step and the next one, etc. And these uncertainties about the condition of your loved ones, etc., etc. So particularly at this stage, I think it's crucial for the international community to be very, very watchful on both sides, and to make sure that the deal to the letter is upheld as promised until the very end, until the last Israeli soldier leaves the Gaza Strip and the last Israeli hostage is safely at home.
Ambassador Daniel Sheck, well put as always. Appreciate your time with us. Keep up the good work around this issue. Now we're joined by Dr. Harel Horev. He's the head of Middle Eastern Network Analysis Desk at the Moshe Dayan Center. That's Tel Aviv University. He's a Palestinian affairs expert joining us from Tel Aviv now. Thanks for joining at this late hour in Israel. It's been an eventful evening. I know most of the country up and glued to TV screens tonight. What are your comments first as we look to the other side here from the equation here? What are your comments on the apparent Hamas victory parade of masked gunmen in uniform, the masses there in Gaza City around the handoff? What do you think, and what can we learn from looking at this?
Well, I think we could anticipate that this is exactly how they will act. It's part of their psychological warfare. Actually, they don't have any other option but rather to say, we won, we achieved what we want. But in what price? In what price? 50,000 dead. Most of the Gaza Strip is destroyed. No economy. And no economy, by the way, in the near future as well, because most of the business elite left the Gaza Strip already. So, you know, it's kind of I must say, anticipated, but still, I rather like to see it as you know, kind of a sigh of relief, you know, since they were through hell in the past 15 months. We have to understand it, but in real life, they went through, I would say, a biblical punishment for what they did on October 7th, and they know it. So we can give them a day or two of celebrating it, but after these 2-3 days, they will have to face the reality, and the reality in the Gaza Strip is very, very harsh. So I wouldn't take it too seriously.
Perhaps it's early to know or say, but I'm wondering what you can tell us so far. I mean, throughout this war, it's been an interesting contrast between all the Palestinian communities in the West Bank, for example, their reaction, their behavior this last year plus, of course, in contrast to what's happening in Gaza there as well. You know, how so far, if you can tell us anything yet, is this being experienced or reacted to in the streets across the West Bank, these other Palestinian areas?
Well, reactions generally, I mean, it is taken as an achievement, but you know, as always, we need perspective. We need perspective because the West Bank people can say whatever they want, that they support Hamas and they support October 7th, but if this was something they need to go through, they wouldn't say the same things, and they would be much more cautious, I believe. We see it, by the way, not just in this war, but before as well. So it's very easy to, you know, to fight Israel until the last Gazans while you're in Nablus or in other areas. In general, it is a devastating war for all the Palestinians. And I must say another thing, which is this is not the bottom line. Anyone who thinks this is the bottom line and the war ended, I think there is a lot of things that we don't take into account at the moment. For example, what would be in the day after? Because at the moment, as we hear, the United States and other donor countries, such as Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, are not willing to put $1.
Look, along those lines, we've seen the Palestinian Authority under Mahmoud Abbas seeming to demonstrate its called viability with these raids in Nablus and Jenin recently, try to flex some muscle. Does this deal, I'm talking about the day after, what comes next, does this deal right now with Hamas, does it weaken the Palestinian Authority further among Palestinians?
Slightly, I must say, slightly, because it looks as as an achievement. However, the Hamas knows very well they are highly dependent at the moment on the Palestinian Authority, as they want the Palestinian Authority to come back to the Gaza Strip, but to let Hamas keep their weapons, which is, of course, let the Palestinian Authority do the hard job, and we will stay as the ruling force. This won't work. Mahmoud Abbas already said in so many ways that he's not willing to hear about anything besides a full demilitarization of Hamas. And this brings us, of course, to a dead end. And a dead end means that the chances for renewing the battles in the Gaza Strip one way or another is frankly quite high.
I think that is a fair assessment here. Dr. Horev, thanks for being with us, sharing your expertise. A lot to take in today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming back in studio here with Ariel Ozaran, still with us. Look, Ariel, broadening our view a little bit, curious about the West Bank reactions. What about the wider region? I don't know if you've seen anything, intriguing so far in terms of the regional reaction to this. Are there any, interesting places to point to right now? What's the Middle East saying, looking at us right now?
Well, obviously, first of all, the Qataris are trying to instill calm among all parties involved, saying that they're continuing to maintain the
they're in charge.
implementation
We've got this.
of the ceasefire, that there may have been hiccups on this first day, but that things will smooth out moving forward. Obviously, most countries congratulating the first day of the ceasefire. I think is interesting. The Houthis, a senior Houthi just issued a statement a short while ago, Muhammad Ali al-Houthi, stating that they're closely monitoring the implementation of the ceasefire and that they're already drawing up plans for the next rounds against Israel, saying that their weapons arsenal is in a great condition. We have to remember, Yemen is suffering from one of the world's worst dire humanitarian crises that has ever been recorded, but the de facto leaders, this is what they're putting their resources
Somehow
in.
still have long-range ballistic missiles and drones to fire at us yesterday.
And for the past 2 weeks, you've had UN envoys there trying to negotiate the release of UN staff who have been arrested by the Houthis under false pretext of being foreign spies. And so that's just one example. But in the West Bank, you mentioned the internal clashes going on between the Palestinian Authority and the Jenin camp. So
big deals being cut, right?
And so on Friday, they reached a ceasefire agreement under which the Jenin battalion would hand over their weapons, and the PA would go in and dismantle all explosives that were in place. Till this moment, not only has not a single weapon being handed over, but this ceasefire already collapsed with renewed clashes between PA forces and the Jenin battalion, who's claiming that the PA fell short of the agreement and has breached it. So if this operation, the 44-day operation of PA forces in Jenin, was supposed to serve as some kind of test to prove to the United States and the West
that they were trying to demonstrate something about their
ability,
calling it the viability, right? Are they still a viable leader?
That they can when they want to instill law and order. So this came after, over the weekend, Palestinian Authority presidency issued a statement saying we have made all the preparations to assume control over the Gaza Strip, saying that no other entity has the legal jurisdiction to control the Gaza Strip besides the PA, but they can't even control a small camp in the northern West Bank. How can you expect them
the same question
to control
you,
the entire Gaza
that
Strip?
I threw to our previous guest, and I think maybe your reaction might be stronger here. How badly, I should put it, does this further weaken the already unpopular, corrupt, no legitimate mandate, Palestinian Authority, Fatah and Abbas? Does a deal like this with Hamas now, how badly does it weaken them?
Well, that's the main question, because the deal right now, the ceasefire agreement in Gaza, does not stipulate who will administer post-war Gaza. Negotiations over the second and third phase, they're expected to begin only from day 16. And so currently, in the absence of an alternative for Hamas, they're the de facto rulers on the day after. And so the absence of three key words, the Palestinian Authority, in the ceasefire means that it's Hamas that is going to continue. And so when U.S. President Joe Biden said today that the second phase will include an exclusion of Hamas in ruling the Gaza Strip in the day after, and also incoming President Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, saying that Gaza will have no part in governing Gaza, Hamas will have no part in governing Gaza in the day after. Those statements will need to be put to the test in these negotiations over the day after that will begin in 15 days from now.
So we know the Qataris are trying to play, overlord, mediator, godfather in a way of this Palestinian cause in Gaza. We've seen this, whether it be the money prior to the war or now this mediation. Egypt has been in the picture as well, right? And we're talking about 600 trucks full of supplies and fuel and food coming into the Gaza Strip. Where does Egypt now trying to fit in? Are they also trying to take some sort of a leadership role on this issue or credit for this, or are they opening up their border at all?
So if we need to broadly kind of distinguish between the two,
there's a rivalry between these two,
right?
Rivalry.
And there were negotiations in both Doha and in Cairo, but Qatar took more of a diplomacy-first approach. Egypt is going to be the implementation on the ground. They're responsible for the closure of the Rafa border crossing, the main port of entry, limiting the access of humanitarian aid entering the Gaza Strip.
They always have.
That is expected to be open in the next day. Obviously, it's up to them in coordination with Israel. It's going to be Egyptian-owned tractors who remove the rubble from many of these areas and also engage in the on-the-ground construction. So Qatar is kind of the big picture oversight. Egypt is the on-the-ground, hands-on implementation. But moving forward, we need to keep an eye out for the diplomatic coordination and cooperation between Israel and Egypt, because if Israel said that...
Partners on the ground.
Exactly, and they share a border, and they're the only countries who share borders with the Gaza Strip. And if Israel said that it's the Philadelphia corridor, that's the border between the Gaza Strip and Egypt, that is critical to preventing...
The Prime Minister was as clear as he could be about that in a few months
describing it the bane of Israel's existence.
That this was a red line for the country's existence.
But so under the deal, Israel is going to leave the Philadelphia corridor beginning day 51. From day 42, they will be
phase two of this deal.
Yes.
Israeli forces leave that Egyptian border, which is known to be the major highway for all the armaments that came in to Hamas. So obviously a problematic aspect there.
And what we have to understand is that according to IDF commanders that I spoke to on the ground, they said that in recent years, the majority of the smuggling was of dual-use materials rather than proper weapons, but it's those dual-use materials, the different
chemical agents,
pipelines, and the different materials used for reconstruction. Those were channeled to rebuilding Hamas's tunnel system after 2014. So it's the above-ground entry of materials through the Rafa border crossing that is going to need to be closely monitored by Egyptian forces. They do not want to see Israeli presence there on the ground. Egypt said that they will allow a EU
many questions.
Team
many
to,
questions. It's staggering.
after
really.
that, so
swirling around how this will all play out, how things will resolve, as we're just highlighting a few of these. Let's call them loose ends for now, and how this will all play out. Ariel Osaren, good job today. Good job being with us. Thank you. And for now, I'm David Matlin, live in Tel Aviv, wherever you are in the world. Thanks for joining us here.
To stay on top of the news no matter where you are?
Introducing i24 News' brand new news website.
On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it.
So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News app today.
This broadcast is brought to you by Israel Bonds, the most direct and impactful way to support Israel. Invest now at israelbonds.com. This broadcast is brought to you by Israel Bonds, the most direct and impactful way to support Israel. Invest now at israelbonds.com.
Welcome back to I-24 News. I'm David Matlin, live in Tel Aviv. Still ongoing coverage here at I-24 News. This is a big day, a big evening in Israel, of course, around the beginning of the hostage deal with Gaza. Now, after 471 days in the unknown dungeons of the Gaza Strip, it was Israelis Emily Damari, Romi Gonen, and Doron Steinbrecher who were released tonight. That's on the first day of the first phase of this recently struck deal between Israel and the kidnappers of Gaza. Now, in an intense lead up to tonight's moment of truth, their families face an agonizing wait, not only for their actual release, but to simply learn the condition of their loved ones, which is where we focus first here as we go to Sheba Medical Center and our correspondent, Emmanuel Honorat, who's been standing by covering that. Now, again, Emmanuel, this is where they were flown by helicopter, I believe, from the border area right away after the handoff here with Hamas and the Red Cross, somewhere in between. What do we know about what's taken place from the time that they re-entered Israel?
Well, mostly that they've been reuniting with their families and their loved ones, David. It's been a very emotional day, a very intense day. There's been a lot of anticipation and a lot of excitement throughout the entire day and throughout the entire country, really. But here specifically, everyone has been waiting for this arrival. We know that they flew from the south of the country, as you just mentioned, with a helicopter, and then eventually made their way with a convoy and a van that we saw earlier today as they entered the hospital, the children's hospital, Safra Children's Hospital at the Sheba Medical Center in Ramat Gan. And they're really undergoing a lot of preliminary exams, a lot of first and foremost basic tests, such as pregnancy tests, nutritional tests, making sure that they are in a good enough condition, a healthy enough condition, but also psychological treatment. This is something that they will have to go through now. And we did also see maybe perhaps half hour ago their friends, after knowing that after they've met with their family, we saw a few of their friends, perhaps a handful of all three of the hostages, go climb up the stairs, smiling, excited. You could really feel the emotion. It was a renewal, a rebirth on some level, and you can sense that there is some kind of turning a new page. But this is not to discredit how long this road to recovery will be, and also that there are still 94 hostages that are still remaining in Gaza, and so a lot of mixed emotions, but today specifically a lot of happiness and a lot of overwhelming joy to see the return of these three young women finally home, David.
Yeah, so many emotions there, certainly a euphoric moment to be reunited with their families there. Emmanuel, yes, those videos playing out on the side screen as you speak here, emotional, reconnection between those family members. Emmanuel, thanks for coming to us from the hospital here.
Definitely.
With those three recent captives are now receiving treatment, assessment, and we'll find out more from them, but we can see it from the emotional pictures there. Reunited with their mothers first, I know, and then the rest of their families. So that's taking place as we speak. We bring the discussion in the studio here. Our Middle East correspondent, Ariel Ossoran, has been breathlessly covering all aspects of this. Ariel, let's talk, the factual based. What happens now? This is day one. Is day one complete? Where do things go? What's next here in the process?
Yeah, it's not complete because Israel received 3 hostages, civilians. 2 of them were taken from their homes in Kfar Aza, talking about Doron and Emily.
On October 7th.
On October 7th, and Romi was at a music festival. But to receive them, Israel was forced to release 90 security prisoners, Palestinian prisoners, who were engaged in terror in one form or
weren't
another.
arbitrarily grabbed from parties or from their living room.
Exactly. So their release has not yet been completed. They actually they haven't even left Ofer prison in the West Bank.
It's one of the main security detainee prisons in Israel. Yes.
Right. So what Hamas is calling on its supporters to go and greet them in mass, to celebrate. Even they had to issue statements calling on Palestinians to go and celebrate their release. In some areas, like in Betunia near Ramallah, there were already some congregations of celebrating Palestinians, praising Muhammad Def, the killed military leader of Hamas, saying we are all Hamas. And really in the last couple of minutes, Hamas published their psychological warfare edit of these moments of release. We remember from the release of the hostages on day 55 back in November that they didn't emphasize the hundreds of Gazans who were on them, cheering and jeering for of their release, but rather trying to show their forced smiles. So they just moments ago released that, and it really shows the psychological warfare element of this. That the images that we saw coming out today from Gaza City are very different from the image that they have been trying to portray to the world of the suffering and the destruction brought upon by Israel, but rather show an image of victory, of saving face. So what we're seeing on screen right now is that video. Those bags that they received are of maps of the Gaza Strip. This is, again...
Party favors? Was this like a souvenir bag they were given as they leave Gaza?
It appears so, just showing the cynical and abusive release that these three hostages had to endure until their final moments of leaving the hell that is Gaza.
There's a lot of eye-opening aspects of this, I'm sure, will be coming out as we continue to let the days go by, as the days go by here, and as more information comes out. Ariel, hold for a minute here. We're going to go to another epicenter of really the emotional reaction here, the public's outpouring. Our 24 News correspondent Emily Francis has been in Hostage Square here tonight in Tel Aviv. Again, Emily, this has been really the heart of the public's place of expression over this representing really the most brutal aspect of the war here. These people being held in captivity, I would argue, in Israel. What's the reaction been there tonight? Describe the experience.
Hey, good evening, David. Listen, a reaction where people are able to smile for the first time, I don't know since when. It was a sense of elation when we first got here as the transfer of Emily Doron and Romi was taking place, just seeing it broadcast, people clapping, people cheering, people crying, people hugging, people laughing. It was just the full range of human expression when something this emotional is able to take place. But don't forget, there is still mixed emotions given that there are still so many remaining hostages, not all of them scheduled to be part of this first phase of the hostage deal. So still a lot of complicated feelings, but really giving people here a reason to persevere, a reason to have hope after having nothing but, results that were not promised all of this time. So to finally be able to pull through and bring three of our loved ones home is just a huge sigh of relief and celebration.
Certainly, it's been a lot of prayer and energy at that site for all these 471 days. Emily Francis, thanks for coming to us. Latest from Hostage Square. Another guest joining us right now. Glad to have you with us here, Ambassador Daniel Sheck, a former Israeli ambassador to France, but importantly here, the director of diplomacy with the Hostage and Missing Families Forum, joining us from Tel Aviv right now. Look, Ambassador, we've seen incredible expressions of solidarity throughout this last year, for example, from large sports arenas in the U.S., in Europe, public gatherings, in various places around the world. We've also seen a lot of the vitriol, the hatred towards Israel, tearing down the posters of these hostages all over the world. It's been a very, charged topic. Can you describe, at this moment, some of the challenges, the importance of yours and others' work to bring this issue to the attention of people abroad and where it led us to today?
Well, David, obviously the struggle to maintain the level of attention is connected to the fact that we in a certain way we serve as the voice of these people who can't use their own for the moment. And clearly, the longer it takes, the more it's difficult to get the attention of the world, because it's a story that in their minds is now soon 16 months old. So for us, it's fresh, and we obviously understand that this is an ongoing story. It's not something that happened on October 7th, 2023, and that's it. But I must say, on the other hand, that although we remember these ugly images of anti-Israeli protests and tearing down the images, etc., by and large, I'm talking specifically on the hostage issue, and I'm talking from the perspective of a civil society organization, of an NGO. We have not felt solitude. We have felt a lot of solidarity all around the world. We've sent and accompanied hundreds of delegations of family members to really the four corners of the world. And we have hosted here at our headquarters in central Tel Aviv literally thousands of dignitaries, of community leaders, of influencers of all kinds. And it's actually one of the sources of energy and perseverance for the families who have been, the real heroes of, to my mind, in these last 15 months. And they will have to continue to muster even more courage and perseverance, because the fight is far from over.
You mentioned some of those families who have been so outstanding. The parents of with their children in Gaza, for example. Some of them, all of us can, recognize those figures who have emerged so dominant in this movement. The fortitude that takes. You mentioned there's still a lot more to do here. What's your feeling today? Is there a sense of accomplishment as this begins? And what's the reaction? How are you experiencing this as the deal begins?
Yes, there is a sense of accomplishment, but it has its difficulties, because we certainly don't want the world looking on. We don't want them to feel that, okay, we've accomplished this deal. It's actually happening. The first phase has been done. Now we can look somewhere else, and our attention can go elsewhere. Not at all. I think, on the contrary, there are, first of all, this deal is so stretched out that it is a kind of a new form of a hardship for these families to just wait, and there's a week between one step and the next one, etc. And these uncertainties about the condition of your loved ones, etc., etc. So particularly at this stage, I think it's crucial for the international community to be very, very watchful on both sides, and to make sure that the deal to the letter is upheld as promised until the very end, until the last Israeli soldier leaves the Gaza Strip and the last Israeli hostage is safely at home.
Ambassador Daniel Sheck, well put as always. Appreciate your time with us. Keep up the good work around this issue. We're joined by Dr. Harel Horev. He's the head of Middle Eastern Network Analysis Desk at the Moshe Dayan Center. That's Tel Aviv University. He's a Palestinian affairs expert joining us from Tel Aviv now. Thanks for joining at this late hour in Israel. Though it's been an eventful evening. I know most of the country up and glued to TV screens tonight. What are your comments first as we look to the other side here from the equation here? What are your comments on the apparent Hamas victory parade of masked gunmen in uniform, the masses there in Gaza City around the handoff? What do you think, and what can we learn from looking at this?
Well, I think we could anticipate that this is exactly how they will act. It's part of their psychological warfare. Actually, they don't they don't have any other option but rather to say we won, we achieved what we want, but in what price? In what price? 50,000 dead. Most of the Gaza Strip is destroyed. No economy. And no economy, by the way, in the near future as well, because most of the business elite left the Gaza Strip already. So, you know, it's kind of I must say, anticipated, but still, I rather like to see it as you know, kind of a sigh of relief, you know, since they were through hell in the past 15 months. We have to understand it, but in real life, they went through, I would say, a biblical punishment for what they did on October 7th, and they know it. So we can give them a day or two of celebrating it, but after these 2-3 days, they will have to face the reality, and the reality in the Gaza Strip is very, very harsh. So I wouldn't take it too seriously.
Perhaps it's early to know or say, but I'm wondering what you can tell us so far. I mean, throughout this war, it's been an interesting contrast between all the Palestinian communities in the West Bank, for example, their reaction, their behavior this last year plus, of course, in contrast to what's happening in Gaza there as well. And how, so far, if you can tell us anything yet, is this being experienced or reacted to in the streets across the West Bank, these other Palestinian areas?
Well, reactions generally, I mean, it is taken as an achievement, but you know, as always, we need perspective. We need perspective because the West Bank people can say whatever they want, that they support Hamas and they support October 7th, but if this was something they need to go through, they wouldn't say the same things, and they would be much more cautious, I believe. We see it, by the way, not just in this war, but before as well. So it's very easy to, you know, to fight Israel until the last Gazans while you're in Nablus or in other areas. In general, it is a devastating war for all the Palestinians. And I must say another thing, which is this is not the bottom line. Anyone who thinks this is the bottom line and the war ended, I think there is a lot of things that we don't take into account at the moment. For example, what would be in the day after? Because at the moment, as we hear, the United States and other donor countries, such as Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, are not willing to put $1.
Look, along those lines, we've seen the Palestinian Authority under Mahmoud Abbas seeming to demonstrate its called viability with these raids in Nablus and Jenin recently, trying to flex some muscle. Does this deal, I'm talking about the day after, what comes next, does this deal right now with Hamas, does it weaken the Palestinian Authority further among Palestinians?
Slightly, I must say, slightly, because it looks as as an achievement. However, the Hamas knows very well they are highly dependent at the moment on the Palestinian Authority, as they want the Palestinian Authority to come back to the Gaza Strip, but to let Hamas keep their weapons, which is, of course, let the Palestinian Authority do the hard job, and we will stay as the ruling force. This won't work. Mahmoud Abbas already said in so many ways that he's not willing to hear about anything besides a full demilitarization of Hamas. And this brings us, of course, to a dead end. And a dead end means that the chances for renewing the battles in the Gaza Strip one way or another is frankly quite high.
I think that is a fair assessment here. Dr. Horev, thanks for being with us, sharing your expertise. A lot to take in today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming back in studio here with Ariel Ozaran, still with us. Look, Ariel, broadening our view a little bit, curious about the West Bank reactions. What about the wider region? I don't know if you've seen anything, intriguing so far in terms of the regional reaction to this. Are there any, interesting places to point to right now? What's the Middle East saying, looking at us right now?
Well, obviously, first of all, the Qataris are trying to instill calm among all parties involved, saying that they're continuing to maintain the implementation of the ceasefire, that there may have been hiccups on this first day, but that things will smooth out moving forward. Obviously, most countries congratulating the first day of the ceasefire. I think is interesting. The Houthis, a senior Houthi just issued a statement a short while ago, Muhammad Ali al-Houthi, stating that they're closely monitoring the implementation of the ceasefire and that they're already drawing up plans for the next rounds against Israel, saying that their weapons arsenal is in a great condition. We have to remember, Yemen is suffering from one of the world's worst dire humanitarian crises that has ever been recorded, but the de facto leaders, this is what they're putting their resources
Somehow
in.
still have long-range ballistic missiles and drones to fire at us yesterday.
And for the past 2 weeks, you've had UN envoys there trying to negotiate the release of UN staff who have been arrested by the Houthis under false pretext of being foreign spies. And so that's just one example. But in the West Bank, you mentioned the internal clashes going on between the Palestinian Authority and the Jenin camp. So
big deal's being cut, right?
And so on Friday, they reached a ceasefire agreement under which the Jenin battalion would hand over their weapons, and the PA would go in and dismantle all explosives that were in place. Till this moment, not only has not a single weapon being handed over, but this ceasefire already collapsed with renewed clashes between PA forces and the Jenin battalion, who's claiming that the PA fell short of the agreement and has breached it. So if this operation, the 44-day operation of PA forces in Jenin, was supposed to serve as some kind of test to prove to the United States and the West
that they were trying to demonstrate something about their
ability.
Calling it the viability, right? Are they still a viable leader?
That they can when they want to instill law and order. So this came after, over the weekend, Palestine Authority presidency issued a statement saying we have made all the preparations to assume control over the Gaza Strip, saying that no other entity has the legal jurisdiction to control the Gaza Strip besides the PA, but they can't even control a small camp in the northern West Bank. How can you expect them
the same question
to control
you,
the entire Gaza Strip?
That I threw to our previous guest, and I think maybe your reaction might be stronger here. How badly, I should put it, does this further weaken the already unpopular, corrupt, no legitimate mandate, Palestinian Authority, Fatah and Abbas? Does a deal like this with Hamas now, how badly does it weaken them?
Well, that's the main question, because the deal right now, the ceasefire agreement in Gaza, does not stipulate who will administer post-war Gaza. Negotiations over the second and third phase, they're expected to begin only from day 16. And so currently, in the absence of an alternative for Hamas, they're the de facto rulers on the day after. And so the absence of three key words, the Palestinian Authority, in the ceasefire means that it's Hamas that is going to continue. And so when U.S. President Joe Biden said today that the second phase will include an exclusion of Hamas in ruling the Gaza Strip in the day after, and also incoming President Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, saying that Gaza will have no part in governing Gaza, Hamas will have no part in governing Gaza in the day after. Those statements will need to be put to the test in these negotiations over the day after that will begin in 15 days from now.
So we know the Qataris are trying to play, overlord, mediator, godfather in a way of this Palestinian cause in Gaza. We've seen this, whether it be the money prior to the war or now this mediation. Egypt has been in the picture as well, right? And we're talking about 600 trucks full of supplies and fuel and food coming into the Gaza Strip. Where does Egypt now trying to fit in? Are they also trying to take some sort of a leadership role on this issue or credit for this, or are they opening up their border at all?
So if we need to broadly kind of distinguish between the two.
There's a rivalry between these two.
Right. And there were negotiations in both Doha and in Cairo, but Qatar took more of a diplomacy-first approach. Egypt is going to be the implementation on the ground. They're responsible for the closure of the Rafa border crossing, the main port of entry, limiting the access of humanitarian aid entering the Gaza Strip.
They always have.
That is expected to be open in the next day. Obviously, it's up to them in coordination with Israel. It's going to be Egyptian-owned tractors who remove the rubble from many of these areas and also engage in the on-the-ground construction. So Qatar is kind of the big picture oversight. Egypt is the on-the-ground, hands-on implementation. But moving forward, we need to keep an eye out for the diplomatic coordination and cooperation between Israel and Egypt, because if Israel said that...
Partners on the ground.
Exactly, and they share a border, and they're the only countries who share borders with the Gaza Strip. And if Israel said that it's the Philadelphia corridor, that's the border between the Gaza Strip and Egypt, that is critical to preventing...
The Prime Minister was as clear as he could be about that in a few
describing
months
it the bane of Israel's existence.
That this was a red line for the country's existence.
But so under the deal, Israel is going to leave the Philadelphia corridor beginning day 51. From day 42, they will be
phase 2 of this deal.
Yes.
Israeli forces leave that Egyptian border, which is known to be the major highway for all the armaments that came in to Hamas. So obviously a problematic aspect there.
And what we have to understand is that according to IDF commanders that I spoke to on the ground, they said that in recent years, the majority of the smuggling was of dual-use materials rather than proper weapons, but it's those dual-use materials, the different
chemical agents,
pipelines, and the different materials used for reconstruction. Those were channeled to rebuilding Hamas's tunnel system after 2014. So it's the above-ground entry of materials through the Rafa border crossing that is going to need to be closely monitored by Egyptian forces. They do not want to see Israeli presence there on the ground. Egypt said that they will allow a EU
many questions.
Team
questions. It's staggering
after
really.
that. So
swirling around how this will all play out, how things will resolve, as we're just highlighting a few of these. Let's call them loose ends for now, and how this will all play out. Ariel Osaren, good job today. Good job being with us. Thank you. And for now, I'm David Matlin, live in Tel Aviv, wherever you are in the world. Thanks for joining us here.
This innovative tool is the Fat Freezer Platinum, the first home-use fat reduction device that freezes away stubborn fat.
Like most people, I always believed that diet and exercise would be enough to reduce stubborn fat.
The Fat Freezer Platinum uses technology to freeze away stubborn fat from the comfort of your own home. To optimize results, the Fat Freezer Platinum uses TheraLight. The Fat Freezer Platinum will help you sculpt your body in exactly the way you want and keep it that way. It's safe, simple to use, and bottom line is, it really works. The Fat Freezer uses a medically known technology called cryolipolysis, used in high-end clinics all across the globe.
Shalom. ¿Qué me trae por aquí? La necesidad impostergable de 600 millones de hispanoparlantes que ahora necesitan escuchar el mensaje judío e israelí en tiempos difíciles. ¿Cómo lograrlo? Cuento con ustedes para continuar llevando a lo más alto del mundo mediático una inquebrantable diplomacia pública al servicio de la verdad sin concesión alguna.
בשלב הזה לחזור ולדאוג למיטוט שלטון חמאס ברצועה בדרכים אחרות ואגרסיביות הרבה יותר ממה שנעשו עד עכשיו.
אתה מדבר על תום שלב א' של העסקה או תום שלב ב' של העסקה?
אני לא חושב שיש שלב ב' של העסקה. חמאס הסכים לסגת מהדרישה שלו לסיום המלחמה בשלב א'. אני לא רואה אותו. מסכים להיות מפורז, מסכים לרדת מהשלטון ברצועה, בטח ובטח מסכים להמשך נוכחות צה"ל ברצועה בשלב ב', ובהתחשב כל